This is a test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul.
Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, mouth would stare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, the sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information, parading to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on.
rise for Demonmama.
My lovely, lovely imps, I come to you today as an angel of change, as an angel of the new, as an angel of truth and of justice. We live in an age of combating realities, but ours, of all of them, is without a doubt the most beautiful. And always remember, fallen angels are angels nonetheless. My lovely, lovely imps, Argo, Metroplex Asylum, Lotta Apples, Page, Punk Corpse, Axolotls with Cream, Marker 84, Little Morphine Annie, Somniostatic, Mycena, Rest 7, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Vermin, Matiahu, Nuts! Dragonborn, Timerinia, Joey Ravioli, Lefty McLefterson, Cookie, Evelyn, Uncle Gumball, Calliope, the creator of this song, Matthew McConaughey, Little Morphine Annie, Hippie Punk, Susie Clem says BLM, Shrazly, Ether, Raised by Field Mice, Posaunist John, Evie the Purple, Cal the Half Gay. How are you half gay? I think you're either all gay or not gay. Norse Homo 95, Demonic Mother, defile me, cover me in your eternal filth like armor, shield me with dogma, with your clear-headed wisdom. Hope you saw lots of cool birds. I did, and we are going to talk all about it, but first, something seems just a little too holy, doesn't it? Let's make it a little darker in here, shall we? Let me get this set up over here. Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for being here today on this return stream. Is not the set beautiful? Is it not? We have a lot to talk about. We have so much to talk about. And I can see already that I have a lot of donations to thank. Thank you. Taking time away from stream is really, really painful on the wallet. So thank you to all who are donating to support our wonderful project. I'm going to talk about everything soon. Is this not, does it not look amazing? I'm sitting here, I've been like in a whirlwind today, getting ready for the comeback stream. Actually, I don't even know if I need this thing anymore. The lighting is set up such that it doesn't reflect off my glasses at all. Pretty much at all. Oh, there's a little bit. Oh, but it's only on this side, so it must be something else that's causing it. Huh, interesting. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna talk all about it. By the way, that song was created by the one and only Calliope Rave. Thank you so very much for making our Hymn of the Mackerel. We will be playing that much, much more frequently in the future, so you can expect to get to hear it again. Vermin, you have, that is quite literally the most incredible thing that you could have ever said to me, I think, in my entire life, Vermin. Thank you so much. I hope you are doing wonderfully. And also, I hope we get to hang out sometime in the future. It's been a long time. This has been a wild year. That is, you have no idea how much of a flat, that has just made my mood go through the roof. My goodness. So, there's just like, my brain is like rushing already. The ADHD is flowing through me like lightning right now because there's so much stuff I want to talk about. And there's so much stuff to tell you all about. First of all, though, before anything else, I need to run down a small list of thanks And those thanks are going to go to names you are surely familiar with. Fawn, Pseudofawn, my partner. Doe, my other partner. My wife, Gynotype. And of course, the one and only Grime Dango. Thank you to all of you so much. I would not have been able to complete this studio project without all of their help. Quite truly. These furniture, we had to build all of this furniture. Some of it was IKEA, which is, fairly easy. Some of it was not IKEA. We had to completely rearrange this room. There was, it was so much work. It was so much more work even than I thought it was going to be. And I would not have been able to do it without Doe and Fawn and and Gynotype and Grime Dango. It would have been genuinely impossible. So I wanted to take just a little bit of time before we get into anything else to give a proper shout out. I'm going to tell you about these. Aren't these lamps incredible? That is marble with gold on the bottom. Like that, those are marble blocks. These things weigh so much. It's crazy. And I have a whole story about those. I picked out, it's a whole thing, okay? The lamps are incredible. Also, wait, hold on. I'm gonna have to get used to this. This thing, I got a story about this thing. This blessed eldritch artifact, okay? Right? Sorry, I can't even keep up with the with all the comments in chat. I promise I'll be catching up and we'll be talking and everything. If you have to say something again, don't worry. Right now I'm just kind of flying, getting warmed up and everything like that. It's on its own shelf for now, Vermin. It's just I tried to theme the shelves a little bit. And the theming is not perfectly locked down, but this shelf is going to be for the anomalies. Because I have found a couple anomalies. To be fair, this one was kind of an anomaly, but this one's not the same thing. That is a completely original piece of art. This one is an uncredited print of some art that I could not find. I just found it in a random store. But this is an original that I found. There's nothing else like it in the world. Somebody just made this and left it in a store. So it's gonna be, this is the anomalies shelf. This one is really nice, I like it, but it's not, I could tell based on its construction that it's not like an original. Although this one is. So, but it's not an anomaly. This one is like a beautiful portrait. Here, let me move chat real quick. I'm gonna just turn off chat for just a second so you can see what we're dealing with here. See, like, that's an original, this one's an original. These two are paintings that I think are beautiful and look good together. The theming is not 100%, but the cool thing about this new studio is I can actually customize it. Oh my God, it is so much easier to work with this room. I can't even begin to tell you, okay? I can't even begin to tell you. This room is so much roomier, so it's much nicer for me to be in. It's much nicer for me to work in, to move around in. It's more easy to hang out in. But we have so much more room for like customization. I got hooks set up over here, over there. I got a hook set up over there, and it looks all cool. I put those hooks up. It's wild. I'm gonna talk about it so much. Now, something that I might need your all help with is knowing how you think the audio sounds right now in comparison to the old studio. The audio was, as is to be predicted, as is almost a meme of my channel at this point, a whole thing. Brittles, of course I wanted to display it for so long. Brittles, the painting that you made has been on our mantle in our living room, which is quite literally the first room in our house for the longest time. I just didn't have a place to put on the last set, and that's part of the reason that I wanted to do here. Audio sounds pretty solid. I hear nothing wrong. It sounds more like you're in a room than on a mic, but I think it sounds fine. Okay, yeah, we're gonna tweak it a bit. There's a little bit of an echo. Echo is gonna be hard to deal with. Same problem as before on one front, which is that the ceilings in here are very high. However, the soundproofing situation is a little bit better, and, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We had a nightmare with sound, which I'll explain in a little bit when we talk about, when I get into the meat of the studio creation, everything. There's a little bit of background noise. Yeah, background noise is something we're working on. I'm going to try and see if I can fix it. It's probably slightly fuzzier than the last studio. And part of that is because of what I was just talking about, the audio nightmare that we had. But hopefully it's a little bit better. Fancy cushions on the ceiling. Well, we're going to have some more absorption in this room. It also sounds more real. Well, that's good. The Black Void had a couple of things going for it. It had a lot of downsides. One of the good things it had going for it was that the entire room was covered in giant, heavy fabric to make it into the Black Void. But as you can see, we don't have to do a Black Void here. And in fact, there's a window right next to me. So I get natural light. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I'm so thirsty. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. I love you. Do you want to say hi to the stream? No? You don't even want to say hi on the first day back? Okay. Delicious. Thank you. I got a smoothie. Hell yeah. Yeah, drinks come from the other side now because the room is on the opposite area. I like that the overlay isn't covering your horns as much. Yeah. In fact, we're going to be changing the overlay a little bit. We're going to be doing a oh, I got to put chat back on. We're going to be doing a slight overlay redesign in the near future. Oh yeah, go ahead. I love you. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit of a change. It's not going to be a complete redesign because we really like the overlay how it is, but we're going to be shrinking it a little bit and making some small changes, which should be pretty cool. But yeah, so as you can see, there's like a lot more room. We got a lot more stuff up here. That shelf down there is yet to be fully filled. As you can see, there's only some little snails in there. We got a little snail. Oh, and that's a gift that was given to me by Vermin, I believe. Yeah, Vermin gave me that one. And then we got some Binding of Isaacs over there, which I love. So we got a great stuff. We got some amazing stuff, right? The curtains were a whole thing. We had to put up all the curtain rods and pick out the curtains, and Gynotype and Doe helped me by ironing the curtains while me and Fawn were constructing the curtain setup. It's a whole thing, and we've got lights rigged up over there, which, believe it or not, we did not have to buy any new lights. Oh, I should just get right into it, shouldn't I? Wait a second, I've forgotten something. In all of my excitement to talk about the new studio, in all of my excitement to blabber on about all this, I forgot that we need to remember to do the business, which is to ask for the likes. Give me the likes. I forgot. How could I forget? Please press like on the stream if you have not. We want to get as many viewers in here as possible. As always, we want to grow this lovely space. So your likes help a lot. As of course, do your donations. I will be reading donations in a big clump shortly. And we have a million things to talk about today. We're going to talk about some politics. We're going to talk about some stuff that went down while I was gone. We're going to talk about a lot. Also, my nails are fire. Thank you. Aren't they cool? They're actually gold. They have like gold flakes on the tips. I love them so goddamn much. Thank you so much. Thank you. As you can see, I did a lot of work on my look while I was gone. I have been very, very busy. Very, very busy. I already had something break, which was my cable holder. Isn't that silly? Oh well. Have you played Hades 2 or Crab Souls? Yes, I played a lot of Crab Souls. I have not played Hades 2, and I will not be playing Hades 2 until it releases. So, did you get your hair cut or something? I got my hair both cut and colored. Demonmama out here making the wait for the reveal fucking worth it. I always aim to impress. I want to take my time with stuff, you know? I want to take my time and make it special, you know? Where's your keyboard? My keyboard's right in front of me. In fact, that was one of the things I did was I did a deep clean of my keyboard, like a deep, deep clean. It took me like 2 hours. It was amazing. Oh, you mean the keyboard for the piano playing? That's over there. You can't see it because there's actually enough room. I'm probably not going to be playing much piano on stream for a little while. However, we are currently in the process of setting up a 2-camera setup so that I will be able to actually just sort of press a button on my stream and bam, we'll be able to have a camera angle designed for playing piano. So that is going to be still a part of stream. We're going to have a two-camera setup, hopefully whenever I finish it. I have no promises because it's going to be a technical process, okay? Because adding a second camera means also needing to work out a third mic, because I'll need the instrument in and a mic, which means I got to upgrade my audio interface. It's a whole thing, okay? So, yeah. 5 cameras, 6, how many is too much? Depends on your setup. For my setup, 1 camera is enough. But now for my new setup, for my old setup, 1 camera was enough. For my new one, 2 is necessary. And that also means a secondary mic so that I can talk while we're playing piano and stuff. Wow, well, congratulations, Acelaces. I hope that turns out very well for you. And yeah, it's good to get your glasses. As you can see, I need them too. Quick chat, don't know so Mama can afford the time and camera setup to set up piano. I won't be able to do all of that for a little while, okay? There's a financial price to taking a month off to build a new studio and buy all the stuff necessary for it. Let me tell you, okay? It is this year's earnings report is going to be pretty dark, okay? It's going to be pretty scary to look at, all right? It's going to be one of those it's going to be like in the cartoons where people see the bill and their eyeballs pop out and their teeth crumble and they go, "Ooga, ah!" and then they turn all white and then yeah, it's going to be like that. But, which means if you want to support, it would be wonderful. Thank you. And don't worry, we're going to read all the donos in just a little bit. So, you beat Artorias. Hell yeah, good job. It's been so long since we played Dark Souls 2. We will probably not play Dark Souls 2 tonight, but we will play Dark Souls 2 next stream. I already have a whole plan for next stream. We have so much to talk about this stream. I don't know how it's going to go or how long we're going to run, so we'll have to feel that out, but yeah. You should be able to write off home office upgrades on your taxes. You can, but write-offs that does not mean that writing off upgrades to your studio does not mean you get all the money. That's not how that works, unfortunately. But yes, you can. And also, it doesn't come until the next year, and yeah, it's complicated. We all know what happens when Demonmama plans a stream. Well, let's keep things focused, shall we? Let's keep things focused, all right? Let's not get too excited for what isn't here. Let's stay grounded in the present, okay? Thank you, John Bogardus. That's very kind of you, and welcome to any other riverboaters who are here. You look like you're about to sell me a whole line of CBD products. If this is what your CBD dealer looks like, who's your CBD dealer? I want to meet them, because if she looks like this, you met an angel and she wasn't selling you CBD, she was selling you like a twig of the burning bush. And if you didn't buy that shit, you missed out on divine revelation. Okay? You missed an opportunity. Yeah, why are you buying weed from America? Exactly. Yeah, I'm in my golden era. See, it's so wonderful. But yeah, I hope you guys like the look of the set. It's actually funny. There's something really cool I can show you that I don't yet have a piece for. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can get it. Give me just a moment here. These are look at these candles. These are white, gold, and black candles. And I wasn't able to find a suitable candle holder in time. So these are probably gonna go up back there when I find the right candle holder, but I couldn't find one. As it turns out, sometimes finding the right piece is really difficult. Girly Gothic with the $10, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope that you enjoy the VOD when you get to it, and thank you for coming by to support. It means a lot to me. Thank you so very much. Wow, good job, Dragonborn. Could be. Uncle Gumball, you could be right. We'll have to find out next month. I would like a tall blonde trans CBD dealer, please. Right? Right? With glittering gold leaves falling across her like this. Renewed Wolf, thank you so much. I gotta read off all the donos in a second, but I wanna keep talking while I have a flow and all that. We'll do a whole section of donos. I'll thank you all. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. Don't worry, all of your messages will be read. Don't worry. If I ever get a vape sponsorship, I'm losing a lung. Well, I'll be careful with any vape sponsorships then. Although I think vaping is kind of cool. It's some vaping. Obviously, there's some problematic elements of vaping. What am I doing? We don't have time to talk about the problematic elements of vaping, okay? We don't have time to do that right now. I gotta focus. We gotta focus. As you can see, my brain's all over the place. I sat on my own sleeve. The troubles of being an angelic being. You sometimes sit on your own sleeve. Oh my goodness. Anyway. So, let's talk about the studio build, okay? It took me a little bit longer than I thought. Obviously, I said minimum 2 weeks, no maximum. It took about a month to do the studio build. In that process, I drove all over the Seattle area, went shopping more times than you can imagine, took measurements. Oh God, it was a hell of a process, okay? And the entire time, I was like, my brain was like squeezing like a sponge. I was like trying to figure out and visualize it. I was drawing sketches in my notebook. I was sitting there and agonizing up at night, sitting there going, wow, how am I gonna make this thing look good? Did it work? What do we think? Looks pretty good, right? Looks pretty fucking good, right? I feel like especially as I find more pieces, more individual pieces like the anomalies and stuff to fill this up, it's going to be easily the best. I mean, I think already it's the set that I'm most proud of. I think it's just the right amount of depth. I think the colors blend well. That we did a lot of work to tweak the light stuff you guys can't even see. When we first set this up, we were having issues with the light being all wrong. I had to mount the lights up there, which meant hiding cables, which meant controlling for ground bounce. I'm so proud of it. You can instantly tell it's like a new evolution. Thank you. It's been a creative evolution for me. When I decided to take time off to move sets, I wanted to push myself to the next level. I wanted to make sure that I was going out of my comfort zone and doing something more than I had ever done before. The first set was a very organic, slow evolution from a room to a, nice room. The second set was the first, art set that I wanted to do. And we had so many limitations that it became less of an art set and more of it was like a how do we creatively hide the flaws with this room set. That's what it felt like to me. And I know probably to a lot of people that's not what it felt like to look at it, but that's what it felt like to me. And this set was the one that I wanted to go and say, I want to make something that really stands out as uniquely ours, as an imp demon set. And I also want one that is, I wanted to keep with a certain theme. I had a vision for it, a rough vision, and I had to sort of distill it into its form. It was like sculpting. The other thing that was really important to me was that I wanted it to be adaptable. Because that was one of the biggest problems of the Void set, which was I liked that we had a lot of unique and artistic touches, but it wasn't super adaptable. I missed having stuff that you all send me to the P.O. box, which exists. You can email me at my email, which is in the chat. You can just press the exclamation email command, and if you want to send me something cool, chances are I'll put it on my set. Just putting that out there. But I missed being able to have stuff from my lovely, lovely imps in the background. And now you can see it's full of it. It's full of stuff that represents the community and the history that we've done here. Oh yeah, the Impmas tree. When it's Impmas time again, it's gonna be. We can do a big tree, right? Yeah, it's gonna be wild. So we can do the whole center back area can be a tree. I could decorate it like crazy. Where's the piano? Right over there. You just can't see it. We are going to have a second camera set up over there, which is going to be a challenge in and of itself, by the way. I just want you to know there's something that you all don't see, which is you never have to think about the angle. I spent like 3 straight days just sitting in here and tweaking with this damn camera right here to make sure that this angle was hellish, okay? That it looked right, okay? I had to rotate. This has been a whole project, okay? I don't have all the Berserk books, but I have most of them. And you can actually see, this one is the one I haven't opened yet because I'm still reading through this one. The lamps. Let me talk about the lamps. So this right here is what I like to believe was Eldritch influence, okay? There's 2 pieces on this set that were undeniably Eldritch influence, okay? The anomaly and these, okay? Because me and Fawn went out shopping at secondhand shops, secondhand shops for a solid day. So we were like out all day, both of us shopping in secondhand shops. And we hadn't really found stuff. I hadn't found anything that was working for the set. It's always a risk. When you go to like a thrift shop or secondhand stop, sometimes you find gold, sometimes you find garbage. It's a real shot into the dark. And we were on the last store that we were going to do for the day. And quite literally, the first thing that I saw was these lamps. And they were sitting in the often abandoned lamp section of a Goodwill. And I looked at them and I said, is that a marble block on the bottom? And this is like, so you can't see the full detail in it from this distance, but these are like engraved leaves. So each of these little things coming up on the glass there is like a little leaf that's been engraved. This is a leaf pattern up here. These are little claws, and there's a little spread leaf pattern on top of here, and this is marble, okay? These were just sitting there, and they had no lampshades when I found them. I found these lampshades, I hunted down these lampshades separately because I thought they would look good with it. And actually, they're really bright. But I basically said, if these work, if these lamps work, I'm buying both of them, and I don't even care what the price was. As it turns out, the price was totally reasonable. In fact, it was a total steal for actual marble blocks with gold in them. There we have it. And they worked. We tested it right there in the store, and the lamps worked, and I was just like, wow, just amazing. Now, yeah, it was incredible. I was floored by how lucky I got with these, and they look incredible. And I chose this piece of furniture here to sort of work very well with these, to have them at the right height so that they would be a nice part of it. Hey, Varnish Eater, great to see you. Hypno Amber, that'd be amazing. That sounds incredible. That sounds genuinely incredible. If you want to send me like what you make, I'd be totally cool to look at that, and maybe we could even do a commission type situation or something. Just shoot me your profile to my email. Yeah. So then, of course, that day, the only other thing I found for my set was this anomaly, and I have a funny story to tell you. Okay, because we have a favorite thrift store in our general area, okay? There's this line in the Seattle area. There is a line of thrift stores that are like run by a Catholic charity. And there's a couple, this is like a fairly common thing all across the country, but there's a line here that are run by Catholic charities. And without getting too grim, the simple reality is that a lot of their stock seems to come from people who die and who leave their stuff to this charity to be resold in the benefit of the church. And what that means is that you find very strange and interesting things. Now, in the past, we found a diorama is the only way that I can describe it. It is a box art. I think I've showed it on stream before. It used to be on the old set, but you couldn't really see it. I've shown it off though. We found this, I don't even know how to describe it. It's a dreamscape. It has like, it's about as big as my torso, okay? So, you know, a couple feet tall, foot and a half, maybe 2 feet wide. And it has a glass front that's been painted. It's stuffed with like clouds on the bottom, and then there's these like Greek pillars coming up. And then out of the Greek pillars, there's like this demon reaching, like fused up out of the marble, and it's holding like a snake, and it has horns like this. And then there's another pillar, and it's got like a checkered floor, and then it's got a painted backdrop. That's how this is the picture I'm painting for you, okay? It's this diorama thing. We found that there randomly. It was just sitting there. And I was like, this is beautiful. Why is this sitting here? This is like somebody's 100% unique piece of art, and it's just sitting in this thrift shop. So of course we took it home. Yeah, it does remind me of the Black Lodge. It's very Black Lodgy. Yeah, you've seen it, Vermin. It's wild, right? And then this last time we found this anomaly. However, we found another thing too. And I wanted to tell you, about this because this one's kind of funny. Actually, okay, so we find a lot of strange things. We found some that are like only a little bit strange. This one was one of the weirdest ones we've ever found. we were browsing through the paintings, and actually it's where I found this particular piece here, which I really love, but like I said, this is not like a painting. This is a print onto wood. Regardless, when I was looking through there, I encountered a truly cursed object. An object that I didn't think that I would ever find like outside of the internet, okay? I was looking through, they had a big stack of like canvases, and some of them were canvas prints, and some of them were like canvases with like, you know, kind of just generic, like, I don't know, the art, I don't know if it was like a corporate painting or something like that. And in this stack, I saw, like, the first thing that I saw was like, I saw like a kind of glitzy outer frame of it, and I'm like, okay, what the hell is this? And then I saw, as I pulled it out, I saw Anna from Frozen, and then I pulled it the rest of the way out, and what I had discovered was a canvas print of safe for work Anna Elsa, heavily suggestive, I guess like a incest thing. They had like a heart frame around them, and they were literally, their nose and eyes were like this, and they were holding each other's hand. This was not normal Frozen art, okay? This was not, it was not, and you could tell by the art style that it was like a commission or something like that, okay? And, but it was, instead, it was like a custom drawn version, but it was a print. So this one wasn't like a painting. Somebody was selling like safe for work Elsa Anna in love art. And that is what I found. If only you could have bought it without looking like a freak. I took a picture of it. I did not want to buy it. Okay? Like I didn't want to give money to anybody for that. I feel like they should give money to me to take it off of them, because it is funny, but the other thing is that it's not an original. It's a print. Somebody paid like an Etsy shop a lot, like a $60 or something for a canvas print. I would have bought it for the lulz. Look, if you go in shopping for the lulz at like a lot of thrift shops, you're gonna end up with some troubles. For example, okay, let me tell you why I don't usually buy things for the lulz, okay? Here's another example, okay? One time I went to a thrift shop and I was walking through the like glassware section of this thrift shop, and I saw like all of these mugs, and I was like, from afar, I was like, oh, mugs. Okay, those look like pretty high quality mugs. Like they looked like pretty nice. They weren't like the generic one at the dollar store, like super chunky. They were like pretty nice clear glass mugs. But as I got closer, I realized there was stuff written on them. And so there was like an ocean of these mugs, okay? And so I went and I looked, and this made me laugh, of course, but all of them said they were like, it was like Grimelda Stump, 25th anniversary, women of the patriotic. I can't remember what the foundation is called. It's like Daughters of the Revolution or something, like some like patriotic elk club-esque thing. And there was just like 50 years of this woman getting honorable mention mugs from the same club, you know? Yeah, Daughters of the American Revolution. I think that's the one. So it was just like, literally like some lady died and all of her like 30 years worth of commemorative mugs for being a part of this club were just sitting there on the shelf. Now that is really funny. And it would actually be incredibly funny to have guests over and serve everyone drinks in a different year of this woman's like Daughters of the Revolution or whatever it's called, that would be very funny. But also, you would be spending like $60 on some grim token for which there is no context. And then you have to deal with them. And then someday you're gonna dump them out somewhere. So it's just kind of, I don't think it was Daughters of the Confederacy, because that would have been sus. It was like some other thing. It was something similar, but not that sus. You can't explain it to a guest, you know what I mean? That's the thing. $75 for 200 mugs with some lady named, I don't know, like Irma Trout or something. I don't fucking know. Where do I go to argue with you about AI art? You want to do a debate today? You want to do a debate today? Debate. Can we do a debate today? How long do you have, Guns, Games, Guitars? Because I will totally talk to you about AI art, but it's gonna have to wait a little bit because this is my first stream back in a month. So if you can wait like an hour and a half, I'll totally have the conversation with you. That would be funny. I would enjoy that. It would be very funny to upload a debate to my channel like this. Also on AI art, when a human just spent a month, blood, sweat, and tears making a beautiful set that AI could never fucking replicate. I don't want to make you wait, but would like 10 EST? Yeah, okay, ping me when you're back, okay? I'll probably still be streaming. Ping me when you're back, okay? And then we'll see. AI generated content, I refuse to dignify it with the word art. Well, this will be very interesting. This will be fascinating for sure. By the way, Guns, Games, Guitars, you should, if you want to do that, join the Discord, okay? Discord.gg/Demonmama. Get yourself on the Discord right away. That's where we do all our call-ins, okay? So there you go. AI could replicate it. That's all AI does. Oh, AI could copy it, but AI could never replicate the process. Okay, AI, as it currently stands, genuine, true artificial intelligence could probably do this. But yeah. All right, that should be interesting. A debate would be very fun. We haven't had a debate in a long time, and AI art debates can be really fun. They can be boring, Vermin, but sometimes they're very interesting. I've seen the AI extended Vosh set. Don't do that! Do not plug my set into AI and try and extend it out. That would be laughable, okay? Please do not do that, whatever you do. I feel like that's gonna end up, like, it's gonna have, like, I don't even know. I can't even imagine. What are they gonna do? How is it gonna even work with this? It's probably gonna have, like, I don't know, like, church pews or some nonsense. Thank you so much. Everyone's being so kind in YouTube chat. Thank you so much, Purple Nightshade and Patrick and Rad Yaz. Oh, for sure, Windleby. It's gonna be... Dispel the believers in AI art. The AI art thing is getting out of hand, right? Like, did y'all see that article? It was one of the things I had on my list to potentially talk about, but then I didn't feel like there was enough to say about it. But did you see that article that showed that Microsoft completely and utterly failed to meet its own environmental standards that it set in 2020? Almost exclusively because of AI art. Their AI models and their language learning models and all that took so much carbon that they actually went up by 30% when they were aiming to go down by somewhere close to that amount. So they actually reversed their entire direction, and they're in a significantly worse place than they were when they set their own internal policy for it. It's just terrible. There's the AI situation. AI is truly getting grim. Also, it's extremely funny to me, but like a million online tools have rebranded themselves to be so-called AI tools. Literally every fucking tool on the planet now is trying to sell you that it's AI. Oh, AI enabled, and they don't. You have no way of knowing what that's actually supposed to mean. It's so funny. Oh, and we were definitely going to talk about that Apple ad. That was funny. That was really funny. Talk about stepping in it. I love it. I love it when corporations they display their own complete disconnectedness with reality, and they put out a commercial like that Apple commercial. It was so, they were like, oh, people are gonna love this, and then it turned out that literally nobody did. Yeah, exactly! Vermin says, Demonmama, please tell me why the Instagram search bar now has an AI feature that shows me the exact same thing as normal. Like, why? Because it's a buzzword. It's the ultimate buzzword. Do you guys remember in my argument with Paul's ego where I said that AI is like it's like a legally indistinct term that any grifter can slap onto anything, and it acts as like keys jingling, and people go, oh, AI, wow. That's perfect example, is like using the exact same algorithm, but now because people like the word AI and they're excited by the idea of AI, a sci-fi sounding idea. Oh, well, what if we just tell them that our algorithm is AI now? It's basically the same thing. There's no legal definition of AI, so. Fohammer says, I'm currently applying for tech jobs and AI is a token buzzword on literally every single job description. Yep. Surely this bubble will never pop. Thank you, Radyaz. That's so kind of you. Oh my God. Why does Demonmama remind me of an Elden Ring boss? Because I am an Elden Ring boss. I'm the unbeatable Elden Ring boss. You don't fight me, because if you do, you just lose and it ends your game. Also, Lucy says hi and welcome back. Thank you, and hello to Lucy. I hope Lucy's doing wonderful. I'm actually probably gonna have to switch things around a little bit with my setup, because reading chat is a little bit harder in my current setup. Because I moved everything. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. So let me tell you a quick, this one's just like an interesting story, I guess. It's not really that funny. I had a really deranged tech experience while I was trying to get the studio set up. So some of you will recall that before I stopped streaming for the studio move, that I was complaining about having, not just me, but other people in chat were complaining that occasionally I was getting like weird sound hiccups, where it was like there was like a fuzz or a bzzz or something like that, or the sound would hang up. Now that shouldn't be happening anymore. If it happens, just tell me. But it really shouldn't be, because I figured out a serious issue. I was having some issues with one of my monitors before I even started the studio move. But after I did the studio move, one of the things that's been very important about this studio move has been, it was an opportunity to basically audit everything, to test all my cables, to clean all my, keyboard, mouse, everything. I changed my computer over into a much better case. My old case was a budget case that was not good for the computer. I made a ton of changes. And so I tested all of my cables, and I thought maybe one of the issues was with my cable. Well, no. As it turned out, the monitor itself was starting to die. which is a real bummer, okay? Because I didn't buy, I bought these monitors in 2021. So they're not exactly old monitors, but this monitor was done for, okay? It was toast. And so when I moved it over, it had become unusable. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna order a new monitor. And I bought a monitor that I really, really like. I actually got the gaming accessory company HyperX. If you guys are familiar with that company, they now sell a big 1440p monitor, a gaming monitor that comes with like a counterbalanced arm. And it's actually at a very good price for coming with all of the mounting stuff. And the mount, like, the reason why I got it is because I heard from other people that, like, people were ranting and raving about the mount. And sure enough, the mount is amazing. It's, like, easily the best mount I've ever encountered. The monitor, of course, itself is also very good. But I was extremely impressed with the mount. Anyway, I ordered this monitor. And I ordered it off of Amazon. And when I got it, the box came in, I brought the box in, and I took it up to my studio, and I got underneath the studio lights, and I noticed that half the box was waterlogged. So I had a monitor die, and the new monitor that they shipped me was you could literally see, like, the cardboard on one side was mushy. And I was like, how does that even happen? How does that even... So, of course, I had to do this whole obnoxious return policy, and it was a whole thing. Thankfully, obviously, I didn't open the box. It just meant that I had to do all this dumb shit and wait for it. So there was this whole delay where I didn't have my monitor because the box was soaked, which I've never had that happen at all. And it didn't sit outside at all. I got it and signed for it. It was not... It was somewhere in the warehouse. It must have been sitting, like, knee-deep in water, which is crazy to think about. The box was huge. So, like, to have half the box soaked in water was just like, huh? It was wild. I was genuinely shocked. Anyway. What if a piss bottle spilled on it? Well, I sure hope not, because I did touch it. But it didn't smell like piss, so... I feel like I would have noticed that. I feel like if I brought it in and just, like, piss was, like, wafting up. Like, I feel like... Also, how the fuck would you soak half of a giant monitor box in piss? Who was fucking pissing? A horse? Like, that's a lot, okay? That's too much. Oh, you all in chat. You troublesome, you silly geese in chat. You're so predictable. You're so predictable. You want to know who isn't predictable? Me. Ah! Oh! Anyway, how many people got scared? Probably a lot of you, right?
Bazinga.
By the way, can we have a moment of silence? Can we have a moment of silence? We need a moment of silence, okay? They fucking killed him. They got him. They killed young Sheldon. Did you see that announcement? There was like a social media post that had like, it had like an announcement that the series Young Sheldon was having a finale, but when they tweeted it out, it just looked like they were announcing a funeral for a child. Like, I can't imagine, like, if you didn't know who Young Sheldon was and you saw that, you probably just thought that they were announcing a funeral for a kid. It was literally like a black and white image of young Sheldon, like, just looking with a neutral expression, like, towards the camera, and then it just said, like, 2017 to 2004. I'm like... If young Sheldon dies, how does old Sheldon live? He doesn't. He just disappears like in Back to the Future, you know? Did I say 2004? I thought I said 2024, but whatever. Who cares? That sucks. That sucks, Fortnite. They fucking murked him. They finished him off. Speaking of which, I completely finished Twin Peaks. I believe I was very close to the end when I left, but I finished Twin Peaks and have had multiple weeks to percolate on it, much like the fish. And it was amazing. I think Twin Peaks: The Return might be, actually, I'm not even going to say might be. It simply is the single greatest season of television that I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, I can't even think of anything that comes close. What an incredible experience that was. Oh my God. If you haven't seen Twin Peaks, you gotta go do it. Like, right now. Just, like, highest priority, okay? Twin Peaks Season 1 is immaculate. Season 2 is great, and then it becomes really shaky for a couple episodes. Don't worry about it. Just power through. Then watch Fire Walk with Me, and then watch The Return. And I promise you, it is like a life-changing level of good media. Genuinely incredible. Truly incredible. Yeah. Fire Walk with Me is amazing. And also, Fire Walk with Me proves that movie viewers are incapable of handling themselves and deserve to be fed by greater beings. The fact that, like, both critics and like audiences did not like Fire Walk with Me, and yet it is, like, nonetheless one of the most beloved by anybody who's familiar with David Lynch at all, just proves that general audiences are too stupid to actually be allowed the magic of filmmaking, okay? They need to be shown, like, I don't know, what's that show for children, where the berries dance around on the screen? Where it's like, you know, the berries, like, the little singing berries. Yeah, baby sensory videos, exactly. Oh, yeah. Thea, that's the lost files or whatever. It's incredible. VeggieTales. No! VeggieTales is... Okay, VeggieTales is not only, like, the single greatest piece of Christian media, and I mean that literally, it's the single greatest. It's better than the Bible, okay? VeggieTales is like, genuinely amazing, okay? But VeggieTales is not key jingling. There is nothing in VeggieTales that is key jingling, okay? It is very thoughtful and very funny. I will die on the hill for VeggieTales as if VeggieTales was the divine, okay? It's incredible. Why, here's a cool video on it. Is this about VeggieTales? Uh-oh. Look, I don't know anything, okay? I don't know if the people who made VeggieTales are pieces of shit. I do not know, but what I do know is that VeggieTales is amazing, okay? Just no questions, okay? It's amazing. Now, Bible Man fucking sucks. You want to talk about Christian media that's genuinely painful? Bible Man was too painful for me to watch even as a child. Like, when I was a literal child, I'm talking like 8, 9 years old, and I saw Bible Man, I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Little Christian me. And I was like, this is fucking blasphemy, bitch. What is Bible Man? Just trust me, you don't want to know, okay? What you don't want to fucking know. Bible Man, okay, let me just tell you the plot of Bible Man so you can understand how dumb it is, okay? Bible Man, it's the story of Bible Man is that there's like this lawyer guy, and it basically has the same like starting story as like the God's Not Dead movies. There's this lawyer guy, and he's like, John Lawyerman had a successful life. He had everything he wanted: money, a nice car, success in business, the ladies. But something inside of him was empty. He cursed out at God for his unhappiness until one day it reached its peak. And they have like this, every episode has this terrible intro where it's like, it's shot in like with a bunch of motion blur. It's like shot in like, what's the term? Low FPS. So they shoot it in like a low FPS or a low frame rate. And so it gets all blurry, and he's like, and he's like, he's dressed in like a shitty lawyer outfit with like a dollar store looking ass a briefcase, and he's like, and he throws it, and he's like, God, and there's like lightning, and then he falls down into the mud, and he goes like this, and it's like, and there's like a Bible or something, or like a tablet that he finds on the ground, and it was like, it was then that he discovered the power of the Holy Scripture. And then it does like a wipe transition or a dissolve, and he's in this outfit, and I swear to God, it looks like Bible Man looks like the like dark evil form of Griffith, like when Griffith ascends, you know, from Berserk. But like if you put it into your worst LSD nightmare and then also layered like a bunch of Christian like goop all over it. Let me see if I can find, he looks so bad. I just need to show you this image because, oh God, it's so terrible. Oh my God, it's even worse than I remember. Holy oh my God. Oh. I don't even care that this is a low-res image because this is what it looked like to watch because they only ever had it on VHS. Look at wait, why didn't that work? Look at this crap. Huh? Wait a second. Apparently, wait a second. Oh, I see what's happening. There we go. No, that's the wrong one. There it is. Hey! Hey! Why are you not working? What the hell's going on here? What's going on here? God is trying to prevent us from showing the truth of Bible Man! Oh! Hold on a second here. What's going on? What's happening? Why is this happening? This is wrong. No, these are correct. Yes, this is correct. Why are you not going through? You are open. Wait, now it is! Screw you, Elgato! Elgato is in league with God. Elgato is in league with God and cannot be trusted. All right, let's see. Let's try this again. What the hell? There it goes, okay. There you have it. This is what Bible Man looks like. I told you he looks like LSD Nightmare Griffith with like Christian, like ground up Bible pulp, like smeared all over him. Some of you are being enlightened today because you guys don't know what we got put through as the Christians out there, those raised Christian out there, you know what we had to deal with. The true testament that of our suffering was having to see garbage like this, okay? Did you know they made a Bible Man game and it's like deranged nonsense? Why does Bible Man have an 8-pack? Because God can make him do that. Oh yeah, the Bible Man show, it's really funny because they basically steal everything from Batman. He has a Bible cave. He has this computer that's like a scripture AI. And the scripture AI is always like, Bible Man, don't you want to do the right thing? And he's like, no. And for some reason, like, in half the episodes, Bible Man is, like, actually the paragon of virtue, and in the other half, he's, like, a bumbling idiot who's always, like, making the wrong decisions. But he kills people. So he's ripped off of Batman, but he kills people, okay? In a bunch of the episodes, he has, like, a lightsaber, basically. But when he hits, like, the servants of sin, who he's supposed to be trying to redeem, but apparently, like, the villains have, like, these henchmen, and he just blows them up into goo. He literally will just kill them. Genuinely incredible. Larry Boy could kill Bible Man? No problem. I'm sorry, you want to see a real Christian superhero? Okay? This is what a real Christian superhero looks like, okay? Feast your eyes, okay? Feast your eyes on this hulking, tight, moral titan, okay? Larry Boy, Larry Boy. Vegemite, out of sight, Larry Boy. What a guy. What a guy. I don't know why he says Vegemite or out of sight, because he's neither of those things, but we love him anyway. Thank you, Ron's KFC. Thank you so much. I got to read the donos here in a second. We got to take a little dono break here in a moment. Okay, but does Bible Man sweep the entire cast of DBZ? Okay, if we're doing power scaling, I feel like he would be simply out of the fact that he's like, that simply because Bible Man has Yahweh on his side, I feel like he would be able to win for a really long time in DBZ, but then it's gonna reach a limit, right? Because like, in DBZ, they start getting like reality rewriting powers, and not just on like a minor level. They basically get like the rule-free wishes later on. So like, I feel like for the first few seasons of DBZ, Bible Man would be able to take them just because he's like written with like crazy plot armor. And then there's a point where they haven't, like, the writers of Bible Man just didn't consider what they were going to be dealing with. Are you saying that Goku can delete God? Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. Retcon says in Dragon Ball Z Super, Goku cloned God from another reality so that God could have a friend and wouldn't blow up the universe. That's what I'm talking about. We get to a point in DBZ where the Bible Man people haven't considered what they're dealing with, you know? And you're starting to engage in levels of power that are not really comprehensible to the Christian mind. So, yeah. Kami is a Japanese god, and Goku could flick Kami into dust. Okay, but Japanese gods, okay, have a huge range of power levels, okay? It's not that simple. The Japanese gods are like a particular type of polytheistic god, and there are Japanese gods who are like the god of like toilet brushes and stuff like that. I mean that literally. There are like all kinds of Japanese gods. Like they have a god for all kinds of stuff, and spirits can become gods. The concept of God in Japanese mythology is not, it's not this single guy who kicks everyone's ass. There are very powerful gods. But like, yeah, Shinto gods are supposed to be all over the place. Like, for example, like tools, you know, like artists' tools, like they gain spirits, and when they are abandoned, that spirit manifests into like a little creature, and it's like a fairly like important spirit, and that spirit can become more powerful over time. So like gods in Japanese mythology can like, they can small things can become gods. It's complicated, okay? Yeah. So I don't know, you know. So that's the thing. But I do think in the end that Bible Man would ultimately lose to the cast of DBZ, just not immediately. He would be able to fight like, you know, the early eras of DBZ pretty easily. He has like a beam that can just channel Yahweh's power, which is, you know, kind of wild. Thanks, Mr. Krabs. We'll get to those if we can tonight. It's going to be a fairly busy night. We got a lot to go through, so I can't guarantee any memes tonight, but potentially. If not, save them for next time. Yeah. Would Bible Man lose to the cast of Has Been Hotel? I don't know. Are they powerful? I didn't think they were powerful. Chariot, thank you so much. Chariot says, I love the new setup and the new hair. Very prophet of a new religion, Mamaism. Indeed. Thank you so much. I do hope to usher in a new era. That is true. I do dream of it. Probably yes. The cast of Has Been Hotel killed Adam. But he's just a dude. Adam isn't powerful. God damn it. This is like that, oh my God. Adam isn't a powerful being in biblical myth. Oh my God. Okay, one of my favorite things in the world is non-Christians like becoming loosely familiar with Christian myth and thinking it's like if you're a named character in the Bible, that means that you're like powerful, when like half of the named characters in the Bible are like known for like, I don't know, getting drunk and showing their dick to their own family members. That's like half of the characters in the Bible. I'm not even joking, okay? Adam is probably more powerful than Bible Man in the HH universe. I know Adam is literally just a guy in biblical myth. He's more powerful than Bible. How can he be more powerful than Bible Man? In Bible Man is the chosen representative of God. He has like weapons that were given to him personally by the creator of the known universe. You have to be able to do like multiverse shit in order to overcome that. And even then, depending on how well the world is crafted, if we're like doing power scaling nonsense, you know? Retcon 404 says, Demonmama, as a YouTube anime review man, I see this all the time. The Japanese love Catholicism, but a version of it where Adam has an 8-pack and throwing knives. That's so true! There are so many anime where like the premise of the show is like the Catholic Church, and it's supposed to be like just the Catholic Church, but then they're like, yeah, the Catholic Church has an elite assassin division, and it's just played like normal. It's not even like presented as like an alternate universe. It's just like, no, the Catholic Church probably has like an assassin division, which is, they probably did in like medieval times. But okay, when you're talking about medieval assassins, okay, the Catholic Church's assassins is like some guy who's like missing half his jaw, who's like a killer crossbow shot, and he owes something to like one of the popes because the pope has his wife in a prison. That's what like the medieval, like that's like the assassin division of the church. It's like a bunch of like I don't know, criminals and thugs who are like tied to the church in one way or another. It's not like you get fucking Solid Snake or whatever. Just like, yes, I believe in God so much that I learned how to be a damn near invincible killer with nanobots. Come on. Thank you so much, Tipster. Appreciate that a lot. But Mama, battle nuns are hot. I never said they weren't, okay? This is not me attacking the concept of a battle nun. It's just funny. You have to be able to laugh at it a little bit, okay? You have to be able to have fun with it, all right? Felsen Forma says, today the Pope gets his assassins from his ties to the Italian and Irish mafia families. Right. Like I said, weird, like, criminals and thugs who have, like, they owe something to somebody somewhere. It's not like you're, I don't know. Mr. Krabs says, I know Archie Sonic will solo everyone since the power community don't put him in due to how OP he is. Is Archie Sonic like Sonic from the Archie universe? Is that what that means? It's like he exists in that universe and he's like Archie Comics? Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Interesting. From the Archie brand comics? Ah, so I was right. I was joking about that a little bit, but yes, and he's the worst kind of comic overpowered. Oh. Oh no, the Archie comic brand. Okay, I see. Shaggy decimates everyone? Well, yeah, we know. Power scaling is an inherently goofy thing to do, but sometimes you can have fun with it, like in this conversation. There are people who... can you believe it that there is probably someone who's been killed over a disagreement about whether, like, I don't know, an X-Men character can fight a Ninja Turtle? There's probably a good chance that that's happened. Felsen Forma says, quick correction, a quarter of Bible characters get drunk and show hog. Half of the Bible characters live X years and have a kid. Those of you who are out there who have never read through the Old Testament in whole, those of you who do not know that, like, there is a chunk of the Bible that is thousands upon thousands of pages that is just, like, describing what the inventory of the construction department of the temple construction project looked like under X construction leader, one of the Levites who was given the job of constructing the temple. You have no idea what you're dealing with, okay? Paige Pugcorp says, living to 834 years old and still getting wine drunk and showing hog is truly Bible worthy. Yeah, true. Oh, man. The Old Testament is boring. How do Protestants expect people to read all that? I did as a kid. And honestly, it's like a meditative experience, to be completely honest. Although you do get some really interesting stuff. Like, even in the boring sections, you sometimes get some interesting descriptions of, like, what the design of the temple was supposed to be, and it's kind of fascinating. Firstifer, thank you so much. I'm going to read all the donos. Let's take a quick dono break, and then we have so much to talk about, but I want to do donos real quick, because so many people have donated, and I want to hear what you all have to say. So let me just read some donos real quick. Never expected the return of the Holy Crusader, Demonmama. That's the thing, I keep you guessing. You never know. You never know what I'm going to bring out next. Firstifer, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Ras7 with the tier 2 sub, thank you so much. May this protect you from Protestant butt buttons. Butt buttons. I don't know what that means. Oklahoma with the tier 1 sub recently found a VHS tape of Left Behind at my grandma's house. Shook. Left Behind is crazy. Okay, if you've never watched the old, like, Left Behind movies, and you want something like seriously that will both make you laugh and will deeply upset you, you should watch them. Those movies are fucking nuts. They're deranged, okay? Mikri Petra with the $10. Love the new look. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mikri Petra. Margot the Marnome with the tier 4 sub. Bing Bong purple name. Thank you so much, Margot. Thank you so much. Long Tortoise with the $8. Thank you very, very, very much. Hey, Demon Mama, the new setup looks amazing. Long-time VOD viewer. Usually the streams are too late for me to catch, so I'm very happy I get to watch tonight for your big return. Fire! Thank you for being here. Evelyn with the $10. I finally finished Signalis, playing while streaming to my girlfriend. The ending is still haunting me. Such a fascinating game. I hope the two authors will create more games in the future. I am sure they will. Signalis was a huge success, and everyone should play it. It is a absolutely incredible horror game. Renewed Wolf with the 10 tier 1 subs. These white names have been touched by the grace of gold. Thank you so much, Renewed Wolf. Girly Gothic with the $10. Oh, I read yours out already, but thank you so much, Girly Gothic. Bennett for the Potato with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so very much. Glad to see Return of the Mama. The new studio looks amazing. My workday has been made instantly better. Happy to be able to do that for you. Kitty Tick with the tier 2 sub. Glad to see you back. We had our little baby this past week while you were gone, named Moniker with gender X on birth certificate. Hope your return is extremely good. That's amazing. That's beautiful. Wow. Congratulations and thank you. Renewed Wolf with the tier 1 gifted sub. Your name is now cheese colored. Wow, that's very classy of you. Usually people go with the piss color, you know. Piss is in vogue in the Demon Mama chat. What can I say? Zadoki with the tier 1 sub. Mama's back. Let's go. Miss these streams. Thank you. Xerox with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. Regina Miras with the $10. You and the new studio are quite the vision. So nice to see you again. Thank you so very much. Cal the Half Gay with the $5. I was thinking of making a cross stitch of one of your emotes. Is there an emote that you'd like? If so, could you post a decent picture of it in the Discord, please? Cal the Half Gay, if you're still listening, can you email me? I can send you any emote by email. It's very hard for me to remember to do things like this, so shoot me an email, demonmamaonline@gmail.com. You can always get the email if you forget it in the chat with the email command. Please shoot me an email. I would love that. That sounds incredible. Raised by Field Mice with the $5. Just graduated last weekend. Please have some money now. You saved my brain. Raised by Field Mice. That's amazing. Congratulations. Congratulations, Raised by Field Mice. Little Morphine Annie with the tier 1 sub. You look fantastic. I'm so hyped for the return. Thank you. Matthew McConaughey with the $10. Officially started HRT. So I will be retiring Matthew McConaughey and become something much more like Margot the Marnome. Wow! That's amazing! If I'd seen that in a different order, I would have made a correction. Margot, that's incredible! Congratulations! Norse Homo 95 with the tier 4 sub. Oh my God! I read the message already, but thank you so much, Norse Homo. Fohammer with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Bennett for the Potato with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Somniostatic with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Lotta Apples with the tier 3 sub. Thank you so very much. Bennett for the Potato with the tier 1 gifted sub. Thank you very, very much. Mycena with the tier 2 sub. Thank you for your generosity. Aska with the tier 2 sub and a gifted tier 2 sub. Let's fucking go! Praise to Demon Mama. Praise be. Mistress Lynn with the tier 3 sub. We needed Mama back. Can't wait to see the new studio. Thank you so very much. Put the screw in the tuna. Thank you very, very much for the tier 1 sub. Put the screw in the tuna. Oh, why is it only showing full? Oh, I can't scroll back anymore. What the hell? I can't scroll back any further right now. Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's the most that we reached. I feel like there were more before that, but the list is not going any further back. If I missed you, tell me. I'm very sorry. I do not know why, but my feed won't go back any further than put the screw in the tuna. Somniostatic, thank you. I also know that Sneck Freak donated. If I missed anybody else, I'll try to find them. I don't know why my feed won't go back any further. Usually I can just scroll back sort of infinitely. I've never had that happen, so. Anyway, thank you all very, very, very much. Let me see if I got any from YouTube chat. I did. OP23N1 with the membership. Thank you so much. Furcifer with the renewal. Thank you so much. Hannah with the $9.99 super chat. Thank you so very much. Hannah says, missed your stream and inspirations so much. You always have all the Riz in your outfit and your studio. Thank you so much, Hannah. Ron's KFC, thank you so very much. And Taco Face Fart with the $2 says, you're hot. Thank you, I appreciate that. I do my best. Thank you very much. All right, we're all caught up. We're all caught up, everybody. Retcon 404 says, my personal favorite part of the Left Behind series is when an old Jewish man hides a shotgun in the arm of his wheelchair and uses it to try and assassinate the Antichrist. I don't remember that scene. That's kind of incredible. One of the scenes that I remember from the movies. Oh, that's why it's in book 6. Okay, so it probably isn't in any of the movies. The part that always was really funny to me in the movies, so there's a scene I'll never forget from the Left Behind movies, and it's so the Antichrist in the Left Behind movies is this guy named Nikolai Carpathian, which is, first of all, hilarious. There's some weird Christian justification for why he has that name. The idea that like Nikolai Carpathian would be elected to be like the king of the world basically is laughable, okay? But there's a part where one of the main characters gets to meet him and shake his hand, and he's like, a lot of the people are like charmed by how charming Nikolai Carpathian is. And the guy goes to shake his hand and he's like, wow, Nikolai Carpathian is such a charismatic guy. He couldn't be a bad guy. And he shakes his hand and it goes like, they do this thing where when they shake hands, his face goes like, ooh, and it makes like a like scary noise. And his face flashes and his face like turns into a butthole for some reason. It is so funny. And I think it's supposed to mean like he has a void of a soul, but it goes like, and it looks like his face is like an asshole. It's so goofy. I have no idea why they did it, but they did. And I will never forget that because watching it as a kid, it's like a memorable jump scare. You know, when you're a kid, I feel like most of you out there probably remember from some movie a jump scare that scared the shit out of you as a kid. And you probably still remember it to this day. I remember that one. But I also remember it not just because it was a jump scare, but because he looks like a weird butt face. Yeah, Bilbo in Lord of the Rings is a common one. Honestly, it was cut very similarly. It was like edited very similarly to the Bilbo jump scare. But yeah. Well, yeah, of course that's part of it, Gravel Queen. That's like half of religions. They want to traumatize you so you're scared of hell and shit. I want to see if I can find it. I don't think I could find the shot of it happening. Did I remember his name correctly? Nikolai Carpathian? That was his name, right? God, those movies were so bad. God, they're so boring. Oh, it's Nikolai Carpathian. Carpathia. I'm trying to find the funny jump scare, but I don't think they have it. Nah, they don't have it on Google. Damn, these movies are really unpopular. Sanic the Hammer says, hey, Demon Mama, I love the new studio. Studio design is a massively overlooked aspect of how enjoyable a stream can be, and I thought you were always amazing in that aspect. I'm glad to see you're always making it better. Thank you so much. I agree, studio design is way overlooked and underrated, and I'm very proud of this, and I'm also very happy to hear that you enjoy this new layout, because I put a lot of work into it, and I was fairly nervous about it. Are you near a window? I hear a very light whooshing noise. That is actually, we're working on fixing that. It's actually noise, residual noise from my computer case. I'm hoping to be able to fix that in the near future, but for now, we're gonna have slightly more fuzzy audio until I figure out the exact fix. I'm telling you, I delayed the comeback stream for 2 days to try and fix it, and I made a lot of improvement, but I couldn't fix all of it. So I really want the audio to be like crystal, to like be like perfect, but we're not quite there yet. Unfortunately, I might have to use NVIDIA, which I don't want to do, but if I have to, I have to. Nasty Redacted said, I think your studio is now almost on par with Meat Canyon Studio, which is a huge compliment. That is a huge compliment. Holy shit. Thank you. That's really, really kind of you. That top is awesome. Where is it from? It is from a shop on Etsy. Let me see what the name is. I don't remember if it has it like a, oh, I don't have my Etsy. If you, I'm so sorry. I do not have access to my Etsy on my streaming computer right now. I don't remember it off the top of my head. If you would like to know, shoot me an email, demonmamaonline@gmail.com. I'll send you the shop. Really sorry about that. Meat Canyon? Meat Canyon is an incredibly, incredibly funny YouTuber. Are those books, what are those books in the background? Yes, these are the Berserk Deluxe line. And then up here, I have, Hideo Kojima's book, the Creative Gene, and I also have 3 of my Dune books. My other Dune book is downstairs because I'm currently reading it. I'm not a big fan of the AI noise removal. We've used it in the past. Its biggest problem is that sometimes while talking, you still get the noise cutting through. I've never had it actually cut off my voice though, because I always use it on its lowest setting. And it's not, I don't even know if it's actually AI, but the NVIDIA thing has been helpful in the past. I don't want to use it, but there's another problem too, which is that this room is very hot. I do not have a fan running in this room at all, and it's very warm, so. Hideo Kojima wrote a book? Yes, he did. I've quite enjoyed it so far. It is a collection of essays about media that was very influential on him, and so far it's been it's been a great read. Yep. What just happened? Still no Metal Gear Solid 3? Not yet. I've been busy. Cosmo Infinity. Oh, here's a good one. Cosmo Infinity says, do you have any thoughts on the reaction to Yasuke in Assassin's Creed Shadows? It's got me feeling pretty depressed. You know what? Let's do a segment. Bam. My lovely imps, do you want to know what really, really grinds my gears? You want to know what bothers me? The fact that we live in a current cultural moment in which basically every other week we have to be subjected to the obnoxious, ear-piercing whines of a bunch of pathetic losers, uncreative, non-creative people, being mad over a person being gay, or there being a black character in a piece of media, or a woman being too fat or too skinny in a piece of media that they formerly claimed to have liked. It is the most pathetic state of affairs, okay? It is genuinely upsetting. And I wish that I could be like upset, like by what they're actually like saying. Like they're like, oh, we're making such a good art, but I'm not. I'm just upset about the fact that we have to hear it all the time. Because there's nothing, what they say is so stupid, it can't even really get to you, you know? Like, once you've heard, oh, I'm mad that there's a black samurai in Assassin's Creed, oh, that's not historical, in a game where Leonardo da Vinci invented a goddamn tank, and George Washington got a magic apple from aliens that let him become king or some shit. Like, in a series like that, you can put it out of mind when you come across the argument that like, oh, it's not historical. But when you have to hear it all the time, getting boosted and blasted all over social media by like 5 guys, and they're like supportive donors who pay for ads, it is the most obnoxious and exhausting thing that I can possibly imagine. And it happens every other goddamn week now. We are certainly living in the era of Gamergate 2. It's just that this time Gamergate 2 is even more brain melted, boring, and smelly. Oh my God, where do I even start with this? There's been the Hades thing. There's been the Assassin's Creed 2, or not 2, Assassin's Creed, what's it called? Shadows, that they're mad about. What else have they been mad about? Oh, they were mad about like 2 outfits getting changed why am I blanking? Stellar Blade. It's like every other day you hear basically some adult baby crying their brains out over something that doesn't matter at all. It's exhausting. And it's so stupid because there's so much talk about. Not only does it not matter, like there's 100,000 games out there. If you don't want to play a game with a black character, there's 100,000 games that don't have black characters that you could go play right now. They're just mad that any game has a black character in it. They're just mad that any game has a trans character in it. They're just mad that any game depicts a gay kiss or even mentions gayness at all. These people lose their shit over a pride flag appearing in a secret area in a video game, okay? It is pathetic and exhausting. And I think that we should be ashamed as like a species. Like humanity should be ashamed that this is where we're at. You know, that we've allowed our collective existence to make this like a thing that can really happen. You know? Redcon404 says they're mad that Kingdom Come 2 has the option to play as a black person. Yeah, they're pathetic. These people are a genuine embarrassment. And the truth is, and the thing that's encouraging to me, of course, is that nobody takes them seriously. We just have to hear them because social media has been quite literally hijacked. And by that I mean that some loaded motherfucker, excuse me, my goodness, some loaded motherfucker can just roll out an ad for like a quartering video where the quartering drunkenly drools out that he's mad about a black person in a video game again. Oh God, it's so tiring. Do you remember that guy losing his goddamn mind over pronouns? That was like 2 months ago or whatever. Maybe it was more than 2 months ago. It was really recent, okay? Time is like a mess and we have to hear another guy screeching about pronouns. And it's like a new one is born every day. Cause there's this streamer, you guys probably know who he is. His name's like Asmongold. Now, I knew of Asmongold as like a World of Warcraft no-lifer. Okay, I mean like a true no-lifer. Like this is guy, like he was like a mildly funny Warcraft guy. He would make World of Warcraft videos about raiding, and he like lived in a pile of garbage, like. But he had a consistent upload schedule, and he you know, had a lot of opinions about the games, and so he made waves in the Warcraft space. Well, since then, you know, credit to him, he seems to be a fairly astute businessman of some sort, but he's grown his, like, channel presence massively. And he owns a company that's, like, really successful. And so his YouTube channel is, like, enormous, okay? And this guy hasn't changed, like, his presentation at all. He hasn't, like, grown as a person at all since he was, like, a Warcraft guy. He just kind of blathers his opinion at any moment, and he contradicts himself like every other stream. The dude just rambles. But he's a huge presence now. And even though he's still filming from within a pile of garbage, he's now started to become obsessed with wokeness. And he's been doing all these videos where he, you know, turns on his camera and rambles nonsense about how he's mad that, like, the wokes are censoring video games for some reason. And his, like, World of Warcraft-fueled fan base get really annoyed about it. Now, of course, in the big scheme of things, he's got a big YouTube channel, and that doesn't really mean much. Even the biggest YouTube channel, until you're like Mr. Beast level, you don't really like claim to speak for a significant chunk of society as a whole. Nobody really can do that. Even Mr. Beast can't. But Mr. Beast has the ability to reach so many people that even the news will pick it up. So it's not like this guy's gonna, like, you know, issue a diktat and we're gonna see, you know, him changing the way gaming is going. But what he can do is he can make all of his grognards in his audience, these like troglodytes, roll out into every comment section everywhere going, "Oh, I'm so mad! The wokes are stealing our games!" And so you have to see that inescapably, no matter where you go. There'll be a comment section with 40 people talking about how excited they are for a game, of 60 people saying, "Wow, I love your design," and then there'll be some guy typing in all caps with 400 comments going, "I'm so mad! They made her look unfuckable! I'm so mad that the goddess Hestia is an old lady! I don't want a fucking old lady! Old ladies are yucky!" I fucking hate it. Oh my God. Oh yeah, the Sweet Baby Strikes Again thing. There is on Steam, the equivalent of what I'm talking about here is the Sweet Baby people. There's a group of people, and I mean this, literally mindless drones, okay? These people they do not have an inner world, okay? They follow a big list. And I can't remember what the list is called. There's like a curator list on Steam. They follow this list, and it tells them which games apparently are woke. And recently, they've been doing this Sweet Baby Detected thing because the slightly evolved pond scum among them have, like, developed the idea that there's like, they're smart enough to think like strings of words together, and they go, "Oh, it must be this company, this consultancy firm called Sweet Baby. They're the ones to blame." And they've decided that Sweet Baby is to blame for everything. And so there's these NPCs, these basically drones. They're they're basically like ants, but without the ability to, like, smell or sense pheromones. And they will, whenever that curator list posts a new game, they flood into the comments, into the reviews, and they post reviews saying, "Sweet Baby Detected, wokeness must die, wokeness must go." And of course, this does nothing but basically, like, distress the small game companies that are trying to sell a game and also bother the fans of that game who are just having a good time. These people don't care about the game, obviously. They're just posting, and I mean it literally, copy-pasted comments, "Sweet Baby Detected, Sweet Baby Detected," en masse. It's like, I feel like it would be better if it were bots, because the knowledge that this is actual living, breathing human beings that are taking time out of their day to copy-paste at the behest of a faceless Steam curator in the war against woke. The fact that that's like a real that depresses me so greatly. It makes me filled with a deep sense of sorrow at the state of the world. Anyway, sorry, I lost my cool there a little bit. It's got me going about the goblins, you know. I lost my cool. I'm sorry about that. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Is this sweet baby in the room with us? Patrick Cheek says, is that related to Matt Walsh's Sweet Baby Gang? Actually, believe it or not, no. They have nothing to do with each other. Sweet Baby Inc. is like a writing consultancy firm that worked on a couple of games and helps people not make like cultural errors, you know, so that you don't accidentally say something offensive in your game. And these people have convinced themselves that like this company is a puppet master orchestrating the inclusion of black people into their video games. And that's a problem because... Yeah, anyway. It's really, really annoying to me. The latest one that I've seen is gamers very, very angry about Assassin's Creed because they're going to have it takes place in Japan, and the main character is the actual historical figure. There was a black samurai named Yasuke, and he's like a real historical figure, but they've obviously embellished it so that to fit into the universe of their game, in which you can use magical DNA alien technology to travel back in time. You know, wow, shocker. They modified the story a little bit, but took inspiration from a real historical event. Anyway, they're having a giant pants shitting off, and we all have to smell it. You can't block them all. I've tried, trust me. I've tried for years, but unfortunately, they kind of leak. You know, it's like a pair of D pants that has a hole in it. As somebody's walking around, people like Mark Grums have holes in their fucking underpants that are loaded with diarrhea, and they've sprung a leak, and they spray the diarrhea out all over everywhere they walk. And it sucks. You're just eating your sandwich, and all of a sudden, you just get sprayed by a line of somebody's fucking punctured underpants. It's horrible. I hate it. You're not supposed to use them when they have a leak. Well, you never know until you try, right? Yep. You have a cursed imagination? No, I don't have an imagination. I assure you that when I'm just enjoying my life, like trying to watch a video about, I don't know, some new game, and then, like, okay, this happened with Hades, where I was watching a video about Hades, and then from some random creator, and they were just talking about random stuff about the game, and then they started getting increasingly angry until they, and this is a game in early access, mind you, a follow-up to the game, to Hades 1, which is like a crazy diverse game where everybody's gay, because that's how they decided to depict the Greek gods. And it's amazing, by the way, one of my favorite games. But they're all mad because they're like, I just feel like, you know, trust me, I don't have a problem with stories about women, but I just don't like that, that it's like, the character is boring to me. She's boring. You know, I like the male character better. She's boring. She has a different personality than the male character. And the male characters in the show, they seem like they're bad guys or stupid. And I'm like, first of all, I don't believe you. I haven't played Hades 2 yet, so I don't believe that every male character in Hades 2 is stupid or evil. But I don't know if people missed the first game, but one of the main characters in the first Hades is your fucking asshole dad, and he's both stupid and evil. It just turns out that that's a type of character that sometimes exists, and sometimes that character is a dude. But I have to hear this shit. I'll just watching a video. Oh yeah, this is interesting, and then you hear this person going about. I'm like, all right, okay, whatever. That's your opinion. And then you scroll down into the comments of other videos of people just talking about and enjoying the game, and you see these screeching idiots going, oh, DEI is gonna be the death of us all. And it's like, dude, what are you fucking talking about? What does DEI have literally anything to do with Hades 2? You go watch a video that's talking about a strategy for beating a boss in Hades. And they're like, DEI means that I have to see a character that looks Asian to me. Oh my God. I saw this thread that was like, okay, let me give you the epitome of this, okay? There was a thread that went, I don't want to say viral because it isn't really like viral. That doesn't really exist anymore. But it got enough attention that like Twitter was pushing the thread to everybody's timelines, okay? And I mean, everybody I know who's ever goes on Twitter at all had to see this stupid thread. And it was a thread about they had an artist redo the art of Aphrodite from Hades, okay? And I want to show you. I just want you to see what Aphrodite looks like in Hades, okay? Just real quick. I just want to show you what we're talking about here so you guys have an idea of where we're at, okay? Ready? Here we go. You guys can see that? Can everybody see that? Let me see. There we go. Okay, y'all can see that, okay? So they had this character from Hades, okay? And the thread was like, you want to see what Aphrodite would look like if she didn't look like a man? Okay? And what they had done, all right, was they had erased her face and put on, and I'm not even kidding you, what appeared to be like a generic anime face. And then they used Photoshop to sculpt her arms, belly, and ass smaller. Okay? The reason I bring this up, okay, is just because I need you people to understand. I truly need you to understand how phenomenally stupid and out of touch these people are, okay? And also that just because on the stupidest website on the internet, they can force their stupid thread to get to the point where the website that's desperately filling your timelines fills it up with this type of garbage does not mean that anybody cares about any of these people, okay? And I can tell you, the one piece of hope that I have in all of this, or not the one, but one of the main pieces of hope that I have in all of this is the fact that people are tired of their shit. In fact, it's almost sad because when that thread was trending on Twitter and people were talking about it on YouTube, because that often happens, that something trends on one social media and then discourse about it trends on another piece of social media. Incredible system we have set up here. But when that was happening, the vast majority of stuff was just people making fun of it, which is kind of tragic in a way, right? That like there is a entire class of people who have basically fallen into the role of desperately trying to post the stupidest thing they can possibly imagine. And they are and they don't realize that they're doing this. They've become clowns and they don't even know that they're clowns. It's so sad. But anyway, that's their role. They try to post the stupidest thing as possible so that it gets enough reasonable people mad about it that they get 10 seconds of fame. But there's enough of them that when they get particularly motivated, they can like ruin the lives of one random person. Like what happens a lot is like there was that Helldivers 2 community manager who got all of her like private info dumped onto the internet because while nobody gave a fucking shit about the whiners whining about Helldivers 2, this is before the PSN thing, which actually made quite a lot of people mad for obvious reasons.
an actual thing to be frustrated about. But back before, when they were, talking about wokeness and all this shit, they freaked out on like some random community manager. There's just enough of these troglodytes to like ruin one person's life. But the rest of us just have to smell their disgusting diarrhea dumps that they take in the middle of a room. Anyway, that's all I really have to say on it. I hate these people. I think that they collectively damage our mental capabilities as the human race. They ruin the environment around art. They are responsible for making gaming a boiling vat of diarrhea. I hate them, and I resent that we ever have to hear their opinions. If it was possible that we could, as a species, move on from whining about a black character being a character in the game, if we could never have that conversation again, I would love it. Unfortunately, we have to have that conversation because there's just enough of these morons that the rest of us have to deal with them. Anyway, thanks for watching. Make sure you hit subscribe down below. Oh. It fucking sucks. It sucking fucks. Did I miss the origin of this amazing look? Divine inspiration. Let's just call it that. LB says, oh my God, the new studio. Holy shit, I just got here, Demonmama. What did you think of Animal Well? I love Animal Well. I'm gonna ramble about Animal Well a little bit because Animal Well is currently my Game of the Year contender, which I did not expect at all. However, I really, really, really love Animal Well, and I want to tell you all about it because I think you're going to enjoy it. I think people should play it. But I'll talk about that in a minute. Geeks and Gamers. Oh, Chariot just did a video on Geeks and Gamers. My favorite section of the Geeks and Gamers video. Chariot did a video on Geeks and Gamers that was released yesterday. If you guys haven't seen it, go check it out. It's really, really good. But Geeks and Gamers quite literally has no spine. Like when The Last Jedi came out, Geeks and Gamers spent like a ton of time being like, I like The Last Jedi, and then when he found out that like it was like people were saying that it was woke, he suddenly changed his tune, and he like literally, if pressed on it, he's like stumbled over his words to describe why. Well, yeah, I liked it, but I liked it as like a movie, and now I don't like that it's woke. It's literally just, I'm so scared of my troglodyte audience. I know they're gonna beat me with sticks if I don't stop, if I don't like kowtow. I just want you to realize the type of life that you have to live as somebody who panders to that type of person. Like, have we not learned our lesson at the misery of the life of these sellouts? If you have to pander to people who are so sensitive, so hypersensitive, that they cannot even handle the idea of a black person being in a video game, of a trans character having a character in a video game. Like, just imagine like what the eggshells you have to walk on every single day, and also what you have to say every day to activate that type of person. I would literally rather die than ever find myself in that type. It's a horrible existence. When you guys know in 1984, there's like that, y'all have read 1984, right? Like they still make you read that in schools, you know? In 1984, there's this part where basically the government is torturing our main character to get him to cave and to stop, having critical thoughts of the government. And in 1984, they exploit his worst fear, which is rats. They put his head in a cage with rats, and he's so terrified, so viscerally terrified, that he he collapses and basically is like, fine, I won't resist anymore because it's too overwhelming. That, for me, they would have to put me in a cage with a vision of a future where I have to make content for people like that. That was my extremely roundabout analogy to describe just how much I genuinely view that as the nightmare. I would just rather die. I think I would literally just rather die. And yeah, oh yeah, Cosmos Finfinity. My God, why was I stumbling? The right is now the ones with the impossible purity test that prevent them from being able to enjoy anything ever again because all they see is politics. This is what they accuse Anita Sarkeesian of. They've always been like that, okay? Here's a little hint, okay? The right has always been the purity testers. It's always been projection. Are there people who are purity testers in other political movements? Yes. There are groups, cliques, sections of every political movement that act like purity testers. But if you want to talk about the highest concentration, that's the motherfucking right, okay? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. These guys come from the lineage of Christianity, the global moral scold, a religion so fragile that they had to aggressively and forcibly and violently convert all across the world so that everybody in the world had to follow exactly their rules, and if you don't, burned at the stake. It is like their core. And we don't even have to go way back to the stake burning, okay? Just in the history of America, you want to talk about people having purity, moral purity freakouts? It's the right. They're the ones who are always trying to ban nudity on TV. They're fucking doing it right now. They can't even last for 2 seconds pretending that they care about censorship before they start saying, we need to censor this thing to get that degenerate gay stuff out of it. Fuck these people. Fuck them. The Zoomers hate sex scenes, though. Wrong. Wrong. No, they don't. Don't fall for Twitter brain disease, okay? Wrong, okay? That's just not true. So not true. Log off. That's Twitter brain rot right there. People are, so it's really funny. It's really funny because there's this weird push online against sexual content. Hold on a second. Can we take a moment? My lovely imps, can we take just a moment here? Walk with me back through time for just a moment. Do we not remember what the history of this channel has been? Do we not remember the Kink It Pride discourse literally every single goddamn year during Pride Month? Do we not recall in the literal first year of my stream us talking about weird conservatives freaking out over oh God, the games, the movies and the games, they have gay people and then that's not Christian. This shit never went away. It never went away. People in general are not becoming more sex negative. That's not true. Studios are sex negative. The products that people are being fed are more sex negative. People are not. Like, okay, there's a lot of people there was an article, I even have this one on my list of return topics. You know what? Let's talk about this, okay? Let's talk about it. Okay, this will be another segment. Let's do it. My lovely, lovely imps. There's been a lot of discussion on the internet about sex in movies, violence on TV, and sex in movies and sex. There's been a lot of discussions about it generally. And I see a lot of sentiments that get bandied around all the time about, people are becoming more sex negative or this, that, or the other thing. And I simply don't agree with that. I have never seen any evidence that society or people at large are becoming more sex negative. And in fact, I think it's fairly easy to observe the real reasons why there's been so much discourse around all this and so many discussions. And it's because of corporations. I know that's a real shocker on this channel, me getting mad about corporations, but the reason everybody's talking about sex negativity lately is because for the past year, especially, and it's been ramping up over the course of multiple years, but it's been very intense over the last year, credit card companies, including Visa, have been changing their payment processor policies and cracking down on allowing websites that sell adult content to do so while using their payment processing services. So the topic comes up, and of course, there's going to be people who are for it and people who are against it. But the conversation is only even happening in the first place because some mega corporation that owns, 50% of all payments processed in the world decided, it's not a good look for our brand to be, people are buying sex using our tool that transfers money, buying sexual images or whatever. That's the real reason. And I've seen another article that was started that generated a lot of discourse recently, talking about how depictions of sex in movies has dropped in the last decade or so by like 30% or something. The number was very high. I don't remember the exact. Please forgive me. We're not talking exacts here, and we don't need to. This article went around on social media, and I've seen a lot of people discussing it. And again, I think there's a fairly easy solution. It has nothing to do with the consumer. It has nothing to do with the average person. It's the fact that movies are now more monopolized. TV production is more monopolized than ever before. You have a handful of streaming services. Disney is bigger than it's ever been and owns more of the studios than ever before. There is a centralized control of these studios, and they have a profit incentive. And as it turns out, people have different opinions of things in the world. And if you're only thinking about profit, the absolute best thing that you can do is appeal to topics and subjects that have no chance of upsetting anybody. So instead of, having a sex scene in your movie, you just have them have a kiss scene, and less people get offended about it. I have seen no reason to believe that the general public is becoming more sex negative or anything like that. I have seen, in my personal observation of conversations online, I have seen about the same amount of people who are sex negative and sex positive as I have always observed. And what I have seen is a massive change in basically every single creative industry that squashes the unique identity of different artists and the creations of those artists. When you have 900 blockbuster movies making all of the money in the world, all coming out from a single studio, a studio that has a policy of trying to avoid topics that could offend people because they need to sell in every single country to every single group on Earth. Yeah, you're going to get less movies that have sex in them, and you're going to get less movies that have less everything in them that isn't like the most boiled down, lowest common denominator sludge. It's a terrible downside of hyper-monopolization. And I think that's just a very simple explanation for all of this. Obviously, I do think that there are troubling trends, but I don't think it's generalized. Like, for example, I think that there is a current severe cultural and political uprising of Christian nationalists. But that group of people is no larger than it's ever been. They're just more activated. They're louder, and they want to force people to do what they want. The Christian nationalist groups that want to make it illegal to depict, gay relationships in books that are going to appear in a school, that group of people is they're aggressive and angry, and they believe that they are called by God to force those rules on other people. That doesn't mean that people are more sex negative. It just means that the same sex negative people as before have now devoted their entire lives to it, in like a slavish mindset. Yeah. Yeah. So it's unfortunate. It is an unfortunate phenomenon, but I don't think it comes from like any genuine sex negative sentiment spreading across the world. I think it comes from corporations largely and observably. We know that certain corporations are very explicit with this. Visa is very open about the fact that they're cracking down on websites that sell any sort of adult content. Why? Well, because they can. Visa is the leadership at Visa does everything to protect their brand, and additionally, they tend to have conservatives, people who are tend conservative at the top of their leadership. They are interested in maintaining the power that they currently have. It is an inherently conservative position. They don't want to take any risks, so they continue to put restrictions, and they don't care. Of course they don't. They don't care about the people who suffer from that. They care about their profits. So, yeah. In fact, I would be willing. I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers, but I would be willing to bet that there is slightly more people than before who are sex positive. But it's hard to know for sure. And we don't have a choice. And that's the thing. Like, people say, oh, people vote with their dollar, but it's not really that simple, right? Like, you can only buy what is offered to you. You can only vote with your dollar with the options that are in front of you. And the current like atmosphere around artistic creation is one of mega capitalization. It is hyper corporatized. You don't have a whole lot of options. Every single small company that's doing something different gets acquired and is eventually crushed and melted down into whatever is most convenient for powering up the brand. I mean, hell, Microsoft just had a massive, there's a perfect story about this with Microsoft in the gaming industry that just happened. Microsoft just closed the doors on even successful studios because they're not making enough money, and they believe that by concentrating on their high-ticket juicers, their big earners, their Call of Duties and their safe games, by just concentrating all of their funds into that, they can make more money, and they probably will. They probably will be able to make more money by doing that. The rest of us won't have any choice in that matter, because that's the state that we're in. Obviously, there are broad solutions, perhaps, but as far as like when you're going to the store, you can buy what's in front of you. It is a lot harder now for mid-sized, game companies to exist. It's a lot harder now for small teams to make money. You either have to choose between flattening your product into whatever is going to be picked up and bought by 5 giant mega corporations who are looking for the safest product imaginable, or you compete against a sea of other indies with no guarantee of success. That's how it is. Yeah. Anyway, that's all I really have to say about the whole sex negative, sex positive conversation for now. I don't really think it's changed that much. I just think that the corporate world has changed a lot. The post-pandemic world is one of consolidation and monopolization, and we're starting to see the drastic negative effects on culture, and it's going to require people to be bold and brave. It's going to require artists to innovate, and also, unfortunately, to make personal sacrifices if we want to have a world that is full of beautiful and interesting things, like the stream that you're watching right now. You all know that my show is not exactly, it doesn't exactly summon the sponsorships or the ads for that matter. In fact, we've probably already lost monetization because I sweared too much. I said too many naughty words. I wasn't holy enough. So if you want to support this show, it would be deeply appreciated, because you know that I have a problem. And that problem is that I have an irrepressible personality. I do what I want, and I bring to you what I think needs to be said. So if you like that, consider subscribing, and also consider donating. It would mean the world to me. Thanks for watching. Chariot says, I had my hands full, but I wanted to come back and say I think that you're exactly right. The Puritan thing is kind of a misconception. There's multiple real factors in changing attitudes towards sex. Well, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And also, I mean, I think there are Puritans out there, but there always have been. I grew up as a Puritan. I grew up in a cult. I was a Puritan when I was a teen. I literally was like afraid of fucking sex. It was terrible. I was raised in, it was horrible. It was a horrible way to live, and I didn't have any say in it. It was how I was raised. Yeah, Christians are still around. They haven't disappeared yet. Yeah, so. True, Emily Shertos. I prefer the mouth of a pirate to a trucker, but thank you. You know, we haven't even touched the giant stack of topics. Let me just take a breather for a second. Let me take a breather for a second and just say, every time that I take time away from stream, first of all, it is always very distressing to take any time away from stream. I believe it is necessary, and I will. Because then you get stuff like this. You get my new set, you get my new outfits, you get everything. It's great. But it's always very distressing. And also, coming back is always extremely stressful for me. I don't know why. Every time I step away, even if it's only been a week, when I come back, I feel this anxiety. Like I'm not going to remember how to do anything, that I'm not going to have enough subjects, that there's going to be dead air, that I'm not going to be funny, that people aren't going to be having a good time. But it never is like that. It's always great, and you all always welcome me back, and we always have such a great time. So thank you to all of you out there who are watching. It really means a lot to me, so thanks. Ricky Witch says, hey, Demonmama, this is super off topic, but you look so pretty today that I was inspired to draw you. I should be done in an hour. Wow! Ricky Witch, thank you so much. That's so kind. Wow. Please email it to me, demonmamaonline@gmail.com. That's the easiest way to get anything to me, is demonmamaonline@gmail.com. Just make sure you title it like fan art or something like that. Thank you so much. That's so exciting. We did too. I missed you. Was a bit worried. Oh, don't be worried. I'll tell you if there's. I mean, I tend to communicate pretty well with my fans. I mean, I'm not always the best. Like obviously, I was gone for a while, but I was busy building. I'll tell you if something really messed up happens. Thank you, Kazama. Kazama says, Demonmama has the Queen Marika, the eternal fit. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm here for. Touching grass? Less grass. Well, I did actually. While I was gone, wow, actually I did. I did actually touch a lot of grass. I went to a zoo. That was amazing. I went to a whole bunch of parks. I walked a ton. I did touch a lot of grass, but most of my time was spent working on stuff. I was working on the studio a lot and shopping for stuff for the studio a lot. It was a lot of work. Genuinely, a ton. I'm glad you had a good time while you took a break. I always try to. I mean, I have a, you know, I do a lot of stuff. I have a pretty busy life. You know, we got our little household here, and we all got stuff to do. We all got different needs, and we celebrated a whole bunch of birthdays. I feel like everybody I knew had a birthday last month. We still have so many topics to go over. My goodness. How many hours have we been going for? 2.5 hours. Wow. Nuts says, is Keffals going to be next stream? Yeah, we will not be talking about that subject today. Today is my stream, and I want to talk about things I want to talk about. But yes, next stream, I will be discussing the Keffals situation with extreme regret. But I've put a lot of thought into it, so just know I will approach it with my usual approach. Yeah. What Keffals situation? Well, you'll have to check out next stream to find out. Yeah. Did I miss something? Probably. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you definitely missed something. But yeah, we're going to have to talk about that next stream. That's going to be a rough one. Yes, it is. That is indeed going to be a rough one. Yeah. No, you're good, Nuts. I know you're not drama frogging. Yeah. It's an ugly topic. Yeah, that's why that's not this stream. So we're gonna have to talk about that. It's gonna be no. It's unfortunately it's gonna be horrible. I can tell you that right now. But I'm gonna try and do my best. So. Anyway, we're not going to talk about that this stream, besides literally me just telling you we're going to talk about it next stream. I have no desire. I don't want to talk about it at all, but I feel a responsibility to do so. So. Felix B says, you're one of the rare people I trust to cover this. I've been avoiding any coverage to get a level-headed take. I'll do my absolute best. I will. Yep. I'll do my best to live up to your trust, and I appreciate that a lot. Yep. Thank you, Dark Canuck. Well, I hope that I'm sorry about that. That's really rough. Yeah. I haven't really watched most other people's coverage on it. So like I said, I don't want to get into it too much. Tonight is for us. Tonight is for my stream and my things. I will say this. I'm motherfucking tired of being tangled up in other people's fucking nonsense. I really fucking am. My God, am I tired of it. And some of it, and I will say, a lot of it is really fucking unfair to me, okay? Because people on the internet are fucking deranged, okay? There are some really sick motherfuckers among you. And when I say that, I mean it in the fullest extent of the word. You're not well, some of you out there. And when I say that, I mean it's like it's a type of approach towards other people that is genuinely upsetting. And one of the ways is that there's this idea that I don't know, the idea that you're responsible for anyone you've ever talked about or ever in any case. And it's like, I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. But all I'm going to say is I'm very tired of, I talked about this last time this happened too, now that I think about it, in my video about the goddamn last drama that happened. And when I said, I appreciate that people look to me, for a word on things. I really do. It does mean a lot that there are a lot of people out there who value what I have to say. It means a lot to me. But also, some of you out there are totally unreasonable with what you think I'm supposed to do and what you think I'm supposed to be beholden to when it's behaviors that have nothing to do with me, things I had no say over or don't, I don't know. It's very upsetting and weird. So, yeah, so. You should contact Riverboat Jack. I haven't talked to Riverboat Jack for a little bit, but I do like Riverboat Jack a lot. So I'm totally open to talking to Riverboat Jack whenever, basically. We talked a couple streams ago, and that was nice. How's Doe doing? Doe is doing wonderfully. Doe is actually working on some really cool stuff right now. I'm very excited. I can't say anything, but Doe is working on some really, really cool stuff, and I'm really excited. I'm really excited for when other people get to see that stuff, because I get to see it every day. How's Yoda? Yoda's doing really, really well. I mentioned a couple of months ago that Yoda got diagnosed with canine dementia. She's been on a medication for that now for a couple of months, and she's doing much, much better, which is great. The medication has helped her a lot, so she's doing great. Obviously, she's old. She's getting old, so, who knows? It might get worse again someday, but for now, the medicine's helping a lot. I hope your doggo is fine. Can you show them on stream? Sometime I would love to. The thing is, she doesn't really like getting picked up that much anymore. She used to be more okay with it. We used to pick her up sometimes for stream, but she doesn't really like to, and she spends most of her time downstairs. My studio is upstairs, and my dog likes to spend most of her time downstairs with everybody else, so she doesn't come up here as often. In my old studio, the old one, not the last one, but the one before that, we had a single floor place. So she would come into the studio all the time, but she doesn't really like coming up here all that much. What do we want to talk about? Oh my God, I have so many different things to talk about. Oh my God, I have so many topics. We're gonna live stream the debate? What debate? What debate? Oh, the Biden one. We should talk about that. Okay, this one. Hold on. Hold on a second. I gotta find this one. Where the hell is it? Oh my God, it's right here. Please. I'm sorry. Hold on. You need to give me just a second here. Oh no. Where is it? Hold on. Where is it? Okay, everybody. I'm sorry. We could do it. All right. Ready? I don't know if you guys know this, but Joe Biden and Donald Trump are going to be having a presidential debate next month, okay? It's the showdown of the century for both of them. And they're almost each a century old. So it might literally be the showdown of the century. It's got people acting a little strange, okay? Some people are getting a little horny for it, okay? I've been thinking about it a lot, and in the immortal words of Jeff Tiedrick, I think there's only one way that this can go, which is that Joe Biden bicycles into the debate hall, dismounts, runs up a ramp to his podium, one-handedly chugs a bottle of water, slams the empty bottle down onto the lectern, turns to Trump and says, "Sup, fuckface." That is a tweet from Jeff Tiedrick that he has tweeted not only just now, But he actually also tweeted that exact tweet back in 2020. The same exact tweet. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with Jeff Tiedrich is he's like the primordial Trump reply guy, okay? He, like the Orange Man bad, like that, the concept of Orange Man bad has been boiled down into Jeff Tiedrich. That is like, he is the avatar of that sentiment, okay? He's the OG. This guy, when Trump was on Twitter, this guy was the first reply fucking every time on every goddamn Donald Trump tweet. You'd go in there and Jeff Tiedrich would be like, wow, sounds like BB had a bad day. Ooh, stinky. That's because you wear diapers, Donald Trump. Like, that's the type of stuff that this guy would do, okay? It is just, oh my God, all right? And you can see the energy in this tweet. Joe Biden bicycles into the debate hall, dismounts, runs up a ramp to his podium, one-handedly chungs a bottle of water, slams. It's getting bad out there, okay? It's getting bad. It's bad, okay? The copium fumes are getting dangerous. Make sure you're carrying your gas mask around with you because you never know. You don't want to fall victim, okay? You don't want to pass out. It's bad. So, yeah, Donald Trump and Joe Biden are going to debate in June, which is going to be an incredibly funny event for the rest of us for approximately 30 minutes. And then it is going to be an incredibly sad event for the rest of our lives. Because the fact that Joe Biden versus Donald Trump round 2 is where we're at as a country kind of just says everything you need to know. Neither Donald Trump nor Joe Biden has been looking particularly hot in public lately. Joe Biden, of course, has been getting absolutely obliterated by his own party on the issue of Palestine, which we're going to discuss in another segment shortly. And his responses have been frankly pathetic. And it's not looking good for Joe Biden within his own party. Polling is not going in his favor. He is terrifyingly close to Trump when previous to Joe Biden's approach to Israel-Palestine, Joe Biden was basically clapping Donald Trump. And of course, some people say, oh, that issue doesn't matter because, Republicans don't care about it and it's only students. But that's not true. This is very clearly an issue that has activated a lot of people, and specifically, it has activated people within the Democratic Party, the people he absolutely needs to win. And each poll, internal or otherwise, is showing more and more people concerned about this particular issue. So Joe Biden is having his own entire spread of troubles right now. And of course, on the other side, we have Donald Trump, who quite literally looks like he's going to die at any moment. I have never seen a man look more cooked, except for maybe Rudy Giuliani. And for those of you who don't know, literally yesterday, Rudy Giuliani went missing trying to avoid a court summons. Kind of wild. They got him this morning, though, after he tweeted publicly that he was trying to avoid a court summons. So yeah, it's kind of hard to beat Rudy, but if there's a second place in the old man melting while still alive competition, it would be Donald Trump right up behind Rudy Giuliani. Trump recently made the news for going on a unhinged and deranged rant about Hannibal Lecter. Let me see if I can find that clip, actually, because honestly, we deserve to see it. We deserve to see it in all its glory. I hadn't actually originally intended to bring it up, but you know what? Let's do it. Let's see. They got the full clip here. Let's see it. Let's see it.
And
Here we go. Here we go. Here's our boy. This is from MSNBC.
in New Jersey.
Silence of the Lambs. Has anyone ever seen the Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter is a wonderful man. He oftentimes would have a friend for dinner. Remember the last scene? Excuse me, I'm about to have a friend for dinner as this poor doctor walked by. I'm about to have a friend for dinner, but Hannibal Lecter. Congratulations, the late, great Hannibal Lecter.
So now in the full clip, I realize this isn't, they don't have the full clip here. I wish we could get, where's the full clip? I wish I had the full one. A lot of people use just that one. And I wanted to be fair to him. And also, I'll just tell you this. He starts a little bit earlier by talking about how other countries are emptying out. This is me trying to do my best to remember exactly what he said. He says, other countries are emptying out their insane asylums. You know what an insane asylum is? It's like a mental hospital, but 10,000 times worse. You know, Hannibal Lecter, the late, great Hannibal Lecter. So I just wanted to be fair, you know, because a lot of these communist news sources left out extremely important context of him talking about insane asylums that are super mental hospitals that are being emptied out by other countries into America. And now there's a lot that's on with, obviously, with Donald Trump talking about Hannibal Lecter. It's a very strange thing to do. First of all, he seems to think that Hannibal Lecter is a real person and not a character. You know, he says the late, great Hannibal Lecter as if Hannibal Lecter is somehow dead. Hannibal Lecter is not dead unless, I guess, if you are talking about the Hannibal television show, which I guess you could say maybe he's dead. It's not exactly clear, but I guess you could come to that conclusion. But Hannibal Lecter isn't dead. The actor who plays Hannibal Lecter isn't dead. And also, it's very strange that he calls him the late, great Hannibal Lecter. And then he also says congratulations to people for Hannibal Lecter. And all of this is a part of a rant in which he seems to be implying that other countries are sending their Hannibal Lecters to America. So even with the, I gave you the context because I wanted you to understand that even with all of the context, in fact, I would argue that the context makes it more deranged and confusing. Anyway, the entire point of this was to point out that this is where Donald Trump is at. So we got Joe Biden, who's currently locked in a fight to the death with his own party. And also, we already know, it's already been talked to death that Joe Biden can't communicate well at all, especially these days. He's been stumbling all over the place. Looks terrible. And combine that with Donald Trump talking about Hannibal Lecter, the state of affairs in America is quite grim. And the fact that we have Donald Trump even running for president again, this dude who completely lost his mind and refused to acknowledge his own loss. He couldn't even say, I lost, but I shouldn't have lost. Instead, he had to claim that there's a global conspiracy against him. And that guy's running for president again. And there's a possibility he becomes president again. There's a real possibility that the future of America is going to have Donald Trump round 2. This time, believing that Hannibal Lecter is both dead and a good person, and that immigration laws are bringing more Hannibal Lecters over. The debate is going to be two doddering old men in a verbal slap fight. I cannot even imagine what it is going to sound like to listen to that debate. Of course, we're going to listen to it here on this channel. But let's be real. It's hard to really laugh at that all that much, knowing that come November, one of these two people is going to be continuing control. Obviously, I really, really, really do not want to see Donald Trump as even come close to the halls of power ever again in this country. But is it not just emblematic of the damnation of American existence right now that the best alternative that anybody could come up with is fucking Genocide Joe? What a tragedy. What a goddamn tragedy. And talk about a party that has completely failed its own constituents. Joe Biden this is the craziest thing. The latest wave of polls show that the Democrats are kicking ass in congressional races. They're kicking ass all over the place, okay? Dems are kicking butt in the Congress, okay? But Democrats are struggling with Joe Biden, which goes to show that it's not that people are too scared of the Democrats, that they're communists, but rather that Joe Biden specifically is so uninspiring, so unlikable, so morally detestable that even his own party constituency doesn't want to vote for him and is struggling to gather the will to vote him into office. And yet the Democratic Party just keeps on trucking behind him. And even that, and more so than that, the mouthpieces of the Democrats are more insufferable and condescending and cruel than ever. These guys have been losing their goddamn minds on national television, on social media, on YouTube. They've been blathering and blaming their own voters for Joe Biden being asleep at the wheel, somehow asleep at the wheel on half of every goddamn issue that he talks about, and also extremely vocal about an ongoing genocide in Palestine. Genuinely deranged. And I gotta say, for all of the obnoxiousness and insufferability that we all have to go through, and all of the anger and fear and frustration that I feel, there's one small, tiny relief that I get in the fact that I called this garbage. I've been calling it this whole time. How stinking long have I been pointing out the fact that liberals, all the way back in 2020, you guys can go watch my old stream VODs and you can find me talking about the exact, I remember a debate panel that I called into in which I said that the fact that Joe Biden is the only option that the Dems can come up with shows a total absence and failure of imagination, of a political vision, all the way back in 2020. And here we are again. The liberal section of politics has nothing left but condescension, and it is exhausting. Because the crazy thing is that if the liberal establishment, if the libs could actually, for just 1 second, put their pride aside, their smugness, and their high horse nonsense, if they could put it aside for 1 second, they could probably get more support for their candidates. But they won't. Because if they do that, then it calls into question the structure of the Democratic Party as it stands right now. It calls into question the morals of a party that exists, that fuels itself on the existence of the Republicans. That the current state of the Democratic Party, if it was a vacuum and people had to just choose a leader instead of choosing between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, there is no one in their goddamn right minds, not even the libs, would go for Biden. The only reason that Biden is propped up at all is because he can fearmonger off of the nightmare that is Donald Trump. And what that means is that the current state of affairs is a false choice. It is a pile of continually ratcheting reactionary garbage. And it's no surprise to me that with each passing year, the libs start to squeak in just a little more reactionary bullshit. Joe Biden giving a fascistic speech about how they need to crack down on terrorist student protesters with no evidence whatsoever, just pontificating about how he wants to convince people that the totally imaginary violent student protesters need to be put in their place. Him denouncing free expression from the office of the president. Do you guys remember back in 2020, Joe Biden giving that one speech that we all made fun of about him saying, don't shoot him in the head, shoot him in the leg? You remember that? I feel like that was such an emblematic moment for where we are at as a country. You get to choose between, I'm going to shoot you in the back of the head, Donald Trump, versus, we should just maim you instead. Don't kill him. Come on, Jack. Maim him. It's a bad state of affairs. Okay? And no amount of delusional coping about Joe Biden is going to change that. Okay? The current state of the Democratic Party is one that is more than happy to be asleep at the wheel. As long as it's within a controlled amount, they want that heat to be high enough. It's wild because you hear liberals go on rants about accelerationists. The goddamn Democrats are the ultimate accelerationists. They want the American people hurting and afraid of somebody like Donald Trump so that they can remain in power. And that is a pathetic state of affairs. A Democratic Party that had some kind of vision would not be playing nice with a president like Donald Trump. You notice how liberals spend all day, every day, talking about how Donald Trump and the Republicans are the most dangerous threat to democracy that has ever existed, and the best that they can get you to do, the best that they can pitch to you is, why don't you try phone banking? Why don't you try voting for Joe Biden? Why don't you try giving some money to Joe Biden? Canvas, Jack. I want to say a special shout out, just real quick, because we're getting real mad about the Democrats. But right now, as I'm streaming this, and as you are watching this live or as a video in the future, there are a ton of people out there right now protesting, making a lot of noise, making their voices heard, slowing things down, chalking up and gumming up the gears of the war machine right now. There are people out there doing that, and I want to do a shout out to all of you. In fact, there was in my very own chat, I wanted to shout out one of our users. One of our users came in, and I don't want to I'm not going to put usernames out there because I don't want to put anybody on blast. One of our users before stream came in and said, I won't be able to make stream because I'm out protesting at a pro-Palestinian protest. And I want to say that's fucking based. That is amazing. And a huge shout out to all of you out there who've done this, who've supported those people. good, but let's hope they come out to vote in November. Shut the fuck up! Would you shut the fuck up? Jesus motherfucking Christ. Have you not been listening? Oh my God. Have you not been listening? If those people don't show up to vote in November, that's on you, lib. That's on you and your boy. These people are politically active. You've lost the mandate of the most politically active people. Do you know how bad and stupid and pathetic you have to be the current sitting incumbent president and to lose even the most politically active people, your for sure voters? You've lost them. And you want to get mad at them and be like, well, I sure hope they vote in November. If they don't vote in November, there's one person to blame for it, Joe Biden. And by Joe Biden, I mean the Joe Biden collective, because Joe Biden is your representative. He represents all the people who are gung-ho for him. It's absurd. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The total, complete, and utter blinkers that people have on this topic. My goodness. Every time I talk about this subject, you have a bunch of people who roll up to feel like a keyboard warrior. Okay, and I mean that. If you think that people tweeting on the internet about political opinions that they have is a keyboard warrior, imagine that, but times 10. Okay, that is the level of keyboard warrior that you're on. If you go online and you just mime out, don't forget to vote in November, as if there aren't literally stickers put up by the state itself on every street corner saying, don't forget to vote in November. Congratulations, you have the sentience of a fucking sticker on a lamppost. My God. Oh, I completely forgot it was an election year. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. My God. People have no idea. People have no idea of the stakes. And you want to know what's crazy? Is that the lib types, if Donald Trump wins in November, they're going to sit there and the first people they're going to blame is literally everyone but themselves. When the best that they could muster is going into chat rooms and comment sections saying, don't forget to vote for Biden in November. And then they're gonna go, the left is destroying this country. As like leftists are like, sorry, I can't go online today because I'm going outside to go protest. As leftists are sitting out here putting their heart and soul into protest art and into getting their message out. As leftists who are a minority, who do not have the control of the presidency, are doing everything in their goddamn power to shift the public inertia. Same as it's always been. Bunch of status quo warriors who live vicariously through a machine they have no say in. Anyway, this section has gone on for way too long. I look forward to watching the debate with you all, but I do not look forward to the debate on a general level, because I think it's going to be depressing as hell. I think the state of politics in America is about as depressing as it's been in a long time. And I truly hope, for all of our sakes, that we can find a path towards a better world, because it is a very difficult situation that we find ourselves in right now. Anyway, if you found my impassioned rant moving, make sure that you press subscribe. And of course, leave some comments below. I like to hear your opinions, unless you're just going to say vote in November, which I'm sure 100,000 of you are going to do. But you know what? Go ahead, do it. Go ahead. Tell me to vote in November. Joke's on you. Anyway, thanks for watching. One-Eyed Heathen says, I'm sick of the U.S. not having a solid, organized, functioning left wing. There are functioning and organized sections of the left wing in America, but repression in America is out of control. People talk about how we live in the imperial core. People say that without actually taking time to think about what that means. Trying to organize leftist movements in the place that is most motivated to crush leftism is challenging. Okay, people like to think that a lot of people buy the bullshit of American exceptionalism. But the reality is that America has historically been incredibly brutal to protest movements. And as we're going to discuss in just a few minutes as we go over the Palestine protests, I have a whole bunch of stuff prepared to talk about the Palestine protests. As you're going to see with that, we have witnessed a level of brutality towards student protest that we have not seen in a very, very long time. Unions are growing in power for the first time in a very long time. That's great, and I hope to see that improve. But yeah, I hope that union power increases. Unions can't solve everything that we're talking about here, but they certainly can help. And I do think that for some industries, unions are a fantastic solution that also can bring a lot of genuine good to people. My audio is getting choppy right now. Are other people hearing that? Is that for real? Oh, I wonder what caused that. Some people heard it. Other people's didn't. That's weird. I wonder if it was when I was, Oh yeah, some people are saying it's getting stuttery. It could just have been YouTube lag, I don't know. It could have also been, I refreshed Twitter. Maybe it was that. Well, I'll try and hammer out what the issue is. Thank you. I appreciate people letting me know. Like I said, this is my first, I've run some test streams, but this is my first stream back in the new studio. We've made a lot of changes, so it's possible that there are issues that I have not found yet. But yeah. Yep. I'll try and hammer down what the issue is. I'm sure that also... Anyway. What was I going to say? I don't remember what I was going to say. It's all good. Joseph Bros Tito, what's your take on Gavin Newsom? I think he's incredible and better than Biden in every way. He could easily beat Trump if he were the nominee, but the dumbass DNC just had to nom Biden. I do think Gavin Newsom has a higher chance of winning than Joe Biden, but Gavin Newsom is a neoliberal. No questions asked. And if you don't think so, look at how Gavin Newsom handled the wildfires and the relations with power companies in California. And also look at how he handled labor relations in California. Gavin Newsom is very, very, very much, he's very firmly capitalist, and he tends to lean towards corporate rights on a lot of issues and privatization on a lot of issues. It's true that he's definitely more socially progressive on the surface than Joe Biden, but I don't think that Gavin Newsom is, I think that basically if he got to the office of president, I think that he would end up being very similar to Joe Biden. There are other candidates that I think would be better, but I've heard a lot of good things about Gretchen Whitmer, and I still think she would do better than Joe Biden. But I don't know. I don't share the same enthusiasm for Newsom as I lived under Newsom, and I did not find his positions on a lot of topics to be inspiring in any way. It seemed more or less like he was a slight step to the left of the Republicans, which is kind of the problem that we have with Joe Biden. Yeah. So he does remind me of Clinton, yeah. Yeah, Chariot, exactly. Kazama says, can we talk about the non-existent presidential primary in the DNC? MSNBC and CNN wouldn't even say other candidates' names. It was so bad. They're essentially the anti-Democratic Party. I've seen people frustrated about that, and it's definitely frustrating, but also he's an incumbent. It's fairly common for incumbents to basically cruise their way into the nomination. I do think that like in the bigger picture, they should have made an exception, given that Joe Biden is incredibly unpopular even among Dems. But yeah, it doesn't really surprise me that much that the current Democratic Party was like, we don't need to do a nomination because he's an incumbent. But yeah, I don't know about Tim Walz. Oh, yeah, Joe Biden also did say that he was only going to run for one term, but, well, we know where that went. Every 30 minutes or so, your audio gets really crackly and stuttery for a couple of minutes. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. For a couple of minutes. That's bad. Okay, I'm going to have Danny check for that. And figure out if that's happening, that's really bad. Okay, other people are saying they haven't heard that. Okay, others who said they had the other issue are saying they didn't have that. Okay. That's concerning. I'm a little worried because I'm always a little bit more. Guns Games Guitar says, hey, should I go into the waiting room on Discord? Oh yeah, we were going to do an AI discussion. Y'all want to do an AI debate? How are we feeling about an AI debate? How are we feeling about it? Debate? We haven't done one of those in a while. This is an off-the-cuff one. No preparation. Let's do it. All right. Yeah, come on in. I'll get you in there. Get in the waiting room if you can. If you can't, I'll pull you in. But you should be able to get in. We might have to do a little bit of troubleshooting, but let's make it happen. This sounds interesting. I haven't done a debate in a while. This will be fun. All right, give me a quick test. Can you hear me? All right, give me a quick test real quick.
Hang on, my headset's not working right. I'm gonna switch.
All right.
All right. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you give me just a quick, just talk normally for a second so I can gauge your levels real quick?
This is how I talk at a pretty normal volume.
All right.
This is me speaking.
That seems pretty good. That seems pretty good.
Cool.
All right, we got you. All right.
All right.
Real quick, what are your name? What are your pronouns?
My name's Andrew. I go by he, him. I don't really care. I mean, you can call me they, but
Okay.
I've lived my life up to this point, so
All right,
whatever.
Cool. All right. So we got you in here. Welcome to the show. It's been a while since we've had anybody interested in actually having a debate who actually is willing to show up. So thank you.
Yeah, well, it's cool to be here. I mean, to be honest with you, when I said, hey, where do I go if I want to argue with you, I didn't think you were going to say, yeah, come on the show tonight. But here I am.
I feel it's
Good to be
a
here.
fresh night. It's a throwback to the things we don't get, the treats we don't get so often anymore.
Yeah, I like your new studio.
Thank you.
Also,
Thank
I
you.
haven't. So, full disclosure, I went and revisited your talk with Paul's ego because
Okay,
I wanted to
yeah.
kind of refresh myself with what your contention exactly was about
Sure.
AI.
I have many
That
contentions
said,
about AI, but sure.
I just didn't really end up having enough time to dive deep into it. So I was hoping maybe you would be okay if we start this with sort of a quick refresher. Like,
Sure, yeah, of course.
if
That's totally
there's
reasonable.
one specific AI question that I wanted to talk about, it's why, in your opinion, like, is it your opinion that AI generated content is automatically not artwork? And if so, why?
I mean, I tend to have a pretty severe position in which I think that most of it, at least for me, does not qualify as what I would consider art. I don't think there is any way to define in a single swoop what all things that categorize. I don't believe in universal categories, but I think that you can come up with a fairly solid definition, and I think it's, at least for me, it's very difficult to categorize most AI-generated content as anything artistic. For me, what's important about art is history, context, intention, communication. These things are really, really important to me about art. When I think about what makes art important and valuable, it's the fact that we are able to build connections to one another, and that there's a form of communication that can go on between someone putting their heart, soul, and mind into something that they're making, and somebody else being able to pick that up and get something from it. That it's infused with expertise, experience, knowledge, and even the worst human-made art, is able to do things that AI art just really isn't, in my opinion.
Okay, so I'm glad that you used the word intention, because that's sort of the basis of my argument for why not all AI-generated content is art. We definitely have to pick through it with a fine-tooth comb, but being generated by AI does not disqualify a thing from being art, in my opinion. And this is where, and this is part of the reason why.
I'm open to the idea that there is somewhere out there, that it's possible for there to be an AI generated thing that does qualify as art. I just don't think we see it basically ever. And I don't know what it would look like.
I think you're probably right in that we haven't seen it yet, but I think it's coming. So, and I will leave off the topic of DFF and Paul's ego, but to wrap up why I brought that up to start with, because the other reason that I pulled that up was because I wanted to hear his argument again, because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't parroting him too hard. I don't want to put words in anyone else's mouth, and I was shocked to see that my memory of that conversation was not so good. It took about 3 sentences for him to say something that I radically disagreed with. So I think maybe I was projecting my opinions into that conversation in a way that wasn't realistic.
That happens all the time.
So that's why, I just wanted to say, I wanted to come at you, honestly. I found you through DFF. A lot of the things that I think you'll probably find reminiscent of things they said, but I don't want it to be like I'm just parroting talking points you've already heard.
I wouldn't worry too much about that. It seems like you're coming here with your own ideas, and that's
so fine. So my big issue, and you can find multiple examples of this. I don't have one handy, but people refer to AI generated art as a new medium a lot. And I think first off, that's totally wrong. AI generated artwork is not a new visual medium. Digital images on a computer screen is nothing new. This is not a revolutionary type of conveying artwork. This is a new tool. This is a new paintbrush. This is a new canvas. This is a new piece of unused film reel. This is the tool that you talk to the computer. It does its best to make the thing that it thinks you're describing. And so the real artists of AI are not going to be the guy who sits down in front of Sora AI and says, give me a movie about a woman with titties the size of Jupiter.
Okay.
Even if the AI reaches a level of sophistication where that 10-word prompt is enough for it to go, okay, and generate you a 90-minute film of absolute schlock, it's going to be just that. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be uncanny valley. It's going to be horrible. It's not going to be realistic at all. But the person who sits down at the AI and time after time, iteration after iteration, builds a scene, builds a dialogue, builds a movie, I don't think it's fair to approach the conversation with the idea that, well, it doesn't matter how much effort went in, it's still not art because of which tool was used to create it. Once upon a time,
I don't
there
think
was
I disagree
no
with you
paintbrush.
100% on that, though. Okay, so then we run into two different things that are, okay, so with what you're saying, I feel like we're stepping even further away from AI as any meaningful, like, useful term.
Well,
right?
that's part of the thing, and,
Like-
and if you want, I wanted to start with art, but if you would like to also indulge me in talking about the sentience or not sentience of AI and stuff like that, and the AI's ability to have intentions, we can definitely have that conversation too. But I'm speaking specifically about human intention translated through the AI into a piece of art.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're talking about somebody, like taking 100,000 images generated by AI and collaging them together into a wholly new image, I do believe that you've entered back into the realm of art again, because you're taking, like, it's basically, it's like somebody who took clippings of newspaper articles to tell a story or make a poem with. It's using something that pre-exists. I do think there's something fundamentally different about that, and I don't know that, like, and I'll be honest, this is not the way that I encounter most people talking about AI art. So you've definitely brought something unique to the table.
This comes from a place of I went to school for programming. I don't know. Have you ever taken, at least intro to computer programming
I've done some,
or anything
I mean,
like
I haven't
that?
taken any courses on programming, but I've learned the basics of programming.
So, if you're kind of like self-taught the basics, then maybe you wouldn't go through exactly this. But having an actual teacher in a classroom to teach me coding the way it went, and this, I've learned that this is maybe not universal, but this is not at all uncommon. What he did on the very first day of class is he put a loaf of bread and a jar of peanut butter and a jar of jelly and a butter knife on the table in front of them. And then he said, tell me how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And one at a time, people would turn in their short list of steps, and it would end up having him doing things like grabbing the peanut butter jar and rolling it around on top of the unopened bread bag.
Right.
And shit, you have to be down to the gnat's ass specific.
Yep.
Now, with an AI, with a generative language model, you can cut some of those corners. But when you cut the corners, the machine fills in the gaps with things that it can Google.
Sure.
Things that it can pull from the internet.
In the
and
past,
so it's my contention
that
you're not necessarily stealing automatically, because you can override the computer's inclination to fill in those gaps by just being more specific, by being more by incorporating imagery directly into your speech, as opposed to letting the computer figure it out.
I think it probably depends a lot on the actual AI model, and one of the compounding problems that we have with AI is that in its current form is that a lot of them are pretty black box as far as where they're pulling things from, and we've had actual active deception from some of these companies as to where they're learning from. And I think there's a number of things you could talk about with that, but I think this conversation is kind of going in a different direction than discussing that. I have said in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I could touch that briefly. I mean,
go
I wanted
ahead,
to finish
something. in previous conversations about AI that I've had, I've talked about this where I have said, you know, I think that like the AI, like the lines of code that make up the AI application that you're using, or the product that you're using to create things, could be in and of itself a work of art. But what it produces is most frequently not, if not ever. You know what I mean?
Well,
because
I agree, but I also
Yeah.
think that most people who pick up a paintbrush and scribble some paint onto something, that doesn't make them an artist, and that doesn't make the thing that they just made art.
I disagree. I think it does.
I don't think every toddler who scribbles crayon on a piece of paper isn't an artist. If we kept every one of those as a valuable piece of art, the earth would be entirely covered in pieces of paper with toddlers scribbling on them.
People do that.
I do.
When
you
wait
when
a
you
minute.
say,
Hold on a second. Wait.
you-
Everyone's parents keeps their paintings. My mom
my
still has a
parents
box
definitely
of.
didn't keep.
Oof.
My parents definitely did not keep every thing I ever drew.
Oh,
I mean,
not
they kept
everything.
a few things,
Obviously,
but,
I mean, obviously, all
but my
kinds of
point
things
is,
get lost.
but
hey,
that
wait,
gets
great
back
work.
to
Great
what we were
works of
talking
art
about
get lost. Great works of art get lost.
That's true. Of course
So-
they do. But that gets back to what we were talking earlier about intentionality.
Sure.
There is a
but
difference
toddlers
between
have
picking up the
intentionality.
tool. Yeah, but there's a difference between picking up the tools that people use to make art and mindlessly splotching on something than there is between picking up those tools used for art and using them to intentionally create a piece of art. Like in my mind, and I know it's not the same for everybody, but when I think of when I try to conceptualize, because I'm not a visual artist in any sense of the word,
Sure.
when I try to conceptualize this process, I think, I mean, you have to to some extent in your mind's eye know what it is you're intending to create, right? Even if you don't have the talent, perhaps.
No, I don't
to
think that's
convey.
I don't think that's
Okay.
the way that I talk about intentionality. Like when I'm talking about intentionality, I mean the intent to create, the intent to make something, whether or not you
Okay.
know exactly what you're doing. Because I think a lot of art is a process of discovery. In fact, I think that that's like many artists have described that way, and I certainly think that's the way certain aspects of art is for me. That in the process of making something, you set out with the goal of making something, and you discover more and more what you're actually trying to make as you go through that process. So I don't think that intentionality necessarily means like I am setting out to make Twin Peaks season 3. It's
No, I don't mean it has to be that specific, but I think intentionality is a little bit more precise of a thing than we're treating it as.
Maybe, but I would argue.
I don't think.
In my view, I would argue that like the toddler drawing with a crayon is a work of art. It might be a work of art that is not valued particularly high for whatever reason, but I think it's still a work of art, and I think it towers above even the more visually appealing outputs of some AIs in the fact that it is a living being expressing its experience that it is processing through its own mind.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be cheeky with you by saying
Sure.
this, but I have a 2-year-old, and I guarantee you there's no specific intentionality when she picks up a crayon and whips it as hard as she can against the tray of her high chair and manages to leave without, she literally, she doesn't understand the crayon drawing.
I mean,
She accidentally leaves marks behind with the
disagree
crayon.
I mean, sure, accidentally is
she-
one thing,
she-
but I don't think you're right about that. I think like kids draw with crayons because they like the colors, which is a totally valid and an intentionality for creating art. Sometimes you just create art because it pleases you, and that is a thing that an AI algorithm cannot do. It is fundamentally
Again,
incapable of
just
doing
remember, my contention is not that the AI is going to purposely, intentionally create anything. The AI is the medium that a person sits down and intentionally creates through. I mean, of course, people are going to make AIs that are going to try to hijack other AIs to have them shitting out art so they can offload that server process onto something else.
Well,
And that
yeah,
doesn't,
but the whole thing
the
is
layers of separation don't change the fact that somewhere along the way a human had to be involved in this, and that's where the potential for it to be art is present.
I do think that there is a potential, but I think that the vast majority, like, I don't know. Yes, if we go into a complete world of abstraction and we say, yes, what if there's an artist who does 900,000 prompts and then weaves those together into something? I think that they have engaged in an artistic process for sure. I have no problem with that. But that's not what we're talking about. At least, I mean, that's not what I've talked about in the past. If that's all we're talking about, if we're talking about somebody like, I mean, I don't see how that's any different from somebody, that type of process, besides the like potential ethical concerns of like where this stuff is being sourced from. But even then, I don't think that's any different than somebody like, I don't know, like using like pictures, cutting together pictures of a bunch of different comic books to tell a totally different story, or somebody doing fan fiction or something like that.
But again,
that's
that's the thing though, is because again, you're assuming, and reasonably so, but you're making the assumption that the vast majority of what the AI actually generates is going to be stuff that it uses its ability to search the internet to fill in the gaps for. And of course, there's a huge potential for that.
Know
and
that. We know that's true in the current state.
There are absolutely going to be entire films, entire art galleries that are all made of just total bullshit that somebody put, 17 seconds worth of effort into.
Well, that's not exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that, first of all, we know already that most existing AIs are explicitly trained on massive databases of stolen and unlicensed art from people who actually are pouring their life experience, the contents of their mind, into something, and then that's being sort of like grossly scraped for data which can then be assigned to certain signifiers to satisfy a customer, basically. So that is already happening. But what I'm trying to talk about here is that, like, I think that somebody who is conglomerating, like, the products of an AI into a bespoke artistic venture that they are creating with those pieces is making art in the same way that somebody who, like, makes a new comic book by snipping like pieces, like imagine that you have somebody who wants to make their own comic book. They don't know how to draw or whatever. They only have a bunch of leftover comic books that they got in like, I don't know. We'll imagine that they were gifted 100,000 comic books. They don't know how to draw. They don't have any drawing materials, but they want to tell a story. So they start snipping the head off of one character and gluing it onto the body of another character, and they make their own comic book, using pieces of somebody else's art, but to tell something completely unique. That is also art, I would agree. I would agree in the same way that's art. But when we're talking about like somebody making a prompt, like somebody sits down, types in a prompt into the AI, you could maybe argue that the prompt is art in the same form of like it's a small piece of prose that expresses what somebody desires. And I've accepted that in the past as well on my previous arguments. I've said that I think maybe you could argue the prompt is a small, perhaps a limited piece of art, but is a thing. But the art that's produced, it's the same thing as like if you just sort of had like a slave and you said, you make me a sculpture now of me, and then that person who is yelling at somebody else and ordering them, and they have no choice, they must make that sculpture. That person is not an artist, and they are not producing art. Perhaps you could, in certain circumstances, in the case of like having somebody ordering a slave to do it, there's a human being that's using their talents and skills to do that. In the case of a AI, that's not really the case. But that is the final product would be the art in the case of a human, of a person ordering a slave to do it. And in the case of the computer, it is not even close to that, but it would be, and you would have to credit the AI as the artist. But the problem is that brings up the question of the AI doesn't have a personality. It doesn't. It's explicitly limited from being that. Where we are at right now is not that. We don't have AIs that have a personality.
That's the reason why I refer to the AI as a tool and not a medium and not an artist. The AI is the thing you're talking to talk to the machine, and that's I realize we kind of wandered away from it a little bit. But the reason I brought up the thing with my programming teacher is because the whole point of that demonstration is computers are dumb machines. We think of them as very, very smart because they're very fast, but it's simple input output. The computer is not going to do anything that you have not told it to do. I mean, of course, there are exceptions to that. Technology has grown bigger. Computers can automatically handle some of their own functions and stuff now. But the bottom line is, the computer is never going to come up with some radical new way of doing something apropos of nothing because it wants to. The computer doesn't want to do anything. It can sell you the illusion that it does.
Right.
The computer
it can be programmed
is waiting for
to
input.
use words that indicate want,
Yeah,
but there is no want behind
the
that.
computer is waiting for you to put input into it, and then it gives you back what it thinks that you want.
Right, and that is why I don't think that most AI art that we encounter as it currently exists is art in any way. It is.
I agree. I'd say for the most part, I'd be comfortable with you saying that at this point in time, more than 99% of AI generated material is not actually art in the way that we think of art. But I do think the potential is there, and that's why I wanted to kind of jump on. You keep using the idea of slicing up comic books, and I think that still comes back to the idea that the idea that all the AI is doing is scraping a database for information. But that's why I started by saying you as the user can override the computer's inclination to do that by being more specific, by being more literal in the way that you define things, but also by painting imagery yourself within your words. If the computer can't figure out what you
on the
want,
AI, right? That depends on the algorithm.
But again,
right?
and
some of them are like a lot of these are trained in such a way.
Yeah, but
they don't originally like. Okay, if I commission an artist, which I've done many times, I've commissioned many artists, and I tend to be particularly hands-on, But if I commission an artist and I say, I want. I'm looking for something that looks, I'm looking for this type of mood to be expressed. That person, they can either not understand what I'm saying and ask further, or they go, okay, I understand that mood. That is a mood that I have felt, that I know, that I have also can call upon to express. The computer can't do that in the same way because it.
Well, I mean, hold on, because the person, I mean, it's not exactly the same, and I'm not trying to say that they are one-to-one the exact same, but that person that you commission could, in theory, lie to you and say they understand, and then instead of using their own interpretation, go on Google to look up a bunch of things related to what you said you want, so that they get an idea of what they're supposed to make.
Even then, there's going to be like multiple levels more of an internal emotional and interpretive process and a communicative process that's going on that isn't present for the AI art. The AI, I mean, I don't know for sure if there are like, I don't know to what extent a lot of these AIs like how they are trained to understand certain terms. But I know that the current ones are fairly limited on certain things. You know what I mean? Like generating a color.
Yeah, and to be clear,
probably possible.
in case I haven't said, I'm not talking about necessarily any AIs that we currently have, or at least currently have access to. Like this is like I am describing, and I'll admit it, sort of an idealized version of the AI. Like just assume, for the sake of this art, like, remove the corporate entity thing. We can't escape that, and I recognize that. I'm
I think that's a big thing to sidestep. You know what I mean? It's like the corporate element of AI art is part of what makes it so malignant. Like, is that like we're asking for a tool that, in order to produce what we are searching for, the goal is art. Art is it's like it or not, to the raging of the machine-minded in the world, art is something that humans desire. We don't, for one reason or another, we need this shit. It drives us. It makes us live, and so the goal, ostensibly, is in the ideal, is to be able to make art, but the cost. In your model, we're saying that, like, okay, maybe in a certain ideal circumstance, we could create a tool that would allow us to create art, and I'm saying, okay, that's possible. Maybe there's probably some way in which you could do it, but the path to get there requires accepting all of this other stuff that would destroy nearly everything else that you need in order to make art in the first place. That you would need to even gain inspiration to be able to use that tool. If we imagine AI as a tool, it's a tool that comes at an incredible cost. It's a tool that comes at such a cost that I don't think that it's what it would enable would be justified. It would be like if you could replace pianos with like a new invented special type of synthesizer that may or may not be any easier to use or sound any better, but also comes at the cost of every pianist in the world starving. And it's just like, oh God.
Well, hold on. Yeah. Can you expand on that a little bit? I understand. I think the thrust of where you're going with this, that like there's a significant danger of putting all or most artists out of work in some way, shape, or form over this. Is that what you're getting at with the piano
yeah,
thing?
for sure. It's not just that it's not just that it puts artists.
Well, because I'm very literal minded or machine minded, as you put it a second ago. So you're leading me by the hand down this thing where you're like, imagine it's a piano and it's like a synth, so it looks like a piano. It may be functionally no different, but somehow it precludes anyone from ever using an actual piano again. And for a second, my brain just kind of disconnected for a second.
Not that it would prevent them from ever using a real piano again. It's just that like it's another tool, because the way you describe AI as a tool is like you're sort of you compared it before to like a paintbrush. Well, it's a paintbrush that in order to create it, in order for it to get to the point where it can be used as a paintbrush, we would need to do perhaps irreparable damage to the rest of the world of painting. So like to add to, so in the specificity of AI, and I know this is kind of like, this is why I said it's like kind of a big deal I have a hard time just like sidestepping that and only thinking about ideals, or else I find it fairly low value to just go, maybe there's some circumstance, because
well,
AI,
yeah, I mean the ideal thing is to establish that's just to establish the hard black and white elements of what we're talking about. I think we've both already agreed that AI generated content can be art.
Sure.
Now we're arguing about what makes it art, what makes it not art.
Yeah, I think it could.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. So yes, there are certain types that I believe could be. Like I said, the sort of the I want to say bricolage, but I don't know if that's the right word. The collage type example is, I do believe that would be art. I don't have any problem with that. So to get to that point, to get to the point where an artist could use AI to generate all kinds of images that are then recontextualized and used to tell a story, we have to have all of these AI tools. And all of these AI tools have an immense cost. They have an immense environmental cost, and they have an immense economic cost, and they also have an immense cultural cost. And that's where my position of being so strongly anti-AI, quote-unquote AI art, comes from, which is that we're talking about the invention of a novelty tool that may or may not actually lead to the production of any interesting art. And it's a tool that would cost artists and the art world and future artists a lot. And to explain a little further on that specific point, think of it like this. Okay, so in a craft, so for someone to become a filmmaker, they have to study a whole lot of film. They have to engage with other filmmakers. They are going to be watching other people's films, participating in making other people's films. They're going to be going back and forth. Like, the real process of making a great film is pretty complicated. There's a lot of cooperation. There's a lot of engagement with pre-existing stuff. You're going to be learning from mentors. There are pools of experience that you can tap into and learn from. These things get destroyed when you introduce a product that allows corporations to sell bullshit, even if it only lasts, even if these corporations just for a few years massively downsize the film industry to produce AI generated stuff. You're talking about the decimation of flows, of ways that people learn, of ways that people come to be able to speak through their art. And so, sure, you might introduce a new tool, but you may have destroyed the ability for us to get the type of art that we want to see in the world. You're talking about cultural destruction for a bad trade-off, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I if you're saying that it's a bad trade-off,
I think it's a horrible
I'd be
trade-off.
pretty much willing to grant you that idea on some level. But once upon a time, painting was done on cave walls. When's the last time you saw somebody do a cave painting?
People do cave paintings all the time.
Mediums do like. I'm sorry, say that again.
I said people do that type of stuff. People do the same thing all the time. People do the equivalent act
go and do
of cave
literal
painting.
cave. Okay.
Like,
well,
yeah,
I haven't.
I don't know.
I couldn't tell you the last time I saw somebody.
I mean, nobody does the
paint some shit
style
on-
of like I don't know what's the cave paintings in France, those famous. But because that culture literally is dead. They died like 100,000 years ago. Sure, but we have those preserved, obviously. But people do the same thing all the time.
Yeah.
If you clamber your way into an underpass and you spray a little stick figure on the wall, you've done the equivalent of a cave painting. I don't think there's any previous development in art that has any comparison, even computer generated sounds or anything like that, even comes close to what we're talking about with AI art in destructive potential, especially given
destructive potential, yes, but I think the destructive potential of AI has less to do with the tool itself and more to do with the mostly linear evolution of different kinds of artwork. I mean, there's all sorts of different visual artwork, especially from before computers were commonplace,
sure,
that incorporate more than just video, and in some cases even use audio in some way, shape, or form. There are pieces of visual art that you touch as well, because texture is a part of the art.
No doubt.
So there's so I just put my foot in my own mouth because I said a second ago that it's linear, and now I'm explaining that it's a big fucking puddle spread out on the ground.
Right.
But the point is, a lot of these have come and gone. There are entire mediums of art that were around just a few decades ago that have, for the most part, died out.
Sure, but that doesn't.
It doesn't mean that a person can't pick like the thing you said about the piano. Like you said, it doesn't exclude a person from still going and playing a piano if they want to. It's just that it's going to become pretty uncommon. But isn't that already the case? How often do people really sit? I mean, I know that people do it. I'm a musician. I've spent a lot of time around musicians, but comparatively, how often does a person really sit down at a grand piano versus a synth these days?
I mean, all the time.
Or,
pretty frequently. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously there's a huge financial, there is and always has been a financial wall between that, and that's terrible. But I don't think that they're even comparable to what's happening with AI, with quote unquote AI art. I don't think that's at all what we're talking about.
I'm trying to attack this from different angles, but I don't buy the premise that making other art forms obsolete in some people's eyes is the same thing as destroying them and making them go away.
I don't believe it's making them obsolete. That's the thing. That wasn't my argument, and that hasn't been my argument.
Okay.
I don't think AI art will make anything obsolete. I don't think it has the capability.
Okay, well, I
shouldn't.
Then I shouldn't use the word obsolete.
What it has the capability to do is to be a weapon that is leveraged. And I think this is quite literally why they're being designed. And you can see tons of people talking about it all the time. AI art supporters, gung-ho AI art people love to talk about how this will make, it's like a cost-saving measure and all these types of things. People don't like the product. The reason why people play with synths and all kinds of stuff is tons of people love playing with a synth. There's a joy in it, and it's a beautiful thing. People don't like AI art. It sucks. We all laugh at it. Everybody fucking hates it.
Hold on. Are you saying that people don't like using the AI, or people just don't like art generated?
I don't think it's really either.
Those are not the same thing.
The vast majority of people get really bored really fast, but that doesn't really matter. What I'm trying to say is that I don't believe that AI art is like an obsolescence machine. What I think it is I think that it is basically a cynical a environmentally damaging, severely environmentally damaging, cynical cash grab that can be used to quote unquote disrupt industries that will kill things that people do like, and people won't have much of a choice in it. It's not like I'm not talking about like an art form that that fell out of popularity because for whatever reason or another life moves on and people didn't find that interesting anymore. I'm talking about something where you don't get a choice in the matter. You if Disney decides to adopt, I mean they've already used AI art in a bunch of stuff. If they decide to adopt that and fire all of their artists, there is now a massive void that has been created against everyone's will that could put these people out of practice, could put them out of work, could put them out of the ability to teach or do anything. Sure, there will always be people carrying on, but culture will suffer as a result of that. Not because culture isn't naturally moving on to AI art. It's not like AI art came out and is better than the other thing. It's just that it's easier to sell, and the corporations, that powers that be, these gigantic mega companies can choose to push whatever the hell they want on us. It's like streaming garbage. Like there's a certain natural inclination towards people going, hey, it's cool to be able to stream videos at home. Do you think that anybody asked for 900,000 separate streaming apps? No, nobody had a choice in that. You got to deal with it because that's what corporations did to make money.
I'm struggling between what I was going to say up until that point and the thought that just sprang on me at the last second when you turned the conversation in that direction. So, yeah, like AI is a tool that can be used to put artists and storytellers and musicians out of work, and that's terrible. But that other than the rate at which it happens, which is alarming, but other than the speed at which it can accomplish that, is it really that much different in practice than the way a giant mega company like Disney releases the same film 3 or 4 or 5 times over and over and over again? I don't think it's
drastically worse.
No, I don't think it's functionally different, and here's why.
It's drastically worse.
Like in a perfect world, they would be drastically different. But here's the thing, and if you go and watch one of these fucking Disney remakes,
I've seen a million Disney remakes. The worst Disney remake is 100 times better than literally anything I've ever seen produced by AI. Not even close.
Well, that's about subjective quality. But I'm saying like those. When I watch one of those Disney remakes, I don't see the stamp of an artist making new decisions on what to bring to the table of these old films. I see this old film filtered through the lens of what the kids are into today, and then shit out in that form. And I don't think that's art. I mean, yes, in a very literal way, it's art to some people in some ways, but I think
this is just a situation of like you don't know how bad it can get. Like if I urge you to look closer. Like we all like to dunk on movies that suck, but a movie like The Lion King and the Lion King remake or whatever, as horrifically flawed and corporatized as the process is, there are still literally hundreds of thousands of people each infusing their own unique touch into that, and some of the stuff that's in there is still incredible, is still an amazing feat in and of itself. And yes, it is bad that it's used by a corporation, but a corporation being able to downsize and fire all 100,000 of those people and then replace it with 5 guys typing prompts into a giant environment destroying machine, those 100,000 people then no longer have any path to art creation. Yeah, that's bad. That's like a bad transition. That's like a horrible direction for things to go. Like it's a bad state to begin in. Yeah.
I'm sorry to derail this, and I'm totally willing to come back to it, but there's something I've kind of glossed over. You keep mentioning environment destroying, and at first I kind of took that to mean metaphorically, like the landscape of art, but you're talking literally the environment.
Yeah, I'm talking literally the environment.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to clarify that. I don't disagree with you on that. I was taking your meaning wrong the last couple times you used that phrase, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't continue to misread you when you said environment destroying. I thought you were saying that like metaphorically, as in the artistic landscape.
I mean, I think both apply, but no, AI... quite literally, yes. The current form.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree. I mean, this is. Yeah. I mean, to say this is imperfect technology is to vastly undersell it. I mean, these things are powerhouses.
It's
and
like I said,
it's
it's
bad.
choosing to like burn down a forest for basically nothing. I don't think we're getting anything good out of it. I think it's a giant bubble that's being sold to us by a bunch of tech charlatans. I treat it with hostility because I believe it deserves hostility. And it's not that I don't think that there is any potential use of AI art that could be artistic. I just don't think that there's any that's compelling. And the
I
costs
really
are too
think
great.
you need to turn your. I really think you should be turning your ire on the people making decisions on how AI is used, not the AI itself. I think
Well,
is maybe that's kind of the bottom line of what I'm trying to get to here. Like, the AI isn't going to decide to fire everyone at Disney and replace them with 5 copies of
I mean,
itself.
that's where
person's
like
gonna make
almost
that
all of
decision.
my arguments are directed in that exact direction. I just
Yeah,
also
but again,
don't,
like you
I don't
keep
know, I don't-
you came back to saying I treat AI with hostility because it deserves hostility, and I'm saying I don't think the AI deserves hostility at all. I think your
okay,
real
I
problem
should
is
say
with
I
the
treat
people,
quote-unquote
the people in
AI.
charge and the
Yeah.
way it's used.
I mean, I don't know. I think that's kind of like that's kind of a nitpick, and it doesn't really, like, when I say AI, I'm talking about this current
Well, like-
form. I don't think that the term AI even applies to what we have now. I think that in and of itself is like, unfortunately,
I think
grit
you're
my
actually
teeth when I
correct
say
about
it.
that. I think generative language model is an accurate description of what we have. I think artificial intelligence, because when I think artificial intelligence, and I'm not trying to be a dork, but I think Cortana.
Yeah, of course.
You know,
Like
Cortana has infinitely more
person-
abilities than one
a
of these
person that has
AI
been
does. It's
generated by a
essentially,
machine.
it's essentially a human brain mapped into a computer, and other than the fact that she can do things at 100 million times the speed of a person, she is, for all intents and purposes, a person, and that is not what we have right now with AI. And that I'd totally agree with you. I think generative language model is a more accurate description of what we actually currently have. And to that, again, like what we kind of started this conversation with, I don't think the art lies in the language model's ability to shit out something visually for you. The art lies in the person making the prompt. And you can say that even at its best, you think that it's still just collaging together things like newspapers.
I mean,
but I don't think that necessarily tracks. I think
it is.
just because we haven't seen it yet, that doesn't mean that we're not going to reach, like.
Well, I don't say that. I don't say that like I don't
it.
say that to like insult it. I think like there are incredible works of art that are like collage-based works of art that are like using other things. Like that's a real thing that can be pretty amazing. I mean, like, hell, like people even make like fucking anime music videos that are just chopped up footage of an anime that they like put with different music. And those are
anime
amazing.
was a mistake. Anime is an art form that never should have come into being.
Oh, I couldn't disagree with you more.
I disagree with that too. I'm just being fallacious, but I just, because I said it because you brought up the collage description again and again, and it feels to me like you think that right now that is all it's capable of, and I'm telling you, I really think that the problem is that's what we're seeing right now because people still aren't good enough at talking to this thing. This is a new art of language. This is the art of speaking to a computer in a specific way to get what you want. And it's going to continue to shit out derivative shit until people really crack the code on what the precise way to mix, poetry and passion with, mechanical definitions of things. You're gonna have to, the people who are really able to make impressive shit with this are gonna have to be able to balance painting imagery in their words, but also being able to get down to the cold calculating, like, and then this person's arm will move at a 35, will transition to a 35-degree angle, and they will do this,
but like
with their hands, and
again,
it's
when we get to that point, it's like, why not just make a fucking movie then? Why not
because
just
not
go
and
do something
well
else?
that's where we do get to cost, because not everybody has the means to just create stuff like that.
It's not just a matter of cost though. It's just like you're now talking about a level of, so first of all, there's a couple of things here. First of all, every single product that's that claims to be an AI is going to have its own future, and there might not be a way in which you can artistically woo the computer to do what you want it to do, because you don't really have full control over that and who knows? These products also might just be defunct in a year. It's not
Well,
like
I think
I mean,
that's-
yeah,
I
there's
think-
there's definitely something that like, yeah, there's definitely going to be a technique that somebody could use to make the art, to make the AI generate an image in a certain way, and I think there could be some level of artistry in that. But I don't know. I guess that's like, to me, that I'm not super compelled by that. Maybe some people are, and that's fine. I definitely don't think that like I don't think that like. I don't know. I guess I don't have a problem with somebody who's like, oh, it'd be cool to figure out how to do that. But to me, it just seems like in order to find that compelling, you have to ignore the maliciousness of those who are creating and who own these products. You have to ignore the potential, the fact that these products are like being trained with no consent being involved at all whatsoever. Automatically off of potentially stolen art. You have to then also consider the environmental damage. I can't remember if I said that or not. You have to consider.
We talked about that a little.
I mean,
bit.
Yeah, in the past, but I mean, like in this particular, I'm saying these are all the things you have to weigh to get to the point of going. Yeah, maybe it's compelling if somebody knows how to robot whisper.
Okay. Well,
to make
like
it produce an image. And I haven't seen anybody do that. Yeah, maybe someday there's going to be like a group of people who can AI whisper really well, and they'll make like it'll look like it's a movie or something. And to me, I just go, well, make a movie then. Like
but that's why I said, like, when I said it, yeah, cost for many people is one of the biggest barriers. But all,
doesn't that bring up a question as
I
to
don't
why
have,
like
I don't
why
have 20
artistic
people that
pursuits
I
cost
couldn't.
so much? Like,
I'm sorry, say that again.
Doesn't it kind of make you question when you come to that thing and you go, well, why is it that I can spend forever typing into this program and not spend any money? And doesn't it make you ask any questions? Like, because to me that makes me go, oh,
no, not really. Because okay, let me drop. Okay, well, this is getting into politics, so I'm just gonna give you my fucking flash take, and then we don't have to go down that road. But
I'd love to. I talk about politics most of the time.
I want a fucking post-capital society. It's not gonna happen in my lifetime or the next lifetime, but I think that is the trajectory of a healthy human species. The people
selling you fucking AI art definitely don't agree with your view of the future.
Yeah,
and they're going to use that tool to prevent
I don't care what the.
I think it's worth paying attention to. I don't think you can just hand wave that. I think you have to go, hold on a second. The reason why it's cheaper to produce some fucking AI thing right now is because, first of all, the cost is offset onto a mixture of the environment. The Earth generally is paying the price, and also, this is only made possible because of massive tech exploitation all across the world. So those are your two general ones.
Well,
but on top of that, it's because you are the product right now. Right now,
if you'll allow me to wander down the path a little further, because I think I can clarify this a little bit. I mean, you may still disagree, but I think, how do I phrase this? Because I'm trying to not approach this from where the argument usually comes from, where people are just trying to convince you how what I just described, a post-capital world, just can't work for XYZ reasons. I'm trying not to come at it from there. I'm trying to come at it from this conversation. The reason that the reason that these language models are now being created, and the reason they're being sold aggressively the way they are to us, is because we live in that capital society. But I don't think for a second that if Thanos snapped his fingers tomorrow and we had a communist utopia, I still think people would be working on creating generative language models and AI. They just wouldn't be doing it because it wouldn't be the same people who are doing it now, because those people are doing it for profit. It would be the people who are actually just passionate about this, who are working on these things.
I totally agree with you. I think
even if you take away the money incentive to work on cars, people still work on cars because they like cars. If you take away the moneyed incentive to make art, there will still be people who make art because they want to.
I think there'll be
and
more
so
people.
I know I'm idealistic about this, but I'm coming at this from the position of like, yes, the AIs, quote unquote, we have now are corporate schlock products meant to exploit us, and that's horrible. But that is not the absolute limit of this technology.
Yeah,
Not even close.
I don't think that it is the absolute limit, but I think that it's very hard to have a conversation about AI art in the current world without acknowledging what the current
Oh, I
context
acknowledge
is.
it's a
Like,
nightmare.
I don't disagree
and
with you.
I don't disagree. Are you familiar with the?
Hold on a second. I don't disagree with you that in a a post-capitalist future that there would be people who would have. I mean, like there's people who like have a lot of like love and have a lot of fun. Like this is not even a fair analysis because I think, but whatever. But who love making stuff with like Miku and these Vocaloids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And of course they do. But I don't. But that's the thing. That I don't think that in that post, capitalist world or anything like that. First of all, I feel like products like AI and it like as it is without huge technological advancements would they help prevent a world like that from happening by being massively destructive to the environment. But secondly, if that could be solved, the environmental aspect, I think they could just exist as like a novelty or a tool that could be used to make other things. That's why I don't agree I don't think that AI is is going to make anything obsolete. I don't think AI is going to make art obsolete. I think it's going to be shoved down our throats because corporations have a vision. The reason these products are there is because it's being pushed by tech disruptor types who are like, guys, imagine you could make all the coolest art that you could ever imagine. Just close your eyes and you could have a cool painting and you don't got to pay anybody for it. You don't have to learn how to draw. You don't got to do any of that. They're selling a fantasy. And that fantasy.
We used to call that We used to call that closing your eyes and imagining something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just that now, in a
magic,
rudimentary way, at least, you can shit that internal image in your brain onto a digital canvas to some extent. And like I said, that like we talked about earlier, it's not going to be the guy who types a one-sentence prompt who gets the exact image in his brain that he was picturing. It's going to be somebody who really attacks this thing for an extended period of time, really learns how to use it and how to communicate with it. And
that
person, and so
like there are probably some people who are going to there are probably some people out there who are like they want to do it that way and that is their vision and that's great for them and I support them in that, and I would say that if that's what you're doing, you're probably making some form, you're making art. I think that fits totally fine. However, I think that what is lacking in this conversation, if you just leave it at that and you just sort of you have to ignore all of everything else, which is that that Apple commercial that everybody got mad about is like the perfect example of what I'm talking about. Because we're gunning towards a world where the art that you will be allowed to be made will be the Matrix style thing. Yeah, sure, you can make art if you plug 900 hours helping our language learning model improve itself for only $5.99 a month. You can make this when people would otherwise, if in a better world, in a world that's even slightly better, they might actually go and take that exact same amount of time and just go make a movie. And like people would do that. Like I think there's a very small amount of people who are like, I must make my art by spending 900 hours refining prompts from a machine. Those same people, person with that creative urge, there's going to be a ton of people with creative urge who would like to go do that with a film, but or an instrument, but we can't because we have a whole bunch of other things. And in the world of art, AI is threatening to make art even harder to access. By destroying art jobs, by destroying art industries, these flows that exist in spite of jobs. Like art expertise exists like as like a super what's the right word? A super strata over existing art industries. There's this old saying in film that like people talk about with like auteur directors. That's like one for them, one for me. You do a movie for the studios so that you have enough money to do something on your own. If that's gone, you don't get to do one for you either. And sure, it's bad that you can basically, the current state, but even without destroying capitalism, we can acknowledge that there are existing flows of expertise, that there are artists who are making great works and teaching other people and involving them in those. And those get destroyed if you can boil the film industry down to 500 guys typing in prompts for 400,000 hours instead of 900,000 different workers all honing their craft in an imperfect work environment. You see what I mean? It's like bad. And people and humans have to eat. They die quickly if they don't eat. Their skills get rusty. So it doesn't take long.
Do you have any proof of that?
Of what?
Do you have any proof that humans die if they don't eat?
Yeah, I don't.
I'm just.
It's just a gut feeling. I'm following my intuition as an artist.
Gut feeling.
Yeah.
Like hunger.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
I was really just trying to make a joke. I didn't mean to totally derail you like that.
No,
I guess I thought I was gonna bounce off of you.
It's all good. The thing is just that I think that AI, the reason why I am so hostile to the AI, you can call it the movement, whatever, I just shorthand it as AI, is because I believe that that's its basically obvious intention. The obvious intention is for a bunch of tech disruptors to do Uber, but to creative industries. And creative industries are sensitive. There will always be people digging away at it. There's insane people out there like myself who will talk into a camera if there's one person watching. I'll talk into a camera or whatever if there's nobody watching. I've been writing for years, doing art for years with nobody doing anything, and it's been really hard and really difficult sometimes when you don't have money to support it and you have to go do other work that you don't want to do. Those people exist, but that's not everyone. A lot of people, and all of those people are diminished by not being able to focus on the things that they love. All of those artists who are slaving away in a sub shop, spending a few hours on the weekend making something in a world with healthy art industries that aren't being fucking disrupted by corporations all the time, could be spending all their time working on art that they're passionate about and then teaching other people and creating new artists and making more art for us to enjoy. And in an AI art world, it's like nobody's going to be doing that. There might be 900 employed prompt artists at Disney, and that's it. Everyone else is out of work. You're all going to be slaving it away at a sub shop, and that's it. Sure, there will be people still making art, but it's going to be harder to find. It's going to be harder to keep it up. Yeah. It's just
the problem with that is when we reach that point, and it's not even that I necessarily disagree, but we won't be slaving away in a sub shop either because automation will have taken that.
Yeah,
that
you'll
job
just
away.
be dead, or you'll be in the Matrix.
So,
and to me, I think we should fight against that. We should fight against that type of world.
See, I think I understand you're saying like all of the ones that we have now are corporate products. That's bad. You're offloading your process onto the environment. That's bad. I don't think we have a disagreement there, but I still think the technology itself is not what is deserving necessarily of the criticism. It's the environment that creates this hostile condition in which this technology that's been theorized for decades is finally starting to show some signs that it's coming around. It's not the fault of the program that it's a corporate fucking nightmare machine.
But I don't care.
Yeah, some of these are
program is an
gonna have
object.
to go.
I don't care. Like I don't give a shit about the feelings of a program. Yeah,
Well,
you're right.
That's why
It's
I
the
started
same way.
to go down.
This would be like what the argument you're making right now. Which it sounds to me like basically you agree with the vast majority of my points. The argument that you're making right now is basically like when somebody says, "God fucking damn it, I hate cars." And like somebody who's like, you live in America and you have to be surrounded by cars and all the negative impacts of car culture in America, and you go, fuck these fucking cars. We should be fighting against everybody owning a car. And then you kind of respond by going, well, the cars didn't do anything wrong. And it's like, yeah, it's true. And there's actually some really cool cars out there. But car culture involves kind of like telling everybody that they have to buy a car and that everybody's got to appreciate cars, and it means that there's animals getting splattered and humans getting splattered and everybody getting polluted and their cities looking like shit. Like,
well, it's
hard to disentangle the technology from the way the technology is used. And sure, as a thought experiment, that's totally fine to be like, yeah, I think there's an ideal world. Like, I mean, I can even do that with cars right now, and I have a lot of problems with car culture. There are all kinds of applications for cars I can think, but that's not the world we live in, And I don't find that much value in just sort of, I don't know, imagining that an AI could be used in one way when we're sitting here watching as corporations are making moves to do exactly what I am prophesying. You know what I mean? When I'm saying, hey, the industries that we all care the most about, that shit that makes you live every day, when you get home and you go, oh, thank God, I can put on some music, or I can watch a movie or play a video game, that shit that gives you a reason to live, that stuff that makes you feel stuff, that shit is in extreme danger right now on more than one front, but specifically on this AI front. I feel like it's not much of a consolation to anybody to be like, well, the AI technically could be used in some way. Well, it's like, yeah, well, we're a long way away from that being able to be happening. And right now, the tool is trying to be shoved down our throats as a disruption to industries that we actually care about.
Well, then let me ask you this. So you're saying, granting that, you're saying that we should be fighting against this technology as a whole, basically, at this moment, right? Is that
I mean, like I would say that we should basically, yes, we should be fighting against this technology essentially as a whole. I don't think that there's anything wrong in like thinking about it, but as they exist, I think that people should find every way to disrupt them. I love the companies.
That's what I was about to ask you. So in what way do you disrupt it?
Oh well, I mean, an example,
just
a perfect
by
example.
Not using it.
I mean, I think abstaining from use, like refusing to contribute to these things, does help, but I think it only does so much.
That's like the most base thing you can do to fight against it, but you're still gonna and by your own admission, I mean, no matter how far you run, this shit's gonna catch up with you at this point.
Like Danny has brought up. Like Danny has brought up in chat. The other thing I was gonna say is like stuff like Nightshade, tools that actively disrupt AI. Nightshade is there's a couple of these now that exist. They are data scramblers. Basically, it's humans can't perceive it. It's put into digital art files when you post them to the internet. You can use this tool called Nightshade is one of them. I can't remember what the other one's called. And they put a invisible layer over of data over any image that you post or that you save, and these are included in certain not Photoshop, but there's a couple of tools that include these now. You put it over it, and if it gets sucked into an AI, it creates a whole bunch of junk data that warps it. That's excellent. I think everybody should be doing that.
So encryption, essentially.
Not just encryption. I think that people should find, if there was a way to create like data bombs that could be vacuumed up by these AI models, and it would just completely damage, like spread through and damage their data sets, that would be amazing. I don't know that we know how to do that, but I think that would be really cool if that was something that could be invented.
I guess if you could demonstrate that you could do that in a way that's only really going to affect the AI itself when it tries to suck this thing up and use it, then I'd agree. But if your data bomb involves removing entire encyclopedias worth of information from the internet so that the computer can't try to use it, that's different.
I don't see any reason why that would have to be done.
Well, I don't either, but I'm saying like I when I just try to peer into the future and see like how do we accomplish what you just said, I don't know that you can necessarily do one without the other.
Oh,
now, I'm wrong about that.
I don't know. I'm not a technical expert. I am on the art side of things. I'm saying, hey, those of you out there who know how to disrupt these things, we should do it. We should be fighting these. We should be fighting these things on all fronts. We should be fighting them on legal fronts. We should be fighting them on cultural fronts. My job as a person who goes on the internet and dresses up in funny clothes and tries to make compelling arguments, which I feel like I do a pretty good job at. My job is I'm fighting on the cultural front. When people see AI in its current form right now, I want them to feel anger, justified anger and disgust. I want them to resist these things, to see. More importantly, I want them to understand why, when they look at AI, it doesn't provoke the same feeling that it does when you sit down and you look at a painting like the ones that are sitting behind me. You know what I mean? I want people to be able to articulate that, because a lot of people don't have those tools. Media literacy is something that some people will call it, is the ability to understand what you're looking at and to find what you're looking for in art. I want to be able to equip people to do that. That's why I spend a lot of time talking about art and talking about this subject.
When we started to go down the political road earlier, I mean, I just, not that it's necessarily the topic here, but I also think in our crazy post-capitalist world, I think media literacy would actually increase because people would have time on their hands. You know, you wouldn't have an hour or so a night of free time to sit and watch fucking Grey's Anatomy.
Well, you're talking about a
you'd have-
post-capitalist world? Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. I'm not a
Yeah.
capitalist. I'm
Yeah, I mean,
explicitly not a
that's
capitalist.
why I'm saying,
I'm
like, we
I'm
don't-
like a vocal anti-capitalist. Yeah.
We don't have to that yeah, I was just saying like that's another little thing where like I think we disagree because of the current climate of AI on certain things, but I think
Sure.
we probably would end up in the same common ground in a different, more ideal scenario where this technology is not so obviously tainted by corporations.
Yeah, well,
And
I mean,
that's
I think
where,
we
you know,
would. I
you're-
think
you're
this
saying-
conversation has demonstrated that in a purely abstracted and different context, like a different tool that does similar things would be okay, but that's not the world we live in. And when I have
Okay,
these
well, I mean,
conversations,
I'd be willing
I'm
to
most
grant you
interested
that,
in.
but yeah, if we're walking away from the abstraction and we're just talking about the corporate nightmare that is products and product placement and people being products, I mean, yeah, like that bleeds all over everything and makes everything terrible.
Well-
and I don't think we're gonna disagree about that either.
Yeah, I don't think we should minimize that as just like, you know, as a lesser conversation or even as anything else. Like the tools as they exist right now are deeply, deeply, deeply flawed. So like in a purely world of thought experiment, yes, there is probably art that could be created of value with tools that resemble in some way or are built off of something that resembles what we see today. But that's not what we have, and that's not the world that we live in at all. So I just think that like we have to grapple with that, and I think that's a very important conversation to have, especially for me. That's where my motivation comes from, is that I love art. My life would be horrible without I don't think I could live without art. It's like
I don't think
from the
anybody
time that I
can
was
really
young-
live without art. Yeah, I mean, even people who think reflexively, yeah, I could live without art. They probably just aren't aware of how many different things around them are art in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think
so,
that
yeah, I mean,
humans,
yeah,
I think
I-
humans need creativity as a psychological need. And
But there is one more little thing, and I'm just
All right.
wondering. So,
sure.
you know, you said right now when an AI generates one of these images, it does not trigger the same thought or emotional response in us that a human-made piece of art does. And I agree with you. It triggers the uncanny valley feeling because
most
it
part, yeah.
looks generated. But that's not going to be the case forever. So what do you do?
I don't know
What do
that
you
that's
do
true.
once one of these things is able to actually generate photorealism in a way that, I mean, they already can generate photorealism, some of them, but they still break around the edges in some places. There's still some of the telltale signs, but those won't be there forever. So
I don't think that
you-
I don't
you
know
were
that I accept that
suggesting-
because there's an aspect. So AI art may be able to emulate certain aspects of the experience of enjoying art as it currently exists. You know, like I'm not just talking about Uncanny Valley. Let me give you an example of this. So recently, I finished watching a show that was incredibly creatively impactful towards me, incredibly inspiring. That's Twin Peaks: The Return. Twin Peaks: The Return is a really weird show, okay? And a huge amount of the joy did come from just watching the show. Just sitting there and enjoying and taking in the visuals. But almost immediately after that come the questions. What was meant by this? What,
Okay.
and that is so you might be able to create art that provokes that first step emotion. You might be able to go, wow. Like, for example, I imagine that it would be possible in a couple of years' time for an AI to create a scene that appears visually similar to the episode 8 of Twin Peaks: The Return, a famous episode, an incredible, breathtaking visual experience. That it might be able to create the visual experience, but it can never replicate the second order and third order and all the other things that come after that. Let alone once you get into the point of where my deepest enjoyment of the show comes from, which is learning about all of the people who made that show, what they were feeling. I've watched hours of interviews about the actors and their experiences on these episodes that were so meaningful to me, and that creates there's so many layers to that literally do not exist with AI art. And they're inaccessible, first of all, even if you could, but in a lot of cases they don't exist. And AI art will never be able to do that.
Well, I don't think that's true, because again, remember, we're not talking about true full-blown AI. You know, we say it shorthand, but again,
Yes.
Unless you disagree, I think generative language model is more accurate.
Generative language model.
And
yes.
so
You're trapped in
I think there will come a point when, you know, even though you can say it's really just ones and zeros happening in the background, and that's true, but there will come a point when this generative language model is capable of studying, of taking a second look and deciding, okay, well, besides why do I think that this would be important to a human? That doesn't mean that it's going to come up with the right answer. I'd be surprised if it comes up with the right answer very often at all, but it's not. I think you're wrong when you say it's like totally removed from possibility that one or more of these things is going to start to be capable of taking a deeper look at things.
Well,
and remember, like you said, lots of people are
I don't think
media
that affects
illiterate.
my answer at all.
I think it does.
I don't think it does
because you also mentioned
if
that
I'm
a lot
watching
of people
a piece
are media
created by
illiterate.
AI, if I am creating a piece that's created by AI, and I mean, barring deception, like you don't know anything about it, then I know, okay, I'm gonna go, okay, so this AI studied its databases really well. I have the answer to all of it. I know there is no meaning. It doesn't have meaning. It can't have meaning because it wasn't created with meaning. You could say maybe somebody created an interesting prompt for that, but then you'd have to be able to find the user, and then you'd be asking that, and you're starting to get into the point where it's like, is this a situation where we've gone back to the example of somebody taking 900 hours and creating a collage of 900 different prompts? As it exists currently, no matter how realistic and effective the images created by a prompt can be, we know the meaning of this art is it was asked to do this, and that's the end of the question.
But again, you're assuming. I still don't accept the premise that the model is the artist. I still think the person making the prompt is the artist. And I feel like you're wandering back in the direction of calling the AI itself an artist.
Well, the AI is the one who created the thing, but the AI is it's a machine. That's the problem. That's why it's so uncompelling to me. That's why this art is so uncompelling.
Maybe I didn't use precise enough language.
Hold on a second.
What I'm saying is there will come a point. Okay.
Like a Cortana, that would be interesting. I believe you could have the exact same experience with a piece of art that you would with David Lynch's Twin Peaks: The Return, with a Cortana level thing expressing its emotions. But we know that that's not the case with AI art with AI as a tool. And then you could go, okay, you can indeed say, well, what was the prompt that was used to create this AI generated art? And you know what? Maybe that's interesting to some people. I don't find it super interesting, and I find it flattened out. And
maybe I sort of laid this out backwards to you, because I think you're coming from a different angle. What I'm saying is, I don't mean, of course you'll be able to use an AI to reverse engineer what another AI has created. That wouldn't be surprising to me at all. I'm saying these things will become sophisticated enough that the person making the prompt can not only type in this, huge pages and pages and pages long description of the scenes that it wants, the scenes that person wants, but they can also say, I want this to leave the impression of blank. I want that, here are the questions that I'm thinking about as I'm making this, and these are the things that I want to make sure that we really stamp into this. And I'm not trying to necessarily remove all human intentionality from this. I'm just saying, you started by saying that there's no way the AI is ever going to pull. You're saying there's no way the AI is ever going to pull the wool.
I mean, that in and of itself, that you saying I want this to create the impression of blank, it produces in me that produces in me a feeling of deep disgust. Have you ever seen that clip of
I agree.
of Miyazaki?
I'm not saying this
you
is
know,
good.
saying that like I firmly believe that this is like an insult to humanity itself. That's how I feel.
No,
when people say
I
that.
don't think so.
When you get
we
it,
already
when you
established.
if you have AI to the point that you can tell it, I want you to make people feel this way. That is like, first of all, that it's never gonna work. Because emotions are way too complicated to be flattened out into here, hurry it up. You can't make, even the most skilled artist cannot guarantee that someone's going to have that emotional response to their art.
No,
let
but
alone
that's
a
not what I'm
machine
talking
being able to
about.
try and codify it. But what you're ultimately saying here is that the process of art is being boiled down to, well, I'm consuming a piece of AI art, sure. It might dazzle me with its visuals, and I can acknowledge and I'll accept that certainly someday AI art will probably advance to the point that it looks more impressive, than it does right now.
Mm-hmm.
However, that does not mean that you will ever be able to fully engage in a satisfying or compelling, like, second order artistic engagement, the parts that I care so much about in art and that I think
that's what
people do.
I'm not saying that if you pick this thing apart layer by layer that it's gonna have you fooled the entire time, but I take an issue with your premise that this thing's just never gonna fool anyone. And
well, I feel like if it has to fool people, that's a problem, right?
Well,
That,
of
like,
course that's the problem.
Then,
But
then,
I'm
then
just
you're
talking
then
about.
you're going to create another thing, which is that it can only exist in deception, in raw deception. That somebody has to lie about the source of it, which that just seems a very grim outlook on the world. To me, I take joy in knowing that another living, breathing being like me went through thoughts and put things together to reach a certain point, and that they created this thing. Right?
Are you a Star Wars fan at all?
I mean,
Even a little
I don't know
bit?
if I call myself a fan, but sure, a little bit. There's
Okay,
a lot of
well,
Star Wars
so-
stuff I do like. I have a lot of critiques for it.
The reason,
I have a
well, I'm
mixed
asking just
relationship.
because you were talking about art that's impactful to you. One of my favorite things, and I'm just gonna out myself as a complete fucking dork, is that I really love the commentary track that you can play over the original 3 Star Wars movies, where
Yeah,
George
of
Lucas
course.
and
That shit's
Ben
awesome.
Burtt, the sound designer, and Irvin Kershner, the director of Empire Strikes Back, where they talk over the film and they tell you scene by scene how these scenes were built, what they were thinking about, what they wanted, what they had in mind, what went wrong and what went right, and the ways that things that went wrong were turned into things that went right. I love all of that shit.
Right.
I don't. So if, like, you're saying, like, that kind of thing is not going to be replicated by an AI, I agree. This is a much different process.
But that's the
But
thing.
what we
though.
were
even that's the thing. The only thing that you like, so that process of getting to that point of even enjoying that is aborted when you know that it was made by an AI. You know that this machine had no intentionality in it. It was following a prompt. And perhaps you might be interested in what prompt was using, but I think that that's a fundamentally less interesting question than what moved somebody to make this. That happens with art that is not AI generated, that is not language model generated. Now, when even if you were to follow beyond that, so it's an abortive process. Even if you can obscure the fact that it was made by AI, like say you find a storage device, a hard drive in the future that has a piece of art on it that has no credits, nothing, and you watch it and you're like, wow, that was pretty shocking. You could indeed ask the question, I wonder what was meant by any of this, and you will probably never find the answer. But the answer, we all know in this hypothetical that the answer is nothing was meant by it. It was built by an AI. Now, you can get to the point of asking the question, but that's where it stops. And that's where it always definitively stops with AI. It can't go further.
Okay, so here's I think we're miscommunicating slightly. I really don't think I think we're talking ever so slightly past each other.
Maybe.
Excuse me. And I agree that what I'm describing is a bad thing. AI trying to pull the wool over people's eyes and fool it into thinking it's a deeper tool than it is. I'm
I
not
think
saying
it's
it's a good
sad
thing.
and dark, but yeah.
I'm just disagreeing with your premise that it's never going to be capable of fooling people to a slightly larger extent than just what you see at first blush. I think there will come a time when people, again, remember, a lot of people are media illiterate. They don't think as hard as you and I probably do about pieces of art. And there will be lots of people who are wholeheartedly taken in, not just by what they see at first blush, but they'll think, I wonder what that meant. And they'll project their own reasonably satisfying answer onto that question and then move on with their lives. So if you're telling me that that's bad, I agree with you, that's bad. But I wasn't arguing about whether or not it's bad. I'm just saying I disagree when you say that it's never going to be able to fool people. It's never going to be able to take people on a slightly deeper journey than just what you see at face value, because people will project whatever they want it to mean.
I see what you're saying, but I think that what you're saying is that yes, it is possible that, say, like the AI could create an art that's compelling enough that prompts a question and then also generate a false reality that would answer that question. And I agree. It is potentially imaginable. I simply do not believe that society will continue to function as if we progress to that level of reality construction. I think that would represent it would represent a dissolution of reality that would preclude us from being able to maintain the types of tools like AI outside of like a Matrix type situation, because now we're talking about basically the Matrix. What you're saying is that you believe that AI will someday get so good that it not only will be able to create a story that appears to have meaning, but also will fabricate a story to give it meaning, make up who made this and say, I'm not actually an AI, this was directed by a director.
No. Again, I'm not talking about credits. I am talking specifically about like the philosophical wonderings of the audience as they file out of the theater and they think, what did that scene mean?
What I said before is that it stops at the question. Because sure, people can think about it all they want, but if they know it's an AI, then they go, well, it was a machine. It was just, it generated that. And if they don't know, then they are being, then yes, they could ask questions and they could impose all kinds of things, but that's where it stops. It stops being a communicative act and instead becomes a entirely solipsistic engagement in fantasy. Both of those outcomes I consider are bad, and because of that nature of AI, you cannot replicate the actual experience of art, which is being able to take an art, interpret it, ask questions about it, and connect. Even if you're wrong about your interpretation of art or whatever, even if you're totally off, there is actually something real and tangible and truthful in the world that exists there that doesn't involve insulating yourself in a purely solipsistic I'm imagining now a circumstance by which this art is meaningful. And I think that
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't disagree that like it's imaginable that art could be able to become convincing enough that it prompts people to behave that way. But to me, that is, like I said, sickening. The idea that we should value only the appearance and only the simulation of art in for what end? It's like I don't know. It's we figured out how to cure hunger only. We figured out how to cure hunger only to recreate the experience of being hungry again, because it was, our lives are meaningless without hunger. Like, it's just create art then. Fuck this AI shit. Why would you ever like even stand quiet for a world that's basically proposing that, yeah, let's get this technology to the point where it tricks you into a false reality. Just fucking make art. That's what makes art special, is that we connect with each other through it. Like, I don't know. Well, that's just...
Then we arrive back at the problem where if you say that to use AI as a tool at all is just all bad all the time and you should never do it, then that's where that was my answer to when you asked, like, why don't you just make a film then? I mean, take away money. There's still things that could preclude somebody from just going and making a film.
Yeah,
I mean,
there are.
like,
That's true.
yeah, we have cameras. Yeah, we have microphones. Yeah, this technology is more accessible. It still costs money, but it's more accessible than it used to be, and I think that's a good thing. I think accessibility is a good thing, and that's why I talk about AI in the abstract a lot. I know that we live in a corporate hellscape, and everything that we have that's called AI at the moment is basically, a conglomerate of nightmares.
If you care about accessibility, there are like AI is probably the absolute worst front to do battle on because like
No,
keep in
I
mind
don't think
that
that's true.
it is absolutely
Again,
the worst.
yeah,
It's
if
like it's
we're-
the
if
most
we're limit-
upside down because like there's entire populations of the planet that are unable to read, which like you might want to fix that problem before like
Well, I'd
before
love to
trying
fix
to
that
trying to
problem. Let's
like
get to
trying
work
to
on that
like
one.
I don't know instead of like trying to like I don't know problem space out a world in which AI that is currently threatening to destroy all creative pursuits is okay actually. Like I don't know, it just to me it just seems like
No,
this is where I get with a
that's-
lot of AI conversations and it's just like at the end of the day it's just like nah, the AI fucking sucks. Like at the end of the day it's just kind of like sure, you can imagine a world where it's great, but right now it fucking blows and there's a million other problems and most of the proposed potential goods are like obscured, buried under mountains of bad that come from it. You know?
I mean, I still don't agree. I still think it's worth having a conversation about the abstract. I don't think you
Well,
should
sure, we
entirely
just had
close
it,
the
so
idea.
it's obviously
I know,
some-
I'm
serves
saying,
some
I don't
value,
think
but-
you should entirely, I just don't think you should entirely close the door on this idea of a technology. If your contention is that right now what we have is bad, you will find no serious disagreement from me. I still think people have even used AI as it is currently to make some pretty cool stuff, but I wouldn't really be all that sad
I
if
saw that
all
mouse
of the
in a
AI
jacket.
art that I've seen up to this point just went away. I mean, sorry, what did you say?
No, I said I saw that mouse in a jacket, that meme, the mouse in the
Mouse in
jacket.
a jacket.
Yeah, anybody know what I'm talking about? Some people know the mouse in the jacket, right? Anyway,
Well,
this has been a
I
great
have a feeling
combo.
that we've. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think we're gonna find much more to do except run in circles. And I was
Yeah.
gonna ask you. I mean, I would love to continue talking if you wanted to venture to another topic. I was just gonna go to the bathroom, or we can call it
nah,
here.
I gotta
I've
wrap
had
it
a
up.
good
I got
time.
other topics I gotta hit, but this was a good
All right, that's
conversation, and I
cool.
appreciate
No,
you
this
being
was-
willing
this
to
was-
actually call in and debate it. It was a good
Yeah.
faith conversation. We definitely
Yeah,
had
well,
some
I think
contentions, but I
I
feel like
really
it was
think
good.
I think we probably agree on more specific items than we disagree on. I just think we approach the entire topic from two different spaces, and I think eventually you boil it down to a rock and a hard place. I don't think either of us is going to be completely convinced here. But I don't think we disagree as much as I walked into this conversation thinking we would. I thought when I
Yeah.
said AI has the potential to make art, I thought you were just going to shoot me down on the spot and we were going to
No, I think there
go to
are
blows
there
about
are,
it.
I think they're thin. I think they're thin avenues, but I don't think that they're totally closed. Yeah. So
Okay.
anyway, thanks for calling in. It was a good call. I appreciate you being in good faith. I appreciate a hearty bout in the arena of ideas. We don't get to have those very often anymore. These days, a lot of debates just are not fun or are deranged. So it was nice to have
Yeah,
one that was
well,
grounded. And thanks for
Hey,
calling
if
in.
you
and-
if you ever want to have me to talk about something else, please do, and have a
Oh.
wonderful night. Your show's awesome. I'll
Oh, thank
continue
you.
to tune in.
Appreciate that. Have a great night. Thanks for calling in.
All right, good night.
Bye. Hey, I thought that was a pretty engaging conversation. Damn. I thought that was a pretty interesting conversation. Maybe we went a little too long. I see we lost some viewers, but also it's getting a little bit later in the night. Ukrainian with the $5 says, "Hey there, DM. Sorry about accidentally upsetting you earlier. And yes, I wholeheartedly support the protest. Also, human-made art is superior, and support your favorite artists when you can, friends. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was a little heated. I probably shouldn't have gotten as mad at you. The Biden issue just makes me really mad because the stakes are really high. A lot of people have died as a result like very direct of Biden's actions, and I just cannot abide the just vote in November approach. It's so insensitive. It's like spitting in the face of anybody who has a soul. Yeah, so I'm not really super mad at you. You didn't super upset me. I was just a little heated in that section. So thanks. And I appreciate the support. I really do. Oh, was this an AI art debate? Yeah, it was. Wait, serious? Were you not? Were you not listening? I'll check my donos in a bit. I cannot abide in it. Yeah, true, exactly. Oh, you just got back. Yeah, you missed an AI conversation. I think this was a particularly good one. I guess I've talked about the subject enough that I've identified errors in my own communication style, and I've refined my own arguments, and I feel pretty proud of that. Yeah. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and thank you all for being here. We have more to do. We are almost at the 5-hour mark, and I'm really impressed with how this stream has been going. You all been having fun. I feel like these are the best omens ever. Like, we started with an incredible high energy opener. We jumped through a bunch of fun topics. We dunked on some absolute morons on the internet with the Assassin's Creed rant. We talked about Biden, and then we had a debate that went well. I feel like the blessings are radiating out of the new set. Are they not? Oh, no problem, Nasty. I assure you, like, I am, when it comes to art is my, like, number one, like, it's maybe my number 2 motivation in life behind the critters. Like, art is why I live. From the time, like, I can't think of a single time, moment in my life where art was not my number 1 motivation, like, on a personal level, that wasn't, like, the people that I care about in my life. I think those people always come first, because without it, the art doesn't mean anything. But like, even from childhood, that's been my thing. So you know, we got the phalanx going here. I'm gonna fight right by your side. Did you see X-Men 97 yet? Oh, hold on. I should send this out before I answer any questions. Thanks for watching this debate. If you had fun with this debate, we do debates on this channel when people are actually willing to debate. We don't, people aren't as willing to debate as they used to be, but when they happen, they've been a lot of fun. And I gotta say, I think that I got done dirty in the debate ratings award of last year. Me and a friend were looking back through the debate history of 2023, and I had some banger, out of this world debates, and where was my recognition for having such entertaining and wild debates in 2023? Huh? Will I be able to do it again in 2024? I don't know. The debate world is not the same that it used to be, but we do them. So if that's your jam, make sure that you hit subscribe down below, because I'm constantly putting out cool stuff and you want to see it. Thank you, Nasty. Demonmama, you are criminally underappreciated. It's true. It should be a crime to not appreciate my stream. Wait, there were debate awards? No, I just meant the popular recognition. Let me ask you this. Those of you out there, a lot of you watch lots of streams. Who else did cool debates last year, okay? Really, who else did any? Last year I had the hater mom debate. I had the Minecraft kid debate. I had the debate / confrontation with Soul Bunny. I had the first AI debate with Paul happened in last year, right? Who else did them? Who else had as cool debates? The hater's mom. Yeah, my number 1 hater's mom. You gotta go watch it. It's literally called I debated my biggest hater's mom. The fat phobia debate. President Sunday had some interesting debates. President Sunday is only debates on drama right now. You can't only have a diet of drama. It's true though. President Sunday has had some funny debates, and he had a couple of decent ones last year, I will say. I don't want to be a hater on President Sunday. You gotta change up your topics a little bit. Hearing Demonmama talk about debates is like listening to a list of medieval wars. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. The Battle of Lackadilly Hill. Ah, yes. The confrontation at the River Gurms. Ah, oh, the Sheep's Foot War. Mm-hmm. The Clash of the Darkened Heretics. Mm-hmm, indeed. True, Sirius. Sirius, when are you gonna be the one? You gotta be the one. You gotta debate President Sunday on why he needs to have more different types of debates. Oh, I had this smoothie, but I am like hungry as hell right now. I've got the hunger. You know how like you can have a smoothie? Okay, to be fair, all I've had today is a smoothie and a little bit of yogurt, and I've been going all day since this morning. I woke up at like 9 and I immediately started stream prep, and then I did not stop until it was time to stream. Oh my God, there was the Lav debate. I forgot about the Lav debate. I had the debate with Lav. That was so funny. That was where the Argumentum ad SpongeBobum came from, which is one of Lav's. The Lav debate wasn't on my channel though. That was a call-in. I called into somebody else's stream. Rookie mistake, genuinely. It's a foolish mistake to not publish a debate on your own channel. I called into debate with Lav about it was about a trans issue, I think it was. I don't remember. Yeah, that was fun. I think it was on President Sunday's channel. So, who knows? All right. Oh yeah, I mentioned that one, Sirius. We had our AI debates last year, and they were good. They were fun. I love talking with you, Sirius. You're always fun to talk to. I kind of want to eat a cheeseburger. Okay, but see, eating food in this outfit is like is actively terrifying. It's genuinely terrifying. Okay, I want to do something fun. What do I want to do? What's fun? What do we have here that's fun? Those are not fun. I'm looking at my topics list and I'm like, those are actively not funny. Not fun. Damn, we hit so many of these. What's fun? That's not fun either. None of these are fun. 'Cause you're my cheeseburger, my lovely cheeseburger. I'll wait for you, I'll wait for you. Oh, you are my cheeseburger. Oh, I should talk about Animal Well. I didn't talk about that. I didn't talk about Animal Well. Mother Meerset with the $5 says, thank you so much, Mother Meerset. Mother Meerset says, howdy DM in chat. I got some hopefully good news. I might be getting a doctor's visit soon to figure out HRT stuff, so yay! That's amazing! Thank you so much, Mother Meerset, and congratulations. That's so exciting. I hope it goes wonderfully. I need a demon-y bib so I don't get food on my clothes. Yeah, true. It's like genuinely scary. We need a VeggieTales stream. I know, I wish I could, but they're all copyrighted and they get copyright claimed. But I could sing them all myself someday. That might be fun. Like learn them all on piano and guitar. That could be fun. A chumu, a chumumu, a chumumu, a mumumu, a mumumu, a mumumu, a moo. Hippo chewing on bamboo. Tries to warn the other two. Mutabu is grunting and what's he saying? Grunting and what's he say? Oh, I forgot it. Anyway. Why does that make me cough? My throat is sore. I need water. Barbara, manatee, 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 you are the one for me, one for me. Does Animal Well live up to the hype? An incredible question. A genuinely incredible question from an incredible viewer. I've wanted to talk about Animal Well because it is currently my standing game of the year, which is a big praise. Now, I am aware that Elden Ring is going to have a DLC next month, so it is possible that Animal Well gets knocked out of that position. And also, Hades 2 is going to be hitting 1.0 at some point this year, so that too might knock Animal Well out of the competition. But we're already 5 months into the year, and Animal Well really rocketed to that Game of the Year spot for me. And I want to tell you why and why you should go play it. Animal Well is a project made by an incredibly small team, mostly one guy. And it was published by a brand new publisher called Big Mode, I believe. And it is amazing. The best way that I can describe it is that it is the first Animal Well type video game. No, I'm just kidding. The best way that I can describe it is that it is a highly vibey puzzle platforming map exploration game. That's the best way that I can describe it, I think. It is incredibly fun to play. The music, the visuals, the sound design are impeccable. The sound design is so pleasing that everyone in my house was miming the sound effects, or mimicking is the better word. Miming is for motion, but mimicking the sound effects as I was playing the game. There are so many just wonderful little sound effects for everything in the game has its own little wonderful sound. And I love it. The game has a very similar traversal to a game like Hollow Knight or, Metroidvanias is the genre that it pulls from as for how you traverse the map. However, Animal Well is not a game that's oriented around combat like most Metroidvanias. In fact, there's basically no combat in the game at all. It's not purely a platformer like something like Celeste. Instead, it is a gigantic, sprawling puzzle and exploration game. The world is full, like loaded with secrets. And these secrets are, they range from sort of charming but simple to genuinely devious. And I found it amazingly engaging. You play as a tiny little blob in a strange and confusing underground world. The art style is like all this glowing neon bit art. It is incredible. Looks amazing to play. And the puzzles are really engaging. It is one of those games where I felt so engaged with it that I kept a notebook. I actually have multiple games that I've done this for. Most games that I play, I do not keep a notebook for. But for certain games, I do. The last game that I extensively used a notebook for was Tunic. And I think that this game is most comparable with its puzzles to Tunic. Its item system is straight out of like a Zelda-style game. So what you end up with Animal Well is this blend of genres that is extremely masterfully blended. And I cannot recommend it enough. I have put somewhere around 30 hours into Animal Well, and I have almost gotten 100% of things in the game. Not quite there, but I've almost hit 100%. There's a couple of really hard challenges awaiting me that I have yet to overcome, but I've figured out most everything. And I only had to get a few hints here and there. Most of the game I was able to figure out through persistence, observation, and a little old brain grease. You know, just putting the brain to work. Taking notes will really help you. It's one of those games where it feels great to write down notes. My notes look like a bloodborne villain scrawling. I've got all these ciphers circled and arrows going over here and arrows going over here and locations written down. Also, you can draw on the map, which is one of my favorite features in a game. I love games that let you draw on the map or customize your map in any way. In this game, you literally get a pencil and you can draw stuff on the map. I've drawn pictures on my map. I've drawn like arrows showing routes on my map. It's amazing, okay? And I really recommend it. It's not a particularly expensive game. I think it's like 20 bucks. Very good price. And I just can't recommend it enough. It is not a super story deep game. The story is incredibly minimal. There is a story in it, but the story is very minimal. There's not a whole lot of words. In fact, there's barely any like words used at all to describe the game. You learn things visually and through demonstration, which is another thing that if you've ever played Tunic, is shared between these two games. Tunic is a game where when you join the game, the manual for the game is written in a language you can't understand. It's a unique language for that game, and you have to piece things together through context clues, through images, through hints and whatever, and solve a whole bunch of puzzles. And Animal Well is very similar. There's not a whole lot of like, you know, it doesn't tell you go here and go there. You have to watch and observe, and I love that type of thing. I like a game that can hook me in and make me want to just dig into its secrets, and dig you will. It's incredible. I have had so much fun with Animal Well. It sparked childlike joy in me, and also gave me a good mental workout. Not to mention, it has a flute, and you can play the flute, and you can do full scales with the flute, and you can write music in the game with the flute. And I love games that let you play music in the games. It's amazing. It's incredible. I don't want to spoil anything about it, other than what I've said so far, really. The items in the game are incredibly charming. They are not what you would expect. I was surprised to walk into a game and have a map that was like, you know, that reminded me of a Metroid game, and basically not have any tools that even resemble any other tool that you would ever have in any other game. They're all these cute and funny tools. Go play it. Go play Animal Well, and you're gonna find yourself engaged. It is not so hard that you know, it's not like, you know, Celeste is one of those games where like the difficulty level of Celeste is pretty damn hard for anybody who's not like good at platformers. It's not quite that hard. There are a couple of optional challenges in the game that reach towards that difficulty, but I would say that like the hardest puzzle in Animal Well is probably like a medium puzzle in a game like Celeste, if you're familiar with those games. So you know, the hardest thing that you're going to encounter is not going to be that bad, and it's mostly the optional stuff. The core game can be beaten by anybody, and you'll have a good time, and you'll find yourself intellectually and mechanically engaged. There's not much else that I can say about Animal Well without spoiling stuff, without starting to give away hints that I don't want to give away. But I strongly, strongly recommend Animal Well. Like I said, it is my Game of the Year contender right now. It's my #1 spot for Game of the Year. And that's pretty high praise for me, because I'm very picky about games, as many of my viewers will know. I'm not impressed easily. But this game impressed me and made me very, very happy. Do a spoiler discussion? Nah, I'm not doing a spoiler discussion right now. Way too many people haven't played it, and this game deserves to not be spoiled. And even if I did a spoiler conversation, there's not that much for me to say. It's to be experienced. It really is. Yeah. So go play Animal Well. And if you thought this was a fun little teaser conversation review for Animal Well, hit subscribe down below. Maybe throw a donation my way. It means the world to me. Thanks. Oh yeah, a lot of people compare it to Rain World. I should have said that in the review, that Rain World is one that a lot of people compare it to. I have only played the beginning of Rain World. So I've played it, but I haven't beaten it. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, does not the studio still look good even though there's no more natural light coming in? Did anybody even notice? The sun went down, but my lighting is set such that there's only a minimal variance between when the sun is up and shining in that window and now. Isn't that incredible? It still looks great. I do like that the color is a little bit richer during the day, but it's so minimal that, yeah. Which was your favorite critter in the game? Mine was the chinchilla. The chinchillas are really adorable, and they make extremely cute noises. I think my favorite is probably the cats. And that's because the cats made my partner really sad. There's a part, this is not a major spoiler. There's a part in the game where a cat is making sad noises, and the sound design was making my partner sad, and so I made it my mission to figure out how to make the cat stop being sad. So I think the cat might be my favorite for that reason. That, like, the fact that my partner was, like, activated by the sad cat just as a viewer. Me and Doe worked together on one of the big puzzles. Like, we had to sit down at both of us on the sofa with notes, and we were working together to solve one of the big puzzles. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Session, thank you so much. Isn't it incredible? I feel so good about the studio. Yes, I did notice that. The animations are great too. I should have said that, but anyway, I wanted to do just a brief recommendation, a strong recommendation of Animal Well. I am really looking forward to getting to play games with you all. Next stream probably. I do not have the energy to do games tonight, but we will next stream. Next stream we have to do drama bullshit, and then we have to do games. So that'll be fun. All right. We should do Pathologic Playthrough Win. Sometime in the future. I have ideas cooking for a pathologic playthrough. A pathologic playthrough can't be a normal experience. It has to be a magical experience, and therefore that means I have to cook up some really good ideas, and I've been cooking, but it's a slow cook. Okay, it's a slow cook. Where can we find it? Steam. Yeah, Steam is where it is right now. See you later, Rad Yaz. Thanks for watching. Seriously, thanks for watching. Let me check something real quick. All right. All right, everybody. I have one more segment I want to do. At least. I have at least one segment that I want to do. And this one's a pretty serious but interesting one. All right? You all ready? Well, you better take a breather, okay? Because I got to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to play the bathroom song, and you guys are going to observe the beauty of the set when I'm not on it. So here we go, bathroom song time, then a big segment afterwards, big politics segment afterwards. That's right, we're gonna talk about politics, but first, bathroom song. BRB, enjoy the beautiful.
Hey, that Demonmama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demonmama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. It's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stand a most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Since Demonmama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bobbing while she's taking the break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. Need a little break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. your phone. The stream's still running. Song's over. Stop. Somebody.
Like and subscribe.
It didn't loop. I don't have it set on loop. Also, hey, watch this. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Don't be an asshole. I've been an asshole to you. Is that a purple Agumon in the background? It's actually Acrid from Risk of Rain 2, one of my favorite games. Hey, Cherry, good to see you. Horizon with the tier 1 sub says, glad to have you back, Demonmama. Have you checked out Trench Crusade? Setting manufactured culture war shit aside, the art and lore just look fantastic. I've been following the artist who's working on Trench Crusade for a really long time, and so as a result, I knew about a bunch of Trench Crusade stuff without knowing it was actually a game. The artist, let me just make sure I'm getting the name right. Mike Francina. I've been following Mike Francina for like years on social media, so I really like their art. Cherry says, Demonmama, you're my favorite streamer. Welcome back, homie. Thank you so much. Doesn't it look incredible? I mean, you got a little preview, but look at this clip. Let's take a look at this clip. All right, we got a Demonmama clip. Uh-oh. That's not the are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is wrong with you? I was just telling Doe what to do from the throne. It's a chair that's 10 times. This is the cuck chair, you fuckers. I'm cucking myself out for you bitches all the time. This is the fucking cuck chair. What are you talking about? That's my chair that I read cool shit in and that other things happen in. This is the cuck chair. This is where you sit and have to go like this and go, dance around for other people's fucking entertainment. Fuck you. True me! True former me! That's actually a fire clip. That clip, by the way, we should make that into a little short. We should make that into a little short. I'm gonna send that one to Danny. So we can have that as a short, because that would be a sick-ass short, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Okay, I want to talk about, we got to do one big serious topic, okay? Are we ready? Are we ready to do a big serious topic? We ready? Because I am. We're going to do a big serious topic. Don't worry. Honestly, it's kind of inspiring, but it has some darkness in it. My lovely, lovely imps. Today on this wonderful return stream, I wanted to take a little bit of time to talk about something, the vast majority of which transpired while I was away, but that is very, very important. So some of this is going to, be a little bit of stuff that you've already heard about, but I feel like it's important to talk about in a broader context. And of course, I am referring to the pro-Palestinian protest movement that has swept all across college campuses and beyond, all over the United States. This is a truly historic moment when it comes to student protests in America. And I genuinely believe that these student protests are going to go down in the history books. The amount of activity and energy and courage and bravery and tactics and organization that we've seen on display from students all over the United States is genuinely breathtaking. And I believe this is for those of you out there who are listening right now who fancy yourself as serious lefties. You gotta pay attention to what these students are up to, okay? Because they are quite literally on the front lines of developing struggle against oppression in the United States. We have seen, I feel like going point by point wouldn't do this justice. Let me talk about some of the stuff that we have seen. We have seen the mass formation of encampments of students in major campuses all over the United States. It is actually incredible just how many campuses formed physical encampments full of tents where students were spending day and night striking from their classes, making a loud presence, making themselves heard, taking a stand, and also making explicit and organized demands for divestment from a genocidal regime. It's incredibly amazing that students have been able to be the ones pulling this off. It goes to show that that you do not have to have all of the experience in the world in order to come together and build smart strategies that can be effective. Now, a lot has happened. A number of these protests agreed to disband after coming to an agreement with campus authorities. Many of those did not have their demands met. Others are still going to this day. Others were dismantled by force. And I wanted to talk about the amount of force that we have seen rained down upon these students, and also what these students have done to push back against it. During this entire explosion of protests, we have seen students training together in order to be able to peacefully but firmly resist even police violence. We have seen students organizing themselves, self-organization, into doing drills which have been proliferated through student organizations and protest movements, some of which were most famously highlighted during the Hong Kong student protests. Some of you will remember some of the documents that were being circulated on between students, that some of them made them, into social media, where you could see, here's the pamphlets that are being handed out that students are saying, here's how we're going to work together to resist arrests. Here's how we're going to work together to make sure that we don't get pushed out of our place physically. Actually incredible. Genuinely incredible to witness this. And I must reiterate over and over again that these have been abundantly peaceful protests. The absolute worst that we have seen in any of these is some vandalism, which is extremely common on college campuses to begin with. I don't know if you guys know this, but it's kind of like vandalism and college campuses they're like that. Kids get drunk and do stupid shit. And that's about the worst that we've seen in a mass organized protest movement, a protest against one of the most heinous crimes imaginable by one of the most vicious governments in the world, and the worst that we've seen has been vandalism. That's incredible. That takes an incredible amount of restraint. It takes an incredible amount of motivation. These students have put their hearts, souls, and bodies on the line, and it's really, really impressive. Holic says, I was at the UCSD one. Seeing a ton of counter-protesters and riot police was crazy. The audacity of the admin telling us that the campus police was for our protection. Yes, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about in going into this subject. The response to these overwhelmingly, incredibly peaceful protests has been a deluge of propaganda, misinformation, and violence. We have seen campus police the NYPD, state, even state guards being called in order to mete out violence and arrests onto these students. Students were arrested en masse, only to be released without charges because there was nothing for them to be charged for. But when you're inconvenient to the powers that be, it turns out that they can kind of just throw you into a cell if they really want to, make your life hell, even if they can't hold on to you for very long. We even saw the response to this go as high as the presidency, with Joe Biden giving a speech in which he denounced violent protests that do not exist. They simply do not exist. He denounced violence among these protests as if it was a real existing problem. But these protests didn't engage in violence. People were not beaten and attacked. People were not killed. These were peaceful protests. Sure, there were incidents of property damage. Who knows if it was accidental or not? But that is not violence. That is not violence. And yet, from the pulpit of the presidency, he denounced violence among these movements with people who are his voters. He was denouncing. He didn't even make the effort to recognize that framing protesters as if there's some kind of outside agitating danger is the right wing's playbook being used against him. But that kind of speaks to the state of affairs when it comes to Joe Biden right now. Joe Biden is, of course, largely implicated as the war in Gaza, the genocide against the Palestinian people being meted out by the Israeli government, has that policy, that heinous and murderous policy, has been carried out under Biden's watch. He was the president who has overseen this. It built up and it happened under his watch with his approval. He is the one who's been signing off on endless funds going to Israel. He's done very little to push back. He's offered a few finger shakes in the direction of Netanyahu, but he has continued to stonewall journalists, to ignore the pleas of his own party, and he has faced severe repercussions for it, which is now endangering the entire country because his inability to talk to his own voter base on this issue is leading to deactivation of voters in his own party, which makes the chances of Donald Trump coming into power even more. That's terrible. Additionally, we have witnessed some really, really gross and dark incidents. I want to show you one such example that I feel deserves highlighting. This happened a couple of weeks ago during the protests. Oh, darn, my link broke. Oh, right. Because they changed to, hold on a second. Here we go. They changed it to X. There we go. All right, I want to show you this, okay, real quick. This is something that I wanted to highlight. This is the type of shit that the police were getting up to, okay? This was at UCLA, all right? Back on May 2nd, UCLA, all right? Police unmask low-life UCLA protester for the whole world to see. And I want you to observe this behavior here and what this sort of speaks to for the state of affairs in our country, okay? So here we have media cameras set up. The police are walking over. They are positioning the person they are arresting. Now keep in mind, this person has not had a trial or anything like that. They're just getting arrested, okay? Positioning them towards the cameras, taking off their mask, taking everything off, squaring them up directly in front of Fox News cameras. I want you to look at the grace with which this protester handled this incident. And I want to point out the fact of exactly what the cops are doing here, which is this is an attempt to bring extrajudicial punishment down on students exercising their First Amendment right. There is no reason for cops to unmask protesters in front of Fox News cameras unless they hope that highly radicalized and activated individuals among the viewership of the national news will act on it. There is no reason to do that whatsoever. This is where we are right now as a country. We have a government that at best is stonewalling and at worst is black bagging people for speaking out against it. That is where we're at in America. And when Trump and his allies, which let me remind you that police departments all across America had extremely high numbers of Trump voters, that police unions tend to support Trump's policies and tend to be heavily on board with the MAGA movement, that we live in a state of affairs where if the rule of law isn't good enough for these people, that they take it into their own hands. That they believe that it's appropriate for students, young students expressing their First Amendment rights, to be forcibly exposed to a national audience. And again, this is national news. They're being unmasked without having their day in court. They didn't go and they're not on trial. They didn't get convicted of a crime. This is not some hardened criminal. These are students expressing their First Amendment rights, and they're being exposed to the national news. Now, there's two aspects of this. The fact that the news cameras are there willing to participate is a violation of journalist ethics, because exposing someone to a national attention must be newsworthy, and it must also be ethical in and of itself. But we all know that Fox News doesn't really care about journalistic ethics. They don't really care about rule of law. What they care about is getting their way. And of course, as Fox News is extremely conservative, and as Netanyahu is the leader of the current Israeli government, is a massive Donald Trump supporter, and Donald Trump is of course a massive Netanyahu supporter, it just seems pretty interesting to me how these interests all line up. That state violence, when they can't win state violence, they'll pass it on to their deranged fans to do extrajudicial violence to people who have done nothing wrong. This wasn't the only incident, by the way, either. I wanted to show you another one, because this one was also very interesting, and you can actually see in real time, even further, just how far the cops were going to ensure that the people that they were arresting have their faces shot out to a national audience. These kids will have themselves endangered by the types of psychopaths who are obsessed with Fox News. Take a look at this. Look at them, wrenching her into the position.
Say that our cops are part of the KKK.
Here they go. There we go. And you can see them getting wrenched into position so that they're taken right in front of the cameras.
Think about the resources they're pulling away from.
It doesn't get a whole lot more obvious than that. What's going on here? We know what the cops are doing. We know what the right is trying to do in this country. And we know exactly why they're fighting so hard against students making their voices heard. Because they don't believe in democracy. They don't believe in free speech. They believe in the iron fist of the state under their control. And if they're not the ones in charge right this moment, they'll find any way to make sure that anyone who opposes them is damaged or hurt until they can take control. And that is exactly the moment that we live in America right now. Do we not remember what happened when Donald Trump lost the election? When Donald Trump lost the election fair and square and had a hissy fit and started an entire reality denial movement? Do we not remember January 6th? We know where the right is at right now. And I want to say, it's fucking amazing that these students have been willing to stand up knowing the hostile environment that we exist in, to take care of each other, to watch out for each other, to endure doxing, to endure this type of absolutely horrible, unjust exposure to a national audience. I want to shout out all the people who were brave enough to fight for this. And I also want to tell you the extent to which people feel impassioned for this particular movement. Because let's just see. Just as a quick reminder, let me see. I want to see if I can get the most recent update. According to the recent numbers from the Gaza Health Authority, at least 12,300 children, at least, and that's the known numbers, have died in the last 4 months of this war. Okay? That's just the children, okay? It is what we are talking about is one of the most heavily documented, visible, and horrifying mass killing events in recent memory. We've been able to watch this shit unfold every single day. People are activated about this. People care about this. And it's a good thing to see so many people moved to fight against this. I want to show something else. Just a testament to how the kids are doing all right, okay? And not just that, but they're bringing people to shame, okay? I want to show you this real quick, all right? Watch this clip with me, okay? Here we go. Watch this.
We've been seeing all over the news all the craziness that's happening on college campuses, especially at UCLA.
This is at UCLA, okay?
So I decided to come here for myself. Do you mind if I interview?
I'm not going to talk to media.
Excuse me, do you guys want to tell me what's going on here?
No, sorry, we're not letting any media in. You can, just so you know.
Okay, we were just standing outside, just trying to. Are we allowed to ask you guys a few questions about it? A lot of us just don't feel comfortable.
I can direct you to media liaison.
We're not gonna interview with you today. Not gonna engage.
The scary music. It's literally like.
With people that are gonna be pushing us.
Never seen anything like this in my life.
No, agitators aren't allowed.
Talk to one of our media. They won't speak to
Based!
me. No one will speak
Based!
to me.
Based!
I've spoken to them. They won't speak to me. Well, then we can try again. I've tried, and this lady specifically is telling me I'm an agitator.
Don't engage with agitators in this.
I'm just trying to understand what you're protesting. For some reason, no one from your guys' team will let you guys speak, and I don't know why you guys can't speak to me. And like, this is so intense.
I'm so sorry. The breaking down and crying when you can't agitate your normal way and you're out of ideas, so you just start like bawling like a baby because people won't indulge your crappy agitation, and you say, I'm not an agitator.
Intimidating and scary for you guys to be standing here. I literally have walked around for the past 2 hours just asking peaceful questions like, what's going on here today? Why are you guys here? And no one can speak to me. And you guys are laughing. I don't understand how this is funny. I genuinely wanted to learn from you, and I wish we could have ended in a hug. That's actually what I hoped from this. That's my dream from all of this, that we could understand each other.
Yeah, totally. Okay.
I think we need more barricade, guys.
Based. Now, look. We all know that right now in America there's a little handshake that goes on between the forces, the oppressive forces of the state, and these so-called journalists that team all over every other corner on the internet. Every YouTuber with a camera that goes out to ask a whole bunch of questions, I want to point out, first of all, and shout out the discipline that it takes to be able to get everybody to avoid engaging with these nasty people. People have had enough of the Steven Crowders. People have had enough of the Caitlyn Bennetts and the Info Wars and all these disgusting, manipulative, lying pieces of shit. They've had enough of them, but it still takes discipline to get everybody together. And, of course, I want to point out the fact that people who are politically active are getting smarter. These students are getting smarter about this stuff. Generally, they've started to realize and recognize the systems that they're grappling with that want to hurt them. And secondly, I want to point out just how weak the right wing in this country really is. That they are in such a position where they are so blatantly out of touch with reality that they have to pretend to cry to make it seem like, I don't know, like you're engaging with a scary group of peaceful people who all very politely say, I'm sorry, we don't really want to talk with you. And you have to go, I'm so scared. You're not allowed to talk to anybody. I'm scared. What's happening to you? What are they doing to you? Are you getting mind controlled? Have they extracted your vocal cords? What's happening to me? It's so goofy. But this is where they're at. This is where the right wing is at. It's desperation. If they have no other tools in their book anymore except for the raw, unfiltered violence, except for attacking encampments and hitting people with boards, a real documented act of violence that happened from counter-protesters against pro-Palestinian students. They don't have any other option except for leaning on the state's violence. Cops, cowardly fucking cops, hiding in their armor and cracking the skulls and arresting and locking up and tying zip ties on these fucking kids. That's what they've got left. Their mask has been peeled off. And I hope that we continue to peel their mask off. Yeah, these types, the pathetic fakers, the propaganda merchants of the right wing. These people, their time, their job is evaporating because people are getting smart to it, and that's good because they should be exposed for what they are. Let's not forget that this entire time, for all of these years, right-wing groups worked with people like fucking Andy Ngo, who was willing to hand out names to neo-Nazi organizations of people that he didn't like, of trans people that he didn't like, of protesters that he didn't like, of people he thought were on Antifa. And he gave those to a neo-Nazi terrorist group, a recognized neo-Nazi terrorist group. And all of these right-wingers were totally fine to keep giving that guy a platform. You see, because they like to present a clean exterior. They like to make their stupid little jokes and their little, haha, you were in the know, right? But at the end of the day, they are constantly hungry for violence. They are constantly hungry for violence that helps them impose their will on everyone else, and no one else is taking it anymore. The more that these people can be exposed for the way that they behave, for what it really is, then we can start to have the real conversations about what is at stake in this country. And what is at stake is that we have a movement in this country, a right-wing movement that wants to brutally oppress the rights of anyone who's not like them. You're not a Christian? Into the fucking cage with you. You're not a straight, a white, a man? Into the cage with you. They are prepared and willing and hungry to force every single person into a place of subjugation. Now, will they have the power to do it? I think that's up in the air. We know they don't have the popular power. The right wing is not popular enough on a pure numbers level to do this. What they have to do is they have to consolidate martial power and economic power in order to wrench everyone else into their position. And we should resist that. We should fight that every way that we can. And thank God for all of the protesters who've been out there doing exactly that, who've been out there showing up for something that matters. The non-aesthetic witch says, "You were the reason I went out and fought for the first time with a crowd. Normally, I would just do art or other stuff to make a statement, but I joined the students finally." That's incredible. Thank you so much for doing that, and I'm happy that I was able to help in any way. I have my talents that I try to use to get the word out there. I have the ability to broadcast. I have the ability to talk convincingly about these subjects. I have the ability to present things and motivate people, and I really want to do my best. And I'm so happy that I was able to help you feel motivated in some way, but I want to say thank you for doing that. Seriously. It means a lot. And I hope that other people in my audience will also step out there and fight for what's right too. This is like the 60s all over again? Oh, yes it is. This is like the 60s all over again. There are so many protests still going on in this country. There are still so many people taking a stand. And this is going to be a long struggle, okay? The absolutely horrific killings by the Israeli state are not going to stop. They have not stopped being supported explicitly by the US. The nightmare that is occurring in Gaza, all of that blood flows over the hands of the United States of America. And that is not to say that every person who lives in America needs to spend their time feeling guilty. I don't believe in that type of structure, but we should acknowledge that it's happening here, and we should recognize that every single tactic that is used abroad always finds its way home. And the brutality that we've seen directed towards students, young, peaceful students expressly engaging in their First Amendment rights, that was, the narratives were supported by Joe Biden. This shit is being directed at students, is just a taste. We have seen it happen over and over again. Since the Iraq War, we have seen the militarization of our police, the investment of Israel, the Israeli government's investment in things like Cop City, a mass militarized cop training facility that has trainees, trainers and trainees that go back and forth with the Israeli government. These are things we have to pay attention to. These are things that we must think about and that we must take a stand against. It's not okay, okay? It's not okay when it happens here. It's not okay when it happens elsewhere. The talking about Gaza has been a draining, painful, horrifying, traumatizing experience. Even just witnessing that horror from afar it damages your psyche, okay? For the people who are living through it, it is a hell beyond any of our imagining, okay? None of us can imagine. Who are listening right now, I think very few of you, maybe a handful of you somewhere out there have gone through anything even remotely similar. Most of us can't even imagine just how bad it is for these people, for these innocent people who didn't do fucking anything, okay? And even talking about all of this has been hard. However, the work that has been put into keeping this issue in the public's eye, the work and the effort that has been made to documenting what has been going on has resulted in small glimmers of hope. glimmers of hope like a protest movement that is seriously upsetting the political landscape in America all over the country. I want you to think about that. America is a massive chunk of land, okay? America is a huge country with a lot of people on it. I want you to think about how activated people have to be to have protests popping up on every corner of this quadrant of the globe, all the way. And I can't even say that it stops in America because it's extended up to Canada. It's happening in Europe as well. All over the world, people are rising up about this. That's incredible. It shows you why it's valuable to care. It shows you why it's valuable to push back, to take the time to think about these things, to open your mind to what is possible in politics beyond just showing up to vote for two guys in November. Okay? I have talked about this for a very, very, very long time. Perhaps the most talked about issue, maybe trans stuff is maybe more talked about on my channel, but I have talked for years now about how I believe it is important to evolve your politics beyond the electoral, that it is not just a vote that matters, that you can have an impact in the world that is bigger than just voting, that if you just allow yourself to be trapped by a never-ending cycle of watching the news, being terrified by the news, and then basically doing exactly what you are told by the government that is engaging in these actions, that is a losing strategy. And that you can find liberation and empowerment and hope in developing a politics that reaches beyond that framework. This is not to say that there is no value in voting, just to preempt a bunch of people who I know are going to say things. Of course there's value in voting. Of course there are times when it is important to vote. What I'm saying is that it is not enough, not even close. It is not enough, and it is not where you have the most impact. You going out and standing up and saying something about this, being willing to even just stand in a place and chant a line says so much more than whether or not you're willing to, punch a hole in a ballot. However you can contribute. Not everyone can be a protester. Not everyone can stay in an encampment. Not everyone is in that position of their life. But there are ways that people can contribute. For me, I can do stuff like this. I can show you what's going on. I can make it matter. For you, you might have something else you could do. You might have a talent that nobody else in this audience right now has. You might have a talent that could be of help. And I want you to think about that. I want this to be in all of your minds. I want you to constantly have it in your mind, that just that door being open. What could I do to bring my politics a step beyond? How do I help make a better world? How do I liberate myself and those that I care about, those that are around me? How do I participate in healing a broken world? What can I do to do that? That's what I want, okay? I really wish that I could do a better job expressing how proud I am to know that there are all kinds of lefty students out there fighting like hell to show that they are not okay with a world that stands by and allows genocide to unfold, that they are not okay kowtowing to the demands of a state that is willing to fund and enable this type of killing. I can't express just how proud I am that there are people willing to fight back against that. There are people willing to take risks. There are people willing to gamble on unlikely outcomes because it's the right thing to do. There's a lot of tough stuff in the world right now. But something that I do believe in is that I do believe, you all know me, okay? I have a liberatory lean. My approach in politics tends to be one of, how do I put this? I have a non-individualistic approach to politics that also doesn't fall into hyper-collectivism, okay? I don't believe in these rigid structures like vanguard parties and all of that. I believe that real connections between real people build a social network that can influence change, that people coming to become aware of their circumstances, of the world that they live in, and their own power. Everybody's ability to exert power is different, and we can grow each other's ability to exert power in the world by working together. I don't mean dominance. I mean, we can take care of each other. We have political power in our hands. Our bodies represent a form of political power. Our voices, our artistic talents, our vision, our dreams, our ability to program, our ability to make food. These are all forms of political power that in the correct configurations can make a better world. And I believe that a better world can be made if people are able to see themselves and organize themselves to liberate themselves. I really do believe that. Anyway, there's not a whole lot more for me to say on this subject at this particular juncture. Students are out there right now protesting. You should support them in any way that you can. Okay? Seriously, they need your help out there. They're fighting for an incredibly good cause. The more pressure that we can put on Biden right now, the better. It might be that there is no level of pressure that will force Biden to change. However, if nothing else, it will make sure that nobody forgets that everybody knew what was going on and was pushing back. It'll make people realize the monstrous structure that we have built for ourselves in this country. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thank you so much for hearing me out. And please keep your mind open to what you can do if you build yourself into a beautiful social network. And I don't mean like the internet way. I mean a real one. Together we can be so much stronger, and together we can really change the world. Thank you for watching. Make sure you're subscribed down below. Thanks. I hope that was good. I feel a little shaky. on that. I hope people enjoyed that. I hope I did justice. I had so many links, and I just felt like it would be better to talk about it like that than it would be to try and read through 900 articles. My goodness. What a day. If people don't want to be fucked up doxxed by cops, they should make posters, pamphlets, or send to your local rep in an email. That's certainly a thing. The thing is that like the actual amount of doxing that happened was very few people. There are thousands, there still are thousands of students out there, and only a handful of them got doxxed because they've been protecting one another. When people work together, less people get hurt. When people are willing to stand together, when you have solidarity, you're less likely for anyone to get hurt. The students practicing drills and de-arresting things like that is incredibly, incredibly effective. That is how they make sure that they stay safe. And it's great and it works. Yes, people have been hurt, but their goal in hurting people is to try and instill terror. And the reality is they couldn't hurt the vast majority of people. They were not able to hurt the vast majority of protesters who went out there. The vast majority of protesters who went out there were not able to be hurt. And those who were now have networks of support. They have allies who are going to help them recover from that hurt. I want to talk about another example real quick, okay? Real quick. I want to talk about another thing. Let me do another little quick segment here, okay? We need some segments because we haven't uploaded anything to the channel since I've been gone. Well, we uploaded some things, but we haven't uploaded all that much. All right. So, something that you no doubt have seen going around if you pay attention to any sort of radical politics in any way, even if you're like loosely interested in leftist politics in America right now, there has been a recurring sentiment that has been circling on social media, through the news and beyond. And that is the idea, ironically, of not talking to journalists. And I want to talk about that a little bit, because a lot of people have this impression like, oh, well, you know, journalists are always good. And, you know, journalists are on your side. They're trying to shine the truth on things. But that is most certainly not true. And unless you know exactly who you're talking to and exactly what they're all about, you put yourself in danger by volunteering information to a journalist. And that is especially true. That is especially true when it comes to issues where there is pre-existing journalistic hostility. Now, in the previous section on the live stream, if you're watching the live stream, if you're watching live, you'll have to go check out my section talking about the pro-Palestine protests all over the US. We talked about exactly that. How a whole bunch of grifting, right-wing, scuttling bug monsters crawl up out of YouTube and InfoWars and all of this nonsense to try and get gotchas on students all the time. People like Steven Crowder and Caitlin Bennett and all these people. They show up and they act like they're journalists. They have their little press badges and their cameras, and they tried to get everybody to talk, and these students wouldn't talk to them. They stonewalled. Politely, mind you. They said, sorry, we don't want to talk to you. But they all agreed, we're not going to talk to journalists. And they did that because they know that the media environment right now is a propaganda machine. It is a machine for manufacturing consent. Now, if you're not familiar with the term manufacturing consent, the term manufacturing consent refers to a process by which mass media, television, etc., is used to essentially create for you your consent. You know, so think about it like this. The government, there's a protest movement that is inconvenient for the government. The government wants to crack down. So they, you know, maybe they give out some information. Sometimes it's direct, sometimes it's indirect. Maybe it's people who are friendly to the powers that be, some government agencies that benefit a lot from the current president. And they show up and they decide, hey, why don't we make these guys out here protesting, why don't we make them look like they're dangerous and scary? Then everybody will be fine if we crack down on them. That's the process of manufacturing consent. It is creating a emotional environment, a propagandistic tool by which your consent is taken from you by basically telling you, well, of course you need us to crack down. Look at what they're going to do to you. Can't you see these dangerous protesters? And this is where not talking to journalists, not talking to the media comes in. And there's another circumstance in which not talking to the media should be engaged in. And that is around the topic of DIY HRT. We're going to talk about this full story in just a second. But for those who don't know, DIY HRT is an acronym that refers to do-it-yourself hormone replacement therapy. For many, many trans people globally, the governments that they were born under and are oppressed by do not allow them fair, free, and medically necessary access to the medicine that they need to live their lives fully, truthfully, and healthfully. Okay? This is incredibly common. Unfortunately, it is even becoming common all over the US. We had a brief window where it seemed like there was some progress being made, and a couple of states are pretty solid when it comes to HRT access through standard medical means, but many, many states are having, let's just call it severe tyrannical turns when it comes towards trans people. There is a derangement afoot about trans people that has largely been spurred on by right-wing propagandists who have a religious motivation, a moral motivation, that they believe that it is immoral to be trans. And they are trying to put that into law, to force it on everyone else, whether you agree with them or not. And, yes, exactly. People in chat are bringing up Planned Parenthood. And if a journalist is asking you about Planned Parenthood, if a journalist is asking you about being trans and going to Planned Parenthood, don't talk to them. Don't say anything. Don't do anything at all. Just say, sorry, I'm not interested in talking to you about that. There are all kinds of ways to have your voice heard on trans issues. For example, I go to my doctor is a public clinic that is that has liberatory roots. Okay, it was founded by a political org and became a public clinic over time. They are explicitly in their charter devoted to anti-discriminatory policies. If they send me a survey, an anonymized survey that asks me to talk about my experience going there as a trans person, I'm going to do it because I can trust this organization and I know what their goal is. When it comes to media, you got to be very careful. You got to be very careful when it comes to journalists. Recently, The Guardian, a UK journal that has a very, very spotty history on its coverage of trans issues, recently started asking for interviewees about DIY HRT. And I want to read about this. This is a message that was circled around social media among trans people. Important. I have been reliably informed that Guardian journalists are snooping around asking for trans people to talk to them about DIY HRT. They are particularly looking for under 18s doing DIY. Shouldn't need to be said, but do not engage. Spread widely, do not engage. We need this notice spread out via every grassroots support group and social circle in the country. Urgent. If they get even one to take part, it can become a national conversation. Top alert. Don't talk to the journos. Share this widely. And of course, the reason for this is because journalists with an agenda are becoming very interested in DIY HRT. And they have all kinds of things to say about it. Now I'm going to say my part about DIY HRT. DIY HRT unequivocally, unquestionably saves lives. No questions asked. The science is on my side, okay? We know that HRT is medically necessary for trans people. We know it has been scientifically proven that HRT reduces suicide rates, reduces rates of mental health issues, and increases the likelihood of thriving and survival among trans people. When a government, a tyrannical government of one form or another, regardless of what they call themselves, decides to put undue restrictions on HRT or to outright ban it, this kills trans people. Therefore, DIY HRT saves trans lives. DIY HRT is largely, there are entire networks of understanding, documentation, and safety that go in to ensuring that DIY HRT can be accessed safely and knowledgeably. Okay? These things exist, and you can find them if you want to, okay? And if you need to, and you should, okay? That's my part about it. There are a bunch of people out there, ranging from concern trolls to outright enemies of the trans community who wish for trans people to disappear. There are all kinds out there who spread misinformation about DIY HRT that can be easily disproven with factual information, so long as you take the time to look into it. And right now, journalists are participating in a push against DIY HRT. And the reason for that is because the UK government is cracking down on trans people right now. The UK government already has a notorious history. I should also state, sorry, before I go on, so are red states in the United States. It is not quite as severe in most places of the United States as what is going on in the UK. However, in some states in the United States, it is absolutely just as severe. There are a number of red states that have been drastically attacking trans people's access to HRT. With that said, because of this, journalists who are in line with the powers that be are trying to figure out how trans people get access to their medicine. If it's, not through the official corridors. Now, I want to point something out for those who might be a little concerned here. In the UK, the official corridors for getting HRT can sometimes mean years of wait time. Years of wait time for a scientifically proven, medically necessary medicine. That is asking to kill people. That is a killing list. That is a choking people out until they die. You are putting people at risk, making them wait years of suffering, putting them knowingly at risk of suicide, suffering, death, and violence. Okay? So just in case you have any concerns, that is what's going on. And journalists are trying to figure out where people get their HRT so they can elevate that up to people who want to make it harder for trans people to live their lives fully. But there's good news, which is the Guardian's piece on DIY HRT could not find a single person to talk to. They could not find a single individual to interview about doing DIY HRT. Largely because people had the sense to not talk to these bad faith journalists. And we want to keep that up, okay? We don't want life-saving tools to be destroyed. We don't want more dead and harmed trans people. We want more living, well trans people. And that means we have to get serious about some of this stuff. That means we have to be aware that there are people out there who do not have our best interests at heart. And the good news is a lot of people know that already. I wanted to take some time today to highlight this and to reiterate my positions on HRT, DIY HRT, and talking to the media, okay? It's incredibly important that we protect those of us who are taking risks in order to make sure that people can live even if they happen to have been born under an oppressive regime. The world in its current state is not hostile to people like myself, to like many of you out there. It's not fair. It's disgusting. It's unjust. But we have to be smart. We have to use our power to preserve this stuff. We have to protect ourselves and look out for one another. And a lot of these journalists, especially people at The Guardian, are not on our side. They might present with a smile. They might act like they're just asking questions. But those questions can get people hurt. We do not want the full brunt of the conservative troglodyte media sphere bearing down on the desperately necessary and limited resources that people need to survive. The trans community is a minority We are a super minority, okay? We are a very small group of people. There's more of us than most people think, but still, there's not many of us. And there is a cultural derangement towards trans people that is being fueled, like I said, by right-wingers. We have to recognize this and fight back against it. So the lesson of today is don't talk to the media, okay? Don't do it. Don't trust them. They're not on your team, especially in an environment like this. Anyway, thanks for hearing me out. Good news is a lot of people have already learned this lesson, but you should learn it too and take it to heart. Watch out for each other, help each other out, give each other resources, but don't give it to your enemies. Thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed down below. That's true. Tiny Purple Fish says, never ever mention DIY HRT unless it's with another queer person. I know that sounds crazy, but it takes only one news story to make the general population flip out. I always like this one.
Mark and Craig, Pop Brothers at Law. We've been warning people, if you are working for an unlicensed dispensary, an illegal dispensary, and it gets raided, you need to shut the fuck up. If you shut the fuck up, you have a good chance that we can make the case go away. Case in point, 3 employees of an illegal shop were busted during a raid. 2 of them said, oh, I'm just volunteering here. The 3rd guy, shut the fuck up. And the DA did not prosecute the guy who shut the fuck up. They can't prove what you were doing there. If you're a customer, patient, walked in to go to the bathroom, they don't know. You got to shut the fuck up, and it's Shut the Fuck Up Friday, so review the script. What do you say when the cop first pulls you over?
Why'd you pull me over?
And when he keeps asking questions?
Not discussing my day.
And they ask more questions?
Am I being detained or am I free to go?
And if detained, what do you say?
I invoke the 5th.
And then what do? You
shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up Friday. Never answer questions when the cops ask.
Have safe holidays.
This also applies to journalists. Never answer questions when journalists ask. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and we all do better. Okay? We all do better. What about queer journalists? Well, it depends on the one, right? There are some queer journalists who aren't necessarily particularly careful either. Queer journalists should know that they shouldn't be blowing this shit up to a massive audience, okay? Yep. Meme time? No, like I said, no memes today. Next stream. Keep them for next stream. I appreciate them, but keep them for next stream. We've been going for 6 hours and 15 minutes. Zadoki says, V Rising released recently. Have you played it? Will you play it on stream? I probably won't play it on stream. I played it in early access, and I'm hoping to play it again soon. But I don't think that's a stream game for me. Maybe though. We do have a call-in stream coming up fairly soon, so maybe. But probably not. Probably not going to play that on stream. I do like it though. It's a really fun game. I want to read a couple donos real quick. Grady HD with the gifted membership to the YouTube channel. Thank you very, very much. Mithril for the renewal. Thank you so much. Manic Jack joining as a chonky imp. Thank you so much. Mother Muir set for the 37th month renewal. My goodness, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Let me check the website Want to see if I may have missed some donos through our various segments. So I'm going to bring that up real quick. Cobalt Swiftpaw with the tier 2 sub. So glad that you're back. Missed you for the past month. Excited for what's next. I'm excited for what's next too. I truly think that we're entering into a new era, and I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. Today was a huge success. We were laughing, we were getting angry, we were doing all kinds of stuff. We had a debate. Today was a great start for the new set, and I have a lot of ideas of what we're gonna do next. I am very much trying to evolve my approach to streaming. I've been doing this a long time, and I have realized a lot. I've learned a lot. I've grown a lot, and I've had to do some thinking a lot. Piftle Cakes with the tier 2 sub, thank you so very much. Piftle Cake said, totally needed this tonight. Extremely glad to be back with the imps. Oh, sorry, I read that from another message. Glad to be back with the imps. Thank you so much, Piftle Cakes. Catalina Gearbox with the $5. I am sick and tired of being called an extremist. I am for human rights and want people to live in peace how they like. But no, I'm the extremist to the literal fascist taking over the country. You are not an extremist. But if you are, you're the based kind of extremist. So stay strong, okay? Thank you so much for supporting me. Horizon with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, Horizon. Glad to have you back, Demonmama. Oh, I read that one already. That's about Trench Crusade. Thank you again, Horizon. Gurnatath with the tier 2 sub. Hey, Demonmama, glad to see you back. Love the new studio. Thank you so very much, Gurnatath. Hippie Punk with the tier 1 sub. Welcome back, Mama. Thank you, Hippie Punk. I appreciate that. Spiral Gal with the tier 1 sub. Make sure to vote. Surely it will work this time. Soy. Yeah. I find that such an... The just vote shit is so heartless and irritating, and it genuinely makes things worse. Alexi with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much, Alexi. Happy to have you back. Hope you and the family have a lovely summer. I am so excited for summer. We're going to be going camping this summer, and I'm really, really excited for that. LB with the tier 2 sub. Oh my god, the new studio. Holy shit, just got here. What did you think of Animal Well? Just talked about it. Thank you so much for supporting LB. Love Animal Well. Nuts with the tier 2 sub. Yee, back! Thank you, Nuts. Thank you so much, Nuts. Sea Snake Jiri with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, Sea Snake Jiri. Proving Beetle with the $5. Proving Beetle says, hey, Demonmama, just to let you know, it's my 24th birthday today. Seeing you debut your studio today really means a lot to me. Proving Beetle, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Proving Beetle! My goodness, happy 24th! What a big birthday. I remember when I was 24. Strange times. Firstifer with the tier 1 sub. Gotta make up for a month off stream. Thank you, you're making it possible. And I think that's everybody. We are all caught up on donations. Oh my god, we're all caught up on donations. So cool. So cool. Did I miss a message? I might have missed a message, Louis Boy. Whoa! Louis Boy, that looks amazing! I love it! I love the look! I love the trans flag colors. Wow, Louis Boy. Catalina Gearbox says, Demonmama, do you think that when Trump loses, the right will pick an even worse candidate to run next time? I think that the Republicans are in a rough spot. I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't think they have an heir set up, but neither do the Democrats. So it's kind of a toss-up as to what's gonna happen next. I do believe that the GOP MAGA movement has nowhere to go except for down right now. Their position is they are radicalizing at an unbelievable pace. It is a total whirlpool. There are very, very few casual Republicans at this point in time. The MAGA movement has sucked so many people in that even seemingly normal Republicans that you might have been able to have a conversation with in the past are really losing their minds. I have a lot of friends, you know, back home. And let me just tell you, the extended family stories that I've heard from numerous friends are not pretty, okay? This has been a ongoing thing for the Trump movement, but the Trump movement is a nightmare pipeline, especially for older folks. And it is pushing them to very wild extremes. The whole gambit of pushing this like reality distortion on COVID, the reality distortion on the election, bad news, okay? Really bad news. Yeah. So, I don't know. If they pick somebody else immediately, then it's almost certainly going to be even worse than Donald Trump was. I don't know, though. There's a possibility that if Trump loses again, that they fall into some form of disarray and have to have a grappling with their identity. The Republicans are in a very fragile point right now. But as we can see in red states, their answer is to become as tyrannical towards minority groups as possible. And right now, the minority groups of choice are immigrants, trans people, and yeah, immigrants and trans people are like the two groups of choice right now. Yeah, women, yeah, obviously, for sure. Like, they're really obsessed with curtailing women's medical rights. It's bad, yeah. Yep. I don't know. It's hard to say. If they lose really hard in this election, it's possible that the GOP goes into like a reformation period where they have to figure their shit out. We can hope that that's the case. If that's the case, then our future struggle is going to be against the increasing right-leaningness of the liberal parties in this country. The Democrats desperately want to become the UK's current Labour Party, which is increasingly right-wing by the day. And I can see that the Democrats are leaning that way. They are extremely hostile to progressive politics. The entrenched capital interests in the Democratic Party are worse than ever. Yep. So. Yeah. I hope that we get a pro-abortion blue wave. I hope so too, but I don't even know if that's going to be enough. We'll have to find out. I do truly hope so, but if so, we don't get to rest on our laurels, okay? There's no... It should be obvious that the bully Biden approach was not taken to heart, okay? Biden has overseen a genocide. That's an indictment of American politics all across the left and liberal sphere as well. The bullying didn't happen. Lefties and libs are a lost, they're like, I mean, I don't want to say they're a lost cause. They can be convinced to become leftists, but libs are in line with what Biden is doing right now. The liberal sphere right now is spiraling into the most disgusting apologia you can imagine. Have you guys seen like scum fucks like that fucking freak Brianna Wu? Have you guys seen that shit? Have you guys seen what the liberal spheres are up to right now? It's insane. For example, like, I don't want to spend a whole long time talking about Brianna Wu because, like, literally why? But while we were gone, I saw her with just unforced error, okay? Without any invitation. Ben Burgess, I disagree with Ben Burgess on a lot of stuff, but Ben Burgess wrote a tweet on Twitter that was like, my heart is breaking for these children. I swear to God, he was saying like, I can't bear to see another picture of a murdered or maimed child. And Brianna just rolled in and dropped like a wall of text being like, well, I guess, Hamas should have thought about that before they did the October 7th attacks. And I want to I want you to just think about what mental state the libs have to be in to think that it's appropriate to roll into a tweet without any invitation of somebody mourning the death and maiming of children and just be like, oh, I guess, you know, maybe Hamas should have thought about that first. You have to be a psychopath, okay? You have to have a broken, rotten, freak brain, okay? You have to be rotten to your soul and maybe beyond. This is the lib sphere right now. The lib sphere is all in on Hitlerite bullshit. Okay, the lib sphere is not going to help any of us. Okay, they're like the best gift to Republicans that have ever existed. It sucks. The hope is that you can convince libs to stop being libs and to start being leftists, and that leftists can seriously get serious in the coming years, because the coming years are going to be a struggle. I want you to pay attention. Look at the way that they're cracking down on student protests. Look at the way that even a liberal president, okay, is willing to advance the most fucked up narratives that you can imagine. And I want you to recognize that that's the struggle we have in front of us, okay? If you want liberation in the U.S. is in danger, okay? Any semblance of, we haven't ever really had much in our lifetimes, okay? We've lived in a pretty strange, if you're like my age, if you're in your 30s, you've lived in a pretty dark era of America, okay? America has a bloody and nightmarish history, but the last 2 decades have been very weird, okay? And they have been very dark. Surveillance and cracking down on free speech and the rebirth of transphobia and homophobia. It's been a bad backslide for America. We had a little bit of hope there for a bit that things were gonna get better. But there's been a lot of darkness. We have to get ready and get real, you know? It's been a hard time. And I hear you all, but we can make it better for ourselves. We can make it better for the world if we learn to fight together and fight well. If we get serious. Sirius says, Demonmama, I used to be with the Just Vote crowd, and I still want to be in some sense, but I've come to realize that many of them never had any intention to push Biden left. They were just saying that, and then they just kept defending him as better than Trump. At the very least, signaling this far out that you plan to vote for Biden seems to be a terrible strategy. Do not just say you will. Even if you will, just say you won't to send a message. I think I can understand that perspective. I've never really had issue with people just saying they're not going to vote. I've always made my argument because that's my honest belief, and I'm not interested in signaling any other way. But in the primaries, I voted undecided. I didn't vote for Biden in the primaries, and I encouraged everyone else to do the same. Everyone that would listen to me, I encouraged them to vote uncontested, or not uncontested. Vote of no confidence. What was it called? Uncontested? Was it uncontested? I can't remember what it was. Uncommitted. Uncommitted. I'm starting to get tired. You can tell. I've been ranting for 6 hours and going hard. You can tell that I'm starting to get tired. Uncommitted. Yeah. Ryan Phoenix says, why is the drip so amazing? That's just how I roll, okay? That's just how I roll, all right? I like to do it divinely, okay? Exactly, hyperaggressive. Brianna, woo, mega lol. I've actually, I don't think, first of all, the vindication. Do you guys remember my video that I did? Do you remember the video that I did on Brianna? Real quick. Catalina Gearbox with the $5 says, oh, I started on HRT this week. Congratulations! That's amazing, Catalina. I don't mind interrupting my Brianna Wu ramble because that's awesome, and that's way cooler than Brianna Wu will ever be. Do you guys remember that video that I did? I did that video. It was called Brianna Wu. What was it called? Brianna Wu, A Failure to Lead. Brianna Wu tried to position herself as like the leader of online progressives. She genuinely tried to cruise into this space and take over. Okay? And by the way, just so you know, my experience with Brianna Wu was meeting her, being very kind to her, disagreeing with her once in private, and then having her go after me and my partners for months, okay? I think she's a genuinely, like, a dangerous person. The shit that she's tried to do to me and mine is insane, okay? Not to mention the fact that she just openly does genocide apologia on the timeline. I'm talking like, okay, I'm talking so far, like I said, the example of the Ben Burgess thing where Ben Burgess is just like, it's really bumming me out that children are dying, and Brianna's just like, I'm gonna use my blue check to write a 700-word essay in your comments about how you shouldn't be sad about children dying because Hamas deserved it or whatever. Insane. Hypocrisy, slurs, and betrayal. Brianna Wu's failure to lead. I fucking called it. I fucking called it. Yeah, she said, oh yeah, I didn't even mention, you could tell I'm getting tired. I didn't even mention that she tried to roll in out of nowhere and colonize online progressive lefty streamer spaces, and now she's literally leaving the left. It's so fucking funny to me. I really ought to do maybe I ought to do a full segment about it, I don't know. The whole I'm leaving the left thing is so funny. It's like you're trying to speed run Dave Rubin faster than Dave Rubin speed runned Dave Rubin. And I don't know if that worked. I don't know how well it worked out for him. I'm sure it worked out for him financially. But have you heard anything from Dave Rubin in the last year? High-level ideas, yeah. High-level ideas. Left the left? I didn't even know she was on the left. I wouldn't blame you! Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Louis boy, I can do that. Let me grab them. Where'd they go here? Oh, no. Can you post the link again real quick, Louis boy? I'll show it to the stream. Antifa Pyro with the $5 says, I've been burnt to Bernie canvassing events and I've been straight up told just vote right wing already by so many lib types because I'm pro Second Amendment, when that's the only right wing belief I hold. It's just blackpilling. Don't let it blackpill you. Here's a secret. Ready? Okay, ready everybody? You ready? Listen up. Is everybody listening? Fuck liberals. Fuck them, okay? I played nice for like the first year plus of my stream, where I tried to be as kind and as chill as possible, even though I'm a lefty, even though I have reasons to criticize liberals, principled reasons to criticize liberals. I was almost apologetic to them, because in my mind it was like, there's a lot of liberals out there, you know, but the reality is, some liberals are just giant pieces of shit and they are very smug about it. Liberal culture is rotten, okay? You want to talk about a culture, like an online, in real life, whatever, a subgroup culture that sucks? Lib culture blows. The best that you're gonna get is Orange Man bad, Jeff Teterick, Joe Biden's gonna do a kickflip and say, sup, motherfuckers? That's the best that you get out of the libs, okay? Most of the time, the libs are like this far away from calling the cops on you because you made them feel uncomfortable, okay? Jesus Christ. liberalism has like it's got like the worst culture, and it's only gotten worse in the last few years. They've only gotten more deranged. And again, it speaks for itself. If you don't believe me, if you think I'm being a ranting, raving, extremist lefty, just go look at what the popular liberal figures in the media are up to these days. The liberals, the guys who are proud to be liberals, those people, they have turned into the most bloodthirsty freaks that you can imagine. Half the time, if you didn't know that they were a liberal and would vote for Biden, you wouldn't even be able to know that you were talking to somebody who wasn't a right-winger. It's deranged, okay? It does suck sometimes, but as a bloc, libs are the best pool of people we have in this country to reach out to. Reach or throw, don't go. You ever heard that statement? You're right. But reach or throw, don't go. You ever heard that? Anybody? Anybody? It's a swimming thing, you know? If somebody looks like they're drowning, you reach and help them, or you throw a life preserver to them. You don't swim out to try and help them. Because if you do that, then they drown and then you both drown. Because you can't carry a person when you're swimming. The vast majority of people who aren't trained can't do that. Sometimes even trained people can't do that. Reach or throw, don't go. That's how it goes for libs. You have to be uncompromising. Pull them to you, not the other way around. And it's a careful line to walk. Because let me tell you, over the last 4 years, I've watched a lot of principled lefties slowly erode their values because they feel, oh, maybe if I do this, I'll reach the liberals a little more. Maybe if I do this, I'll reach the liberals anymore. No, convince them to come to you. They'll be better for it. You'll be better for it. Don't water yourself down. That's it. That's all. Reach or throw, don't go. It applies to this as well. Same goes to right-wing stuff. That was one of the big things, one of the big controversies of people trying to reach out and convince people to the right. You have to do it safely. If you go to the right-winger to try and pull them over, they pulled you over. They already won. Same thing goes with liberals, especially as liberals get more and more right. Also, let me grab that Sirius says, if you want to do that, I highly suggest you watch Kid Notkin's account of progressive victory behind the scenes, like what money he was offered and what he was going to get paid for. Oh no. I watched some of that. I heard about some of that. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready to talk about that on stream. I don't know if it's even worth it. It is, my goodness. Anyway, I wanted to show Svetlana Baha. Let's look at some of your photos. Svetlana, oh, I can't do that. But here's some of the pictures. This is Louis Boy. Louis Boy. What amazing drag. What amazing drag. I wish I could blow it up bigger, but I'm not signed in on my Instagram, and I'm certain I'm not going to sign in on my Instagram. But maybe I can zoom up a little bit. There we go. There, we can zoom in a little bit. Looking amazing. Love the trans flag colors on the eyeshadow. Genuinely incredible. Genuinely amazing. Oh, we do need to do a segment on John Fetterman. I most certainly want to talk about John Fetterman. Jesus Christ. I did see some of the video that Kid Notkin did on Progressive Victory, and I will say it was pretty concerning. It was pretty concerning. I won't lie. But I think there are some good people at Progressive Victory. I have worked with some good people at Progressive Victory. But I will say that video was extremely concerning, and there have been, I have personally seen some things that made me very concerned. Kid Notkin did a video talking about his experience with Progressive Victory. I don't think I have, if anybody has a link, you guys can go ahead and post it. I don't know Kid Notkin all that well, but I found his video I found his video to be pretty thorough, and it was straightforward. It was not like an amazingly opinionated piece. It was mostly just him talking about his experiences and why he was really concerned about it. So. It's spelled like this: Kid Notkin. Kid Notkin. There, I just put it in there. Again, I don't feel comfortable doing a segment on it or anything like that right now. I don't feel like I'd be ready, but I will say that the video was concerning to me. That's all that I can say. That's all that I feel comfortable saying right now. You know, I've thought about it a bit and I've had my worries, but yeah, Sirius, hopefully Sirius can find the link. I know that I believe Kidnot can also talk to President Sunday about this. Yeah. I don't know if that's the video, but somebody will find it. As far as the Fetterman stuff goes, boy, oh boy, that's a wild one. Fetterman, talk about cynical, right? Talk about, it just goes to show you, you know, trust a politician less far than you can throw them. And in Fetterman's case, he's a big boy. Probably can't throw him very far. Dude went totally just absolute heel turn. Total, just a giant middle finger to all of the people who voted for him. He quite literally sold himself as a progressive the entire time that he was running, only to just be like, I'm not a progressive. I never said I was a progressive. Screw you. Genuine grift. Just horrible. Just horrible to witness. And also morally reprehensible. Yeah. I looked at the vid that I think you were alluding to it. If it concerns Brianna Wu, she is no longer affiliated with PV. Yeah, I did hear about that. Brianna Wu and PV broke ways, which is a very good call. Yeah, for sure. I don't know what's changed since then, though. You know, I'm not inside the org, so I can only go off with what I've seen and heard and things that I've picked up. Again, I don't feel like I'm prepared or would want to even talk about anything really. I don't really have much to say at this particular moment, especially not when I'm like this tired and whatnot. Somniostatic said, I heard RGR replaced her. Oh yes, I did hear that. I don't believe that RGR replaced Brianna, but I do believe RGR was hired, which is fucking hilarious. That is true. That is true. I do know that. They hired RGR, but I don't know anything for the positions. I was just like, Jesus fucking Christ, who made that call? I don't know who in their right mind would first of all hire RGR, who's not even a fucking progressive. Whatever. We don't need to do this again. We know where it went with that. You have to be, let me just put it this way. You have to have a very unique interpretation of political strategy to hire RGR, the world's biggest liability, especially after her self-induced complete public self-destruction at the cost of a bunch of people who did nothing wrong, including my partner Doe. Yeah. Well, maybe in the future, Sirius, we can talk about it. But, I feel it's really crazy too, you know? Like there was never any even, like not even a semblance of an apology, not even an attempt to make peace. After RGR pulled that shit, like she just doubled down all the way to her own obliteration and then hoped that everybody would forget about it. But it's crazy, you know? People didn't forget about it. As it turns out, something that cruel, callous, freakish, embarrassing, and blatantly disgusting doesn't just fade that easily. And I'm happy. I'm happy that it hasn't faded. I hope it doesn't fade. Louis Boy says, here's a tip. If it wasn't for you insisting on building local community, I wouldn't have met the amazing people that helped me with drag and activism. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Thank you for supporting me, for donating. Thank you so much. And I'm more than happy. I'm so beyond happy. I will always keep pushing that, and I love to hear when people are able to make connections. $2.95 with the coupon code AD5D2D Derek. That's true. Thank you, Gray Eon Wannabe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've been holding on to this outfit for a while. I've actually owned this one, and I wanted to save it for a special occasion, and this was the one. I'll probably wear it again in the future. I like this one and the black and gold one a lot. I also have other outfits. I bought a collection of outfits to wear on stream, and I think you guys are gonna really love them. I got a couple of summer fits. I haven't fully gotten like some summer clothes together yet, but I am due for a little bit more of a wardrobe update, but I got a couple of them and they're really good. I can't wait to show them to you. I have this amazing black and red rose dress. I have this this purple flowers long dress with like a little band in the middle. I got a new tattered battle jacket type vest. I got these ridiculous overly ostentatious satanic symbol spandex leggings. They're like incredible. I got a bunch of stuff. I got a bunch of cool stuff to show off. Where's your flying horse? You look like a Valkyrie. My flying horse is in the other room. Taking a nap right now. No problem. Happy to be of service, Femboy Low Poly. Do you watch Late Stage Live? No, I don't think I've seen it. A mama closet tour would be fun. No, it would not be fun. Listen, my closet sucks, okay? And the reason why it sucks is because this house is very old and these closets are very awkward, okay? It would not be fun, okay? They are very awkward. The closet in this room is barely usable because for some reason the bar for the closet is installed and it's in the wall, okay? And it's installed at like belly button height because apparently in the past this was a kid's room. So they installed the bar at like, and which means almost none of my clothes can actually hang on that closet. So I use the closet in the old studio still, which is like a narrow, dark tunnel that just goes way back in. It's like, It's a walk-in closet in the sense that you can that a monster can walk in and hide there to kill you. It is like the most creepy, dark tunnel into the wall, and it's terrifying. Okay, it's so difficult. Maybe I'm hoping in my new place that I can get like a real walk-in closet to share with my partners. That would be really amazing and beautiful. But when we move, which won't be for like probably at least a year, but when we move, maybe. But for now, it's kind of embarrassing. Our closets kind of suck. Hey, Alora, good to see you. Oh, cool. That sounds great, Schlorp. Mithril says, have to say I didn't realize how much I'd missed the stream while Demonmama was taking a break. The community here is the nicest, most caring people. We have such a wonderful community. And remember, you're a part of it. Thank you. Seriously, though, I love my community so much. You all take good care of each other. You're encouraging to one another. You stay chill when I'm gone. You're good to each other even when I'm gone. The Discord was active the entire time I was gone, with people holding each other up, sharing ideas, keeping each other, warm and cozy. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. It makes me feel like I can breathe, knowing that I have a community of people, a community that is full of very real people, of people who are not fair weather fans, who don't just disappear overnight, people who stick around and are interested to see what I make, people who are interested in one another and look out for one another. That makes me feel so good. And yeah. Mixed Dizzy says, you might want to look into getting a freestanding clothing rack. I got one for like $50 off Amazon. Had to put it together, but it's really made a difference for storing my excessive amount of hoodies and flannels and fleeces. We actually have one, though most of it is my partner's clothes. We have one down in our downstairs area, so we do use one of those. We have multiple closets on the top floor that are basically all completely full. This one is just the worst. It's hard to get into. It's very awkward. I can't hang barely anything in there, so we mostly use this one for storage. And then the old studio is where I put most of my clothes for stream, so that I can access them easily. I thought you were going to be gone longer. Nope. Danny says, this month is going fast as fuck. I feel like the start of May was just yesterday. Holy shit, you are not kidding. Danny, this last month went so fast. It felt... this year has gone so fast. I have genuinely, I'm like stunned at how fast this year has gone. I have been so goddamn busy this year. It's actually wild. Like I feel bewildered. I feel like dizzy when I try to think back at everything that's happened this year, and that it's already May, like halfway through May, more than halfway through May. Jesus Christ. I'm trying not to be depressed about it, because I've also done a lot of really cool things this year. Like, I have been on a creative explosion this year. I've been streaming, I've been writing, I built a new studio, I've been, oh my God, I've been playing piano. It's been crazy. This year has been a very creative year for me, but also it's moved so fast. I feel like, oh, it's dizzy, it's disorienting. My goodness. I feel like mixed dizzy, yeah. Wow, that's wild, Jason Kelly. Your grandpa, that's pretty incredible. Any update on getting holy mackerel? Not yet. I will be completely honest, I did not have time to do that. I have all the stuff, like, I'm putting all my paperwork together, but I did not have time to follow up on it yet. I have to do that, though. I've been doing this. I've been building this, so, yeah, I didn't have time. But I will, don't worry. Thank you, MKKSHCD. Okay, everybody. We are at 7 hours. I must wrap. We must wrap for the night. That's a wrap, my lovely, lovely imps. You know, I loved saying that. Back in film school, that's a wrap. What a great feeling. We should make that a part of everyday culture. When you get to the end of your stream, you should be able to say, that's a wrap. When you get to the end of your shift at work, you should be able to say, that's a wrap. I'm not kidding you. You don't know what it's like until you've been on a long-ass shoot, holding up camera shit, sweaty, working your ass off on a creative pursuit, and then you get the last shot done, and everybody goes, wait, is that it? That's it. And the director goes, all right, everybody, that's a wrap. Or if you're the director, all right, everybody, that's a wrap. What a beautiful feeling. And now, together, we all get to say, that's a wrap. My lovely imps, thank you for being here today. We did a whopping, killer 7-hour stream. Please, if you're not a member of the Discord, go join discord.gg/Demonmama. Make sure that you're subscribed so you can catch my next stream. And remember, most importantly, the one rule, the overpowering rule that I give to you from on high. Do not fucking die. All right? I'll see you all very soon. I'm going to have another stream in just a couple of days. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, so I'll see you very soon. Good night for now. Bye, everybody.